Sunday, and we're back at it again. Yet another Esports Arena Halo 5 4v4 for $1,000. And I'm Shyway. I'll be bringing you the action all evening long. And of course, I can't do this alone. I've got the wonderful Wes Clutch joining me today on the broadcast. Clutch, how you doing, my man?
I'm good. And enjoyed a big tournament in Halo yesterday. We saw Sentinels come away with the W. Hoping to see a high level of competition here, and I hope to see almost some different names, right? And I think that's what esports arena tournaments can really bring out, is like they bring out all these like grinders that put in the hard work behind the scenes, and like the amateurs that are coming up and whatnot. So super excited to see like who can catch my eye today.
Yeah, great job yesterday, by the way. Really exciting tournament. Of course, $10,000 for the Pro Series just yesterday. And some of the pros, by the way, I know you said you wanted to see new faces, but it's nice to also see players like Frosty from Sentinels, who won yesterday, come back today, and he'll be competing again today. And then as well as a Trippy I saw in streaming. So we have a lot of pro players who were at Pro Series who are repeat offenders in today's tournament, which is exciting. And then, like you said, we got new faces as well that we're looking forward to, and new team compositions as well, slightly different kind of matchups than what you would typically expect. And it all starts with today's first matchup. Of course, before we break that down, though, let's take a look at the format for today's tournament. The format is the same every single weekend, but of course, if you are this is your first time here, then take a look at our 4v4 double elimination bracket. It's a best of 3 for every single match in this tournament, even grand finals, but of course, it's a double elimination bracket. So you lose, you drop down to the loser's bracket, you can fight back for your tournament life, and of course, the prize pool, $1,000, is all the cheddar we're fighting for today, and every single Sunday, we're fighting for 1K. So some nice incentive to keep competing. Now, I talked about new rosters being formed, some new faces, Wes. Today, we have almost all of KCP. It's Soul Snipe. Sorry, you know what? I take it back. It's 2 members of KCP. It's Soul Snipe Talik, and then we have Septify and Envor. This is an interesting hybrid team right here. They're going up against a team full of names that I don't recognize, so some new blood here. We got Irritating, Quiet, Ruler, and Valid. Not sure who these guys are, but let's talk about this Envor Septify, mixing in with Soul Snipe Talik.
Yeah, I think Envor and Septify are always some of these players that we see highlights from, and they haven't really made it as far into the bracket as their counterparts on this team. But you almost like saw when all of those guys were first starting to come up that they were like coming up in the same like group in a sense. Like it was like I would have included those 2 names in the KCP names probably like 4 or 5 months ago, before KCP kind of has solidified themselves as a great 4 team. We are going to, however, be getting into the first series of the day. It's going to be a Coliseum flag. I feel like it's always nice to start on Coliseum flag. We're going to have Falling Pioneers versus Border Control.
Yeah, always a good way to start the day. You're going to kick it off with Valid here, making his way over to Rockets. Of course, expecting some pressure on the opposite side, but instead he gets it over from Catwalk, though his teammates do a great job picking up those first 2 kills. So he got those Rockets, gonna double back and try to do some damage here. Looks like he might get a trade there. In the meantime, Soul Snipe, like Soul Snipe always does, he's already running the flag here. He's on the elbow.
Yeah, it's something that Kansas City Pioneers is renowned for doing, is getting an early flag cap on the board. It's early in this tournament, so it's no shock that they're going to be able to easily put the first one in. Falling Pioneers showing us a little bit of KCP already in them.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some of that. And I know they're no stranger to playing with Septify and Envor as well. They got to be pretty comfortable in this nice little duo matchup here. In the meantime, I'm curious to see what players like Quiet can do. Just getting that win in that fight on the elbow, he's now going to continue to apply pressure here. We'll see if he can get away with this. Of course, nice little 1v1 does get taken out. In the meantime, that flag goes out yet again, so they can't make mistakes here because flags are being pulled.
Yeah, a pivotal one-on-one he loses on that side of the map has allowed the rest of Falling Pioneers to kind of push across the map and be in a position to grab that once multiple players on Border Control were down. It does look like Border Control has 2 fresh deads, so they're probably going to be able to get this return. They are on it, and that's going to be the flag going back to base. So good job by the rest of Border Control to play a little defense, stop that cap as it was already halfway across, and show some life of their own.
Can they do a little more than defend, though? Because, of course, they are getting that defense. I think they might have a flag pull out. No, they don't. That's, that's yet another flag that's been pulled by Falling Pioneers here, who got it yet again to that pedestal. They haven't put it in just yet, though. It looks like the defense is coming in. That flag just gets returned in time here. And They will continue to fight back. So that flag that they pulled now in the window, just sitting there for now. But yet another flag being pulled by Falling Pioneers. So Soul Snipe, it's like he lives in the blue base.
Yeah, it's like he's spawning over there, right? Because every time he's on spawn, he just flanks all the way around the map. He's able to get that pull and create so much chaos for this border control team. It'll be very interesting to see if border control is able to find success throughout this chaos, or is it going to be too much for them? Are they on their P's and Q's as much as they need to be if they want to compete against Falling Pioneers?
Well, Ruler does get a good kill on Soul Snipe right there, and he gets the re as well. So they are competing so far. Nice first flag on the board there by Valley, just sitting on the pedestal, plants it in. Tie game right now, so despite the many pulls we've seen from Falling Pioneers, they haven't been successful on a second flag cap just yet. Valid, in the meantime, making his way over to Albo, trying to play it sneaky here. Does get into 1v1. We'll see if he can take this one. And they've been kind of struggling with their 1v1 so far. And it might come back to bite them, especially with more flags, potentially being pulled. Yeah, it's already out there. We can see it.
There's been a flag out of the base more than there's been flags in the base this game, it feels like. And I love that about these two teams playing right now, is that they're creating such an interesting style of Halo 5 right now. Like, this is not a setup, get control, and pull the flag when you have 4 dead. Like, flags are being pulled with everyone in the map alive. It's a wild game we're witnessing right now. Shortly benefiting Falling Pioneers, but a third and potentially final flag gets pulled. This could be the play that they use to end the game. Oh wait, no, this
Quiet does still have that. Right, exactly. So border controller trying to get this second flag out here. Quiet does have a snipe in the back pocket, so hopefully he takes the fight, but he doesn't. He drops that snipe down. So it looks like players are getting in position to get the return here. Talik, first one to jump in. He will be successful. So a good chance there from border control to come back, but now the pressure's on from Falling.
Yeah, I love the play, but Quiet unable to do work with that snipe. It really hurt them. He needed to find a pick somewhere, couldn't do it, but now we have Talik trying to push into blue with a little bit of pressure. Does he win this battle back base? No, that's actually a trade, I believe, and a good trade by border control, because that's going to subside any push unless Envor can get another kill, as he's no shield. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, and that kind of is going to reset the map a little bit. But even when you reset the map, Soul Snipe is probably at your base.
Yep, back at it again on the window there. In the meantime, irritating with the Rockets. Does whiff one on the cave. He's got pressure coming at him from Rocket's side here, so trying to stay up, and that's a rough jump out to Catwalk. He dies. In the meantime, Soul Snipe running yet another flag, and this one I think he might get away with. Nobody there to help out either. You've got Talik and Envor with their kills, so that is a nice, easy flag to end that first game, 3-1. Falling Pioneers, of course, going up 1-0 in the series, and a best-of-3 series, so it could just be one more match before we see the end of this one, unless border control have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, you got to think that Falling Pioneers
Wait a second. You're kidding me, right?
Soul Snipe's
He did it on purpose. He's trolling. 315 damage.
You don't get 0 kills by on accident in that long of a game, I don't think. Especially if you're as talented as Soul Snipe. He probably just told his team, hey, I'm just gonna go try and run flags. A little bit of disrespect. If I'm on the other team, I'm taking that as a personal insult that they're trying to disrespect.
Yeah.
This isn't a tournament. And that's got to fire you up a little bit, but that's just a testament to how good the Falling Pioneers guys are, is that they can win with one guy not even probably shooting his gun much.
That's a whole new form of disrespect, to not kill anything and still win the game. And we saw Soul Snipe in the base constantly pulling flags, so I guess that's literally what his entire game plan was, to just run back there, grab a flag, and do it over again. Well, that happened. Envor went off, by the way. The scoreboard's gone now, but he got 19 kills, so he was just destroying the lobby. Maybe he got a couple assists in there or something, but what a strategy by Soul Snipe.
Yeah, it's something that we used to mess around and doing like matchmaking in Halo 3, but would I ever do it in a tournament format? Probably not. I didn't play a lot of open, like lower seeded teams throughout a lot of that time, so it's hard to say if I was playing against like my sister maybe, but
Okay.
That's like a major disrespectful sign. These guys on Kansas City Pioneers, after yesterday even, I've been backing them for a while, and I have my eye on them now. They're kind of cocky.
A little fishy.
Yeah, they got some attitude. They're confident, and they're kind of like they're stirring the pot a lot in the community. So we'll see.
Yeah, quite the experience yesterday, I gotta say, with the Renegade thing, and then they play in grand finals, and then they start lagging out, and anyway, it's a whole other topic. But it's a group of
It's
spicy individuals for sure.
it's good to have personalities entering the scene. I'll say that.
Personality, yeah.
Yeah. So there'll be a lot of storylines around these guys. They keep acting the way they act. I'll say that.
Well, let's see what they do in Slayer. I'm pretty sure Soul Snipe is not going to get away with getting no kills in a Slayer. That's literally the
You could
objective of the
probably
game.
do it.
He could pull a Ryan Noob and be an assist master. I've seen Ryan Noob do that on Rig before. I think he had no kills, only assists, and he was a huge help despite that. But we'll see. In the meantime, Valid's got to try to get his teammates out of the way so he can pressure this OS here. We'll see who grabs it to start.
Does look like Falling Pioneers is going to get that overshield in hands. Unfortunately for Valid, he's unable to finish that kill at the last second. Player pops the overshield, and with that, Falling Pioneers already up 2-0. They have snipe control. They got the overshield at the start. Skeptify is going to have the snipe in hands. If we can hop on board with him, see what he's capable of. I always enjoy some Skeptify point of view.
Right now, he's just perched up on S4. His teammates already making the challenge through Tram to get those players in yard. They're spawning up in yard as well. So Septify doing a whole lot of nothing in this position, unfortunately, just waiting for an opportunity here. His teammates continuing to apply pressure. And this is the thing, when you got good teammates, it's hard to find angles or opportunities to get kills at all unless you really aggress forward. But I like this angle. Just trying to be patient. No dice so far. These players jumping out of his way here.
Yeah, he knows these two players are over by loop, so he's basically just containing them. It's where the other two players are pushing. Nice little shot. The second they give him an opportunity, he takes it. Unfortunately for Septify and Falling Pioneers, though, he gets a little confident himself, tries to challenge a player bottom dip. That player takes him down. Ruler going to be on a flank top snipe now. That's opened up the flank from the loop side of the map, and because of it, Falling Pioneers lost all of the map control they really had in the setup that they had. They still had that 3-kill lead there.
3-kill lead, but a closer game to start. We'll see if Quiet can do anything about that. Nice shots into that player yellow. That's Talik who went down. He's got two teammates like a line right beside him to try to get some defense here. Soul Snipe, I see him sitting in a window. He's shooting his gun, so I assume he's been getting some kills. He does have one. There's a BR kill in the feed, so at least we know he's not trolling this time. Septify with another shot with this sniper here. He's still got 4 shots to be precise. Should be aware of the spawns and doesn't hit the headshot. He's going to have to work on that one because you don't want to miss when you go up against Frosty later.
No, you're not allowed to miss if you go up against Frosty, if you have any plans of trying to beat him. But good warm-ups, and using these as warm-ups is what these players should be doing. So I hope that Soul Snipe starts to shoot his gun, because it would be nice to see him warmed up and shooting well by the time the finals rolls around.
Seriously, we'll see. Envor's been a total one-man wrecking crew, though, in the last game. It looks like he's doing the exact same thing in this one. That's a double for him. You got 2 more players here right below, and it seems like he knows exactly where they are as he dives in, gets yet another kill here. Now 18-9, so it was once a 3-kill lead that's been extended by quite a lot here. Looking kind of rough for the blue team at this point.
Looking very rough for the blue team. This lead that was just a 2-3 kill game is now up to 8. It was just at 9 before the last kill on the Soul Snipe went in. This player doesn't spot Envor, and Envor is going to be able to pick up an easy assassination. His teammate doesn't turn around, so make it a double. The snipe did spawn, and Envor knows that this player is going to be bottom left, but doesn't expect his teammates to spawn down there and help him, and therefore Envor goes down, irritating now with the snipe.
Let's see what this man can do. Haven't seen Irritating's POV at all in Esports Arena. Starts with a nice little backsmack opportunity. He gets a snapshot instead. Got all of his teammates right in front of him. They're going to have to move up, get some angles here as he tries to find a pick. You can see where those red players are. I like the patience from Irritating. Spots one over on Nest. Oh, but he doesn't hit the shot. Misses an opportunity there. He will rotate out to Cafe. Going to try to stay up. This is how rough it is for this team to get any sort of opportunity. I like that he's staying with the teammates to keep the snipe in play here, but not a lot on the kill feed for these guys.
Yeah, just no openings for him, right? He's only got 3 more bullets, and even with that, the 11-kill deficit it's just going to be a piece of that if he's able to get 3 kills. He does land a body shot that allows him to pick up a kill there, but he loses a teammate in Ruler. So trading is not what you wanted to see as a border control fan, and with it, a 10-kill lead still remains.
Just trying to hold that angle over on Nest. Use Nest spawner comes out there. Irritating, get a reposition over to Loop. See if he can find something here. New OS should be up, or should have been up. You can see Red Team in position to get it. They already have it. That's Soul Snipe with the OS. Putting on the Nikes here as he makes his way back over to Tram. Going to try to get a pinch. Nobody's aware of his presence here, so there's a nice pickup. Now he's just standing still. There we go. Nice spring jump back up to glass. Envor getting the kills as well. We're now at 29 and counting here. I don't know what Soul Snipe's doing. I think he knows we're watching him. He's killing himself. Is this a strat? I've never seen this one.
Yeah, he's just allowing more opportunities. So it's not. This is VM at this point, right? Like, leave these poor kids alone.
A little dirty.
Leave these poor kids alone. They just wanted to play in the esports arena tournament. They didn't want to look bad in front of their parents or whoever's watching. But in all seriousness, I guess when you're that good, you kind of get to bend the rules. And if the gameplay looks like this, then that's up to you. It'll be interesting to see them further on in the tournament, right? We continue to just preach that. It's like, yeah, have a good time now. Get the job done later then.
Yeah,
I would say.
Let him have his fun, but you know, good luck going up against some of the better players in this tournament and doing stuff like that. You will get pulverized for it. You know, Soul Snipe, great player. But yeah, let's see how he fares a little bit later on. In the meantime, Valid just holding on to his winner's bracket life here, doing a couple dropbacks on top mid. Doesn't stop him from getting melted. You can see a nice little 2-2 split. You got two over on loop side, two in cafe as they get the pinch on top mid. Talik right now with an anchor position. Just hold things down here. 10-kill lead. No real sign of pressure from anyone as he gets a nice easy stick on top yellow. Knows as a player in cafe. Easy breezy for game one. Of course, in winner's bracket, when players are this talented, it's usually nice and quick and clean for the first couple games.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, we know who they are. They're likely to be playing as one of the two teams in the finals if they are playing at a high level today. So they know where their path is going to take them, and they knew that this series was probably going to be used as a warm-up. I guess it's only going to be a warm-up for some of the players on Falling Pioneers, but still, it's always good to see these guys in the tournament, especially when other teams that are higher level and throughout the bracket that will challenge them and push them to their limits.
Yeah, especially having Pro Series yesterday and only 8 teams in that tournament, and then a lot of the up-and-coming players, you know, watching that. I would say that's kind of, you know, inspiration to keep grinding, to play at a high level, and Esports Arena is the perfect proving grounds to test those skills, to be that new player, that new star performer. We saw that with the Elevate roster coming out of nowhere, all of a sudden getting signed. They're looking great. Hopefully we see them today. Forces as well, coming out of nowhere. Septify, who's really been, you know, padding the stats in today's game. He continues to make a name for himself in Esports Arena. So great grounds for these players, and just 5 kills left to close this game out before we find out who we got next in this bracket, because Falling Pioneers making quick work of the opposition.
Yeah, it's just a 6-kill game though, so with all the joking around that Falling Pioneers is doing, Order Controls has made this look close, but that being said, there's never really a doubt in our minds what the outcome of this game is going to be. 47-40, you see them quickly decide to start shooting their guns. Septify's going to put some pressure on both these players. Envor over his shoulder is going to pick up an easy kill. And Envor with the second, 49-40. And this is going to be the series. Falling Pioneers showing us just a very small sample of what's to come later on today.
Yeah, Falling Pioneers looking good so far. I like this team setup, this team composition, honestly. Envor, Septify, really exceptional members of Falling Esports jumping in together with Talik and Soul Snipe. Not sure what Druck is up to today. It'd be nice to see, you know, players like Druck split off from KCP and join other teams just for the camaraderie, for the exciting matchups, because this is exactly what I was looking for. This type of, like, you know, different roster pairings in Pro Series. Stick together, stick with the, you know, the best composition. But in Esports Arena, I want to see some fun mix-ups. I want to see you know, some sweaty games and more excitement in that category. In the meantime, of course, Irritating Ruler, Quiet, Valid, they're going to move down to loser side of the bracket. They're not out of the tournament yet, though it's not going to be an easy road for them. We have plenty of talented teams in Esports Arena, so that's just the start for today, of course. Now, I don't know if we have another series lined up immediately, but any final thoughts on that one before we wrap it up, Wes?
No, I just wanted to say, to your point of wanting to see all these different teams kind of form in the Esports Arena tournaments, I think players are always going to team with the best team possible when there's any amount of money on the line. So Yeah, you know how I feel. If you think that your teammates are the best in the world, then you would not switch that for any reason. Or if your teammates are the best teammates that you're going to get, or you want to use it as practice. So there's a lot of different arguments to make in that regards. But we're going to go
Yeah.
to a break, and I'll let you
Yeah.
throw it
Good.
there.
Well, no, just good point. Whatever we get, and we're going to get some exciting matches regardless. So we'll see you guys soon with the next matchup in Winterside Bracket. Stay tuned. And we're back with more Esports Arena. More H5, of course. Yet another matchup on the winner's side of the bracket. This time we got Legends, which is nice to see Legends back. Of course, a very dominant European squad. We didn't get to see them to the end of the last tournament, considering how late things went. But hopefully they stick around this time. Hopefully they're looking good this time, because they're going up against Fire and Ice, which is another very sturdy, very dominant team in Esports Arena.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a really good series, right?
It's a good one.
Legends. I felt like Legends had the potential to be in the finals of the last tournament, and
Right.
they kind of, I know it was super late over in Europe, so can't blame them for choosing to disqualify themselves. But very excited to see them come up once again and hopefully play at that same level because this Fire and Ice team is very solid. I'd probably consider them in the top 8 of like the current Halo 5 power rankings, and I think
Sure.
Legends is like right on the border of that. So I don't know who to favor in this, and I think it's going to come down to just great players making great plays.
Yeah, whoever's playing better today, kind of, methodology is what kind of seems to shine through. I will say that I feel like individually we've got some real star performers on the Legends squad that are big standouts for sure. Especially when you look at these guys when they're playing 2v2s. Like I know Legend and Shady are just massive in the 2v2 landscape. Of course, fours is a different story. Whereas on the other side with Fire and Ice, you've got a team that's just they work together like a unit. They're very comfortable playing with each other. They've been in multiple esports arena tournaments, continuing to improve. Now they're taking games off of the recently signed PK, previously Liga or just Latam. Right now they're back and forth with PK. So they're a big competitor as a team overall. So you're right. It's going to come down to kind of who's playing better, but also maps and game types. We're going to kick it off with a Rig Strongholds as soon as the lobby is ready. Does Rig Strongholds, do you think that kind of leans towards any team in any way?
Yeah, I don't know these teams well enough to be able to answer that.
Fair.
I think to your point, it's just going to come down to who's playing great today, and who's on point, who makes the right plays. But it'll be very interesting to see how these two tend to play some of the objective game types and see how efficient they are. Like how good are they at playing correct Halo, right? Because I think a lot of these guys have a lot of individual skill. The question is
Yeah.
are they a cohesive unit? Are they on the same page? And are they able to play efficient Halo? So definitely looking forward to seeing that breakdown throughout this series.
Yeah, they making smart plays or selfish plays too, right? Because we can see a lot of really high level players. They just want to get all the kills. They want to stat, and they're kind of taking extra links to do damage to really be a presence on the map. But that doesn't always necessarily work with the team. Where sometimes you got to do the dirty work. You got to hold your ground, be kind of a flex player, look in the right places, have good timing, right? So let's see if they're all kind of meshing well together, and if they're taking control of key power ups, power weapons. You've got the camo, you got the railgun, the shoddy to take control of in this game type, of course. So that's going to be so important. And then spawn collapses as well, whether or not they're hitting timing with their rotation, collapsing on bunker, carbine, all these things going to impact the game for sure. We'll see, of course. We've got one more player left to join the lobby before we get in here. But have you looked at any of the rosters today, Wes? Is there anything that you're particularly excited about seeing?
Um, no, I hadn't looked at the exact rosters. I'm assuming Legends is playing with um their usual suspects, and I think that there's something about those guys that are always like flashy to me. There's almost like a European style of Halo 5 that they play, and I
Mm-hmm.
think that like whenever I watch that clash against like the North American style, um, it's always really interesting, and obviously at the highest level, I think that they lose a little bit of that efficiency, um, like characteristic when like they're high level North American teams that they're playing against that can kind of abuse them. But when they have more individual skill than the team that they're playing, a lot of the times like the way they go about playing these objective game times is super interesting. It's super authentic, and I'm kind of just looking forward to continue to seeing like how successful can that be against the higher ranked teams, because I think Fire and Ice, like I said, is a top 8 team. But they know what they're doing, and I would expect that that's kind of where the realm of skill they're also in.
I will give you the breakdown of players on the team, by the way. It's not kind of your usual suspects, Legends. It's a little different. We've got Kimbo, Legend, Precisionite, and SLG. So
Okay.
there is actually no Shady. Precisionite was the last one to jump in here. Whereas on the other side, you got Bullet, Magico, Noble, who we know these guys pretty well working together. Then you have Juan. Juan kind of comes in sometimes. He gets replaced by a different player, the other week. So he's kind of in and out. But also a very strong performer here. But now that you know it's Kimbo, Legend, Precisionite, SLG, what do you think with that kind of composition?
Yeah, I love the fact that SLG plays with these guys. I think he's got a
Yeah.
ton of individual skill. He's super flashy. There's always a does he know how to play Halo aspect to him, but every time I every time I watch the screen, I enjoy it.
Mhm.
Precision is somebody that's I also think has made some flashy plays even in the esports arena tournaments, but I haven't seen enough level of consistency out of him, especially when he makes it a little bit farther than his like pedigree into the tournaments.
Right.
So he's definitely like an up and comer, but I just don't know how far along with that path that he is. So it's good to see that he's got some good teammates around him this time around in order to
Yeah.
like prop him and maybe put him in a position to showcase exactly where he is as an individual in the scene.
I'm curious to see how Precision Knight does as well. I feel like he is still a bit of a question mark on that team. But Bullet, we've seen him many times, and he is back once again. Going to try to contest Camo to start here. Nice shots into Engine. You can see a player dives in, but Noble, Magico do the trick in getting those 2 opening kills. That's actually, I believe, a full 4 dead right there, and a Camo on the side of Fire and Ice already as they cap BR base and get the railgun.
Yeah, Fire and Ice actually has the potential to be considered, I guess, the best team in Latin America, right? I feel like the last
They're
time
up
I
there.
watched them play, Just Let Em, I feel like they won, which was pretty shocking. But it's just a testament to like how that scene's on the come up, and I love the fact that they're going to be able to represent that scene here once again today. They're already doing so with a lead early on in game 1 against a strong team in Legends.
Yeah, Fire and Ice are definitely up there. I will say that PK, who was just Latam previously, they did beat them last week, and they made it to grand final. So PK had one hell of a performance, but I would still, like you said, put Fire and Ice up there as one of the top, potentially the top, Latin American team if they can take out PK. It's kind of a whoever's playing better type of story with those teams as well. But so far, Precision Knight sprinting backwards here, going to pick up the shotty. Interesting connection from this man. Looking kind of rough right now, but hopefully he can get it together in time to save his team, because my God, what is that POV?
Hopefully that's not what his actual screen looks like. But,
you can see his legs as he ran backwards.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm assuming that's just a ping issue, hopefully, because I would not be playing the rest of this game if that's what my screen looks like. But we're hopping on board with SLG. SLG actually staying alive here with no shield. Gets a kill, gets an assist. Kind of re-challenges right before his shields come back up. That's a little bit of a blunder, but you can see the confidence in his playstyle. Like, he is going to challenge these players. He's going to hit his shots, and he's going to force them to hit theirs too.
Yeah, Cambo needed to hit those, but he did go down. A teammate jumped into Nest in time to get the capture, so we do actually have some points on the side of Legends here as they look to try to hold it down. Coming in with the melee, Juan still gets the kill, though, on Precision Knight. Does get a double kill as well, picks up Rail. He could turn this into some money for himself and his team here on the spawners already. Doesn't hit the shot. Now he's in kind of a rough spot here, but he will rotate out. He's got his teammates to help him out here also, so Fire and Ice looking pretty good as they continue to put the pressure in on the new spawners.
Yeah, I love this position by Juan. He's got the railgun. He's going to have to hit this first shot. And unfortunately, he gets caught off guard. Doesn't actually even shoot the railgun before going down. He dies so quickly. And because of it, he's transferred that railgun over to a player like SLG. SLG is going to do a little bit of work with that, but a beautiful nade from Bullet's going to actually trade that kill out. And still, Fire and Ice continuing to climb in the scoring category.
Kimbo gets hit by a slide shotty out of nowhere right there, though. So power weapons coming into play yet again from Fire and Ice. As you can see, Magico just waiting on the box here, charging the rail, just listening for the moment that somebody decides to chow this nest. And there you go, first victim. Ends up being a trade, but trades are pretty good in this situation where all they need to do is get defense. As you can see, they got nest, they got basement, so they're holding it down right now, just waiting for an approach.
Trying to let things develop here for Fire and Ice. They're continuously to steadily have control of the objective in this game. And it hasn't felt like the kills have been too out of hand in their direction, but the trip cap and the score is what is getting out of hand right now. Fire and Ice starting to really pile it on.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And now you got the shoddy to add insult to injury here as Bullet just stays alive in long haul. Pulls it out yet again, but gets melee taken down. So a couple slays on the feed here for Red Team as Legend tries to continue to push forward. Nice kill on the Noble. Gonna make his way over to Nest. Gets shot in the back though, but SLG gets in there last second to save him. So Legend living up. This is crucial. He's got an opportunity to get the outside map control and hopefully some points for the team here. You can see SLG still putting in some work here. He's got the rail, does get a kill on Bullet, and stays up. So big play from him.
Yeah, big play from him. Camo is going to be coming up, and there is a player on Fire and Ice standing on the camo. Is anyone going to check it in time? Legend does help SLG get out of this sticky situation for just a second.
How is he alive?
They're going to actually be chased, and although that was some great pathing to try and get out of that, even better pathing for a player to chase that down, make sure he doesn't get away. Noble actually gets away with the camo while all of that chaos is going on. He's going to make his way over to Nest and start the retransfer over towards Fire and Ice, and 65-23, and now they are in control.
Now, Noble, without a doubt, was... okay, so he didn't get that kill. That would have been wild. He, without a doubt, was one of the top performers in last weekend's tournament. Noble was nasty. He was just on. He was hitting shots. He's getting feeds almost like every couple minutes. He had a triple or an over to call. So we'll see what Noble could do today. And if he's really heated, then I think Fire and Ice could go a long way in this tournament. And, of course, his teammates are going to add to that as well. You got Bullet with the shotty in the back pocket here. Nice chow from him in the long haul. You can see his teammates got the Nest at the same time. So big lead that the enemy team has to surmount here with 72 points on the board already.
A huge deficit to make up for. Legends needs basically a triple cap for a little bit, in my opinion, if they want to try and come back in this game. Trying to contain or keep control of two strongholds for over, 50 seconds at this point with 6 minutes left in the game. It's going to be too tall of a task to ask of them. But still, Fire and Ice is still in control, continuing to build their lead. And we can talk about a Legends comeback all we want, but we don't have much time left for that to happen because Fire and Ice has plans of ending this game very shortly.
Yeah, Fire and Ice looking deadly right now. The new rail came up. It's been picked up by Noble as well, so that could bite the enemy team here. Noble, there's the rail. Though he is dead, so hopefully somebody on Legends can grab it. But you can see yet again, Fire and Ice, they are on top of it. That camo was up as well. I think the camo might have been burnt. But either way, it really does come down to these power-ups, power weapons to save the game. And there's the camo, actually. Noble, as he tries to dive for it. Not sure if he got to grab it. Legends need to do something to turn this around, and they can't get the camo. They did get BR base. Precisionite does have the rail, and thankfully his connection looks just a little bit smoother this time around. So hopefully that's, grounds for a comeback here, because they got to play perfect.
It's going to take more than what I would think perfect Halo is to consider this. But they are in control. They are continuing to score. They have basement and BR. They can't afford to have a 4-dead situation, though. So they have to be very careful when Juan has this railgun. He's going to pick up the first. Noble picks up a second. Magico finds a third. And there is now one player alive. Never mind. Kimbo gets erased from the map by Juan. Beautiful job with this railgun. Basement's going to go in control of Fire and Ice. And now one last push towards what it looks like is going to be Nest, I guess. From Legends, but it doesn't look like their Spartans are moving across the map. They're two going towards basement, two going towards Nest, and that is not a recipe for success to come back in this game. That's going to be game over. Fire and Ice will be your game 1 winner.
Yeah, you got to be decisive in those final moments. Just, send everybody to basement or Nest and do it quickly. You got no other choice. Either way, had they done that, it's not like it would have saved the game. Rough situation for Legends in that first game, down by one hell of a lot to close that game 100-44. So a very dominant opening coming out of Fire and Ice, and they are always hot performers in esports arena. But Legends, 2 weeks ago, Legends were capable of being in that grand final. So I expect to see more from these guys. I would like to think they're just getting started, and maybe there were a couple connection hiccups that gave them a slow start as well, because we did get a little whiff of Precisionite's POV, and it was quite awkward looking. So it got a little cleaner towards the end of the game, and maybe he's got some new energy he can take into our next matchup.
Yeah, you wonder if that was on our end or if that was on his end. And if it's
True.
on his end, the score is definitely it's probably impossible to play with whatever is going. So the score definitely reflecting a potential issue there. But if not, it's a testament to how well Fire and Ice was playing the game type. But either way, that is going to be part of being a competitive esport player in 2020, right? You're going to deal with internet issues, technical issues. You got to move forward. You got to take them on the chin and figure out a way to get past that if you want to have victories. So we have Fire and Ice 1 up in this series. We're going to go to a game 2 Slayer. And when you have the map, let me know. But
Yeah.
I think that Legends probably fares better in Slayers against a team like Fire and Ice rather than the Objectives. So this is an opportunity if they have the right technical things set up at this point to move forward and potentially take this to a game 3.
Right, right. And okay, new update. We're actually going to make a quick swap here. We're going to jump over to Falling Pioneers versus PK. Not sure what's happening in the lobby with the current matchup, but we might put that on hold. It might continue. Either way, we might be jumping back and forth. For now, though, we're going to jump into PK and Falling Pioneers because apparently there is a hot matchup. We got to jump in between here, West. So let's see what's happening on that side with that series, and then we'll jump back and see what happens, of course, with this other series that's taking place with Legends and Fire and Ice. So we'll do a quick jump over there, and it looks like they're just starting their series, so we're not missing anything on this side, which is nice to see. We got Rig Strongholds we're jumping into yet again, so now we get to see the other Latin American kind of kings, let's say, in the name of PK, going up against Falling Pioneers, who are looking great today.
Soul Snipe, we'll see if he decides to shoot his gun this time around. He's actually going to end up burning camo. I think if he's playing a team as good as PK is, he's going to need to be warmed up and shooting very well because these guys are no pushover. We got done talking about how they're probably the strongest team in Latin America. They've been making some noise. They made it to the finals last week and ended up taking home a 2nd place. And they've already started this game off pretty solidly with a railgun in hand. They got control of basement, and it looks like they're probably going to be the first ones on the board with some nest control as well.
Going to be interesting to see how this matchup compares to the one that we just watched. And so far, you can see Atso is hogging everything. He's got the rail. He's got the shotty for the double. Looking kind of nasty so far. He'll live up in basement. You can see a player up in tower and BR bases. They start to get off spawn. But Atso, with not a care in the world, doesn't need to challenge them. He can stay back and be passive here. He's got his teammates with him for defense.
So far, Atso dominating in this game. 1 out of railgun shots, has 2 shots in the scatter, I believe. He's only got 1 left. Actually, he's got 1 railgun shot left, so my mistake. I felt like I watched him get so many kills that he should be out of ammo, but he's on a killing spree. Make it a double. And a beautiful job by Atso to have the understanding that those players are going to be spawning outside. Has no ammo in his gun, needs to find this pistol, but I think it fell off the map, so now Atso in a sticky situation needs to make his way towards this DMR back here.
He's managing to stay patient despite the situation here. I think he does still have that 1 railgun shot, though he does get taken down. That's one way to get your ammo back, is you could just die, go on spawn. In the meantime, tapping buttons, no doubt, will do some work for you. He's up in the center of the map here. Nice shots from him. That's a nice, easy melee for the kill. You got 1 player in Nest, going to try to cap it. Tapping with the nade, turns around. The double dilemma, though. He gets pitched and taken out. In the meantime, Envor taking basement. You got Soul Snipe with the final rail shot. Aware of those bunker players, but he's going to play patient, wait for his opportunity here. But Falling Pioneers taking back control of the map and maybe the camo here. Soul Snipe, he's on it.
Soul Snipe in a great position here to anchor for his team. Needs to just play his life here with camo. Maybe not like start the engagement, I would think. Let's have a player back basement or back BR. He's going to find a nice no-shield player here. Switches to the railgun. Someone fell off. It's going to be Drift and a nice double kill. Skeptify has another railgun in his hand, so PK getting at it from all ends right now as Falling Esports has 2 railguns. One of them's out of ammo and a teammate off the map.
PK started so strong, you almost forget who they're playing against, right? The moment that Falling Pioneers got their footing here, all of a sudden they've come back and then some. They're about to take the lead. Soul Snipe, like a sneaky man that he is with the camo here, he's got himself a killing spree. Still got that DMR. Not sure if he has a shot in the back pocket with the rail, but he doesn't even need it at this point. His teammates are cleaning up shop at Septify and Envor. Envor with a 5 on the tapping. New spawners up in bunker here. Soul Snipe getting back into bunker, being such a nuisance. Can they even get off spawn? I don't think they can. That Septify with a kill. Envor with yet another. So this is a rough situation for PK as they scramble into basement to try to stop the bleeding.
Stop the bleeding they're going to have to do because Falling Pioneers is starting to build a very significant lead here. You see Drift trying to get into BR, but he's by himself, and with this, he's going to have to win this vital one-on-one. He actually beats Envor, and then beautiful shots by him in order to take down Envor there. Does lose his life, but the job was done. He was able to transfer over basement. They have nests currently, but I believe, or they're actually achieving nests right now as players fight for basement.
Septify just fighting to stay alive here on white corner. Gonna reach out with the shotty. Does hit a shot here. Finish off with the magnum. I like that little quick draw from him. Still got a player hiding in the bottom of the nest. He's gonna try to hold that down. In the meantime, this is all points in the favor of Falling Pioneers. They continue to pull away with this lead. And you got PK trying to get in the basement. They got to make some sort of coordinated push here. I see them dipping their toes in one at a time. You got these players outside coming out of Carbine here. Septify looking for some blood with this shotgun. Can't find the opportunity. Spinning around. And his teammate going to take the fight instead. He gets the cleanup, but still living here. Talik doing a great job on the feed also. Septify with nice shots over to Nest. Gets his kill. So it just seems like PK are kind of spread out here. Now they're spawning in bunker, but they're going to be under a lot of pressure.
It's good rotations by Falling Pioneers right now. I think we saw them all go towards basement, then they went towards nest, and they rotated back towards the middle of the map. It's textbook by them, right? These guys are playing very similar to what Kansas City Pioneers plays, even though they only have 2 of those members. There's a lot of those strategies and efficiency happening because of how strong players like Soul Snipe and Talik are.
Just look at Soulstep trying to stay alive here, but he's got 2 players to take him down. So PK starting to stack their numbers, and hopefully that turns out to help him out. You can see one player in Nest going to cap that, so good stuff from Drift. In the meantime, they're taking basement as well, so trying to flip the map here. Shots from Drift are not good enough to win that fight, though, and Talik immediately flying back into Nest to take it back. Of course, the hardest capture to really get a grip on here, so Talik with great timing. It's back into Nest. He's got his teammates coming in from yellow to basement, so they are once again going to flip the map and control it. Falling, they got a grips on this game.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like PK's ever been in control of what they needed to at this point. It's not a blowout by any means. This is still a game, 76-46, just a 30-point lead, but still continuing to climb for Falling Pioneers. PK needs to do something very quickly in order to make sure that they stay in this game. It's a lack of power up and power weapon control to start. Every time I feel like we see a railgun or a camo, it's in the hands of Falling Pioneers.
Yeah, this is looking pretty easy from Talik's POV here. Nice nade right into spawner. That player has to dip back, but he flies into bunker here. Going to try to finish off that kill. Of course, that player exposing himself to center map just to fight Talik here. Talik does win the fight. Triple-double as well. He's getting in there. He's, what is that, 10-10-10 on the stat line as they close that out with a 100-46. So Falling Pioneers looking dominant today. We saw the BM coming out of Soul Snipe. Maybe it was good for good reason, Wes, because they are still dominating, and PK is a top team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for good reason. These guys are some of the best in the world at this point. We see how far Soul Snipe and Talik got in the tournament yesterday. They made it all the way to the finals in Game 5 against a team like Sentinels, right? So these guys can play Halo 5 at the highest level. They've earned the right, and they put in the hard work in order to be this good, and that's why they are starting to repeat their results on a consistent basis.
Yeah, they absolutely are. So this matchup is going to mirror the same series that we were just watching previously, and I am now aware of the Slayer match. It's Slayer on Truth that will come up next. I'm jumping back and forth with lobbies here, so I'm actually now in the PK lobby with Falling Pioneers. We're going to stick with this series all the way through and find out what happens here. It will be a Slayer on Truth coming up next. And we'll see if PK got a little more left in the tank here, because we know how powerful this team is. They made it to grand finals last week, but so far, not so good. Wes, not looking so good. Well, we'll see. Truth Slayer up next.
Yeah, it is tough. That was a very dominant performance by Falling Pioneers. I think Falling Pioneers probably is the best team in the tournament today, unless Frosty and the boys are playing in it. I know you touched on that earlier. Haven't heard from them yet, but these guys are no joke, and Envorce, Septified, they're picking up the pace, and they're filling in the shoes of the rest of the boys on Kansas City Pioneers very well. So battle for Camo is going to go down. PK is going to have to pick it up. They're capable of beating this team. They really are. We've seen them play at a very high level. It doesn't feel like they're bringing their A game just as of yet, though.
Agreed. It's all going to come down to this opening strat as well to see who sets that momentum. Of course, Camo's still up. Big kill onto Talik right there. It looks like PK Pelu gets away with Camo to start, so an opportunity for Blue. Hopefully he's aware of those red spawners. You can see he is. So he'll back out of here as quickly as possible. Hold on to that camo. He's got to make a big play with it. This could really set the wheel going for the team here, the momentum. We'll see. He's got one teammate with him on pink side as Pelu tries to hold it down.
Trying to find out what Pelu's plan is going to be here. Down 2 kills. Knows these plays are at red. Is going to opt to push underneath the base. Does find a player pink side of the base. Fortunately, doesn't have to trade a melee, but it doesn't matter because there's a teammate of his right behind that's ready to pick him up. A 1-for-1 trade with that camo is not what the doctor ordered for Pelu and the boys on PK to try and stay in this game. Still just a 3-kill game. Tapping buttons in the bubble is going to land a nice melee win, a one-on-one, but a beautiful stick from Soulsnipe is going to make sure that that lead stays the same.
That melee from tapping sent that player sailing. Not sure what that was, but he gets the kill for it. Septify in the meantime up in the attic here. 2 players to face off against. Shots coming in, but not good enough. So good stuff from PK to get that trade. Just a 3-kill game at this point. They got to claw their way back from. Drift with good shots, but PK Pelu gets deleted. Tapping with a big kill as well. So the brawl happening all over blue base here, but tapping buttons coming in through bottom mid, making some big plays. So Drift going to make the rotation back up through pink. Nice kill from him, starting to even out the score here. You can see Falling Pioneers, they seem to get a trade for every, moment they go down, as they just narrowly hold on to that lead. But I like this rotation from Drift. Teammates behind him as he continues to lay in damage.
Nice shots by Drift on that player that was top floor. Very clean kill there. Made it quick, made it easy, kept pink control. Just a 1-kill game. Drift doing a ton of damage from this angle. Has a ton of information on these players, but multiple teammates go down, it looks like, over at blue. Atso actually gets a kill. Drift wins a 1-on-1 top middle, and 17-17. His camo's probably up. Drift is going to spot this camo player in He's actually out of ammo, though. Gets a wingman. Great assist from Pelu there in order to shut down that camo player, because if he gets away because Drift's out of ammo, that is a huge mistake on the side of PK. But they clutch up, they get the camo off the map, and all of a sudden, they have a 1-kill lead to match.
Thankfully, Drift had that little fin to hide behind. My God, that came in clutch. The guy just suddenly ran out of bullets and, a couple crouches and he's okay. In the meantime, Atso up on P3. They've just managed to get a lead back. So PK 23-22 at this point. Holding down pink side, trades across the board on the feed, and nice shots across the map from Atso. Septify, why are you still challenging? Man should have backed out of that situation. Just can't seem to land the shots he needs to. Atso, in the meantime, still lasering across the map. So it's nice to see some clean shots coming out of all members of PK, even if it's from Pink the Car here.
Yeah, PK doing a much better job this time around in their individual fights, holding some map control. Atso and Luna were both just pink too, but Pelu's going to go down. Atso finds himself getting pressured by multiple members, going down over at pink. You see tapping buttons trying to find an opening to maybe capitalize on some damage, and Drift with a huge double kill is actually going to solidify 2 of those kills. They know that there's someone else by pink, though. They're going to suspect him to be pink 3. They saw him on the radar for a second. I guess he went down. That's 3 fresh dead for Falling Pioneers. And with that, they're all going to be spawning red. PK has this information now. Look for this score line to go heavily in the favor of PK if they can get the spawn trap they need.
PK is starting to heat up for sure. You can see the collapse coming into red, so big kills from Pelu and Drift. Tapping, taking shots from both directions, stays up as long as he can, but Septify with a nade to clean him up. Septify still living. Teammates now spawning on him, so you can see Falling Pioneers clawing their way back into this. The camo's coming up, though, so a brawl about to take place on pink side of the map here. Septify just making sure he doesn't get flanked, but he's going to try to jump into blue. Very risky play right here. He gets melted immediately. Camo now up. Shots coming in from Drift, but he can't stop that camo, and it looks like that player might have gotten away with it. Not sure, actually. We got Atso now, who might have came in and got the burn. No, camo's dead, so big plays and a 9-kill lead from PK as they really pull away here.
Beautiful so far. Since PK has had control of the game, they haven't looked back. They've been able to maintain this lead and continue to stretch the score further and further, closer and closer to 50. A nice flank from tapping buttons under the base to pink is going to allow him to win a 1-on-1 against Soulsnipe. Stays alive, actually, with this player under the base trying to look for him long enough to create a distraction, hopefully for his teammates to push across the map. But it does look like Talik and Soulsnipe have been able to break out of red. They've got a kill over towards pink. They get top mid, but great job by the boys in blue right now from PK, getting the kills they need, trading these efficiently. It is just an 8-kill game, but with 5 to go, PK is serving up a recipe for success to end this game and tie this series up.
Every stride that Falling Pioneers seems to take, PK is always ready to do something to counteract it, and get at least a trade on the board. Now 47-39. You do not come back from this one. It's just a matter of time before PK closes this out. Talik, in the meantime, down on bottom. Carr, Atso, maybe he'll be the guy to do it. Still at 47 as he makes his way up the top map here. He's got one player right below him, Soul Snipe. That's a victim right there. 48 now. Looking for players up on top mid. Nice shots from him. Tapping, gonna come in, get the cleanup. So Septify now out of the picture with 1 kill left to do it, and Tapping gets a double to close the game with a 10-kill lead. 50-40. So this is the bounce back you want to see from PK after getting dominated on Rig. They really have a shot in game 3 here.
Beautiful job by PK. That's the PK you know that can represent the Latin American community, that can go all the way in this tournament and actually win this thing. A phenomenal job by these guys to step it up after a very poor performance in game 1. Take this to a game 3, and now everything on the line to continue their winner's bracket run. That's some momentum we see building in PK. So we're going to see if they're able to ride that here in game 3.
Yeah, going to take a quick peek at the stats as well. Great work by Drift, who leads the board here with 15 kills, 10 deaths. Good damage from him as well, just over 2,000. Of course, we saw Tapping on the feed quite a bit as well. He went 12, 10, and 8. He kept his deaths lowest in the lobby, and some great assists out of him. But everybody on PK really showing up in the assist category. We got 10 out of Tapping, 10 out of Pelu, 12 out of Atso. And Atso, of course, doing a great job getting in there, getting that camo. Pelu as well, especially off that opening strat. In the meantime, Envor, who's been a star performer here, dominates the pack on his team with 15 kills also. But you can't say the same for his teammate Soul Snipe with an unfortunate game, 5-14. Talik went 9-12. So they are going to have to really show their stuff in this next game coming up, because it's a Kali CTF. And this is the worry going up into the next game. Kali CTF, when you have a player like Soul Snipe, this has got to be his best map, right? So we'll see if there's something they can do to stop the relentless flagpoles that I'm sure will come out of this guy.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they're ready for it, because this is a textbook, just classic Kansas City Pioneers game type, right? When I think of the Kansas City Pioneers, I think of Coliseum flag. I think of overextensions on the elbow at all times, flags being pulled, to your point. Basically, them trying to create chaos and find openings to run the flag without having to outslay you as heavily or have the map control you think they would need in order to do so. So we're going to see a lot. We're going to learn a lot about PK and how organized and structured they are. Are they going to be ready for this? Because I'm sure that they're aware that Kansas City Pioneers plays like that. This team this team right here in Falling Pioneers has taken a lot of what KCP and their strategies have done so far, with our ability to watch them through this tournament. It wouldn't shock me to see something very similar in this game here.
Yeah, we'll have to see PK and whether or not they can shut down that opening strat, because I feel like a lot of power is going to come off of that opening play. Soul Snipe especially can get into that base very quickly, get an early flag run. So if they can shut that down, that's a good way to start. But from there, I feel like PK, their biggest advantage in this is really just their comfort, their teamwork, the fact that they've stuck together, they're still together. Whereas today, it's a bit of a different squad. You got half KCP, half Falling Esports. And, maybe that means that there won't be the same level of chemistry that you would expect to see from KCP. Because if this was KCP up against PK, I'd say it's over right here, especially Kali CTF, which is their most comfortable game type. But because things are a little bit different today, I feel like PK have a chance to take advantage.
Absolutely. I think PK probably should feel like they're the favorite going into this, because they're an actual team that practices and puts in the reps. And this other team, like you said, is kind of like 2-2 pairs. Even though they probably have a ton of time playing with each other, it's still, I would put this roster below the original Kansas City Pioneers roster, to your point. So if PK wants to beat these guys, now is probably the time more than ever. Unfortunately, you got Coliseum flag looking down the barrel, so you're going to have a very tall task in front of you, but still a game type that they should be very comfortable on in themselves. So we'll see these two styles clash here for a game 3.
We will hopefully see those styles clash, Wes, because there's a bit of a holdup in the lobby here, and we don't want to waste any time waiting. So instead, we're jumping into the other series that's happening simultaneously, which is also 1-1, by the way. They're on their game 3. So we'll take a peek here, maybe jump back into the other series and do a little back and forth. But for now, this is pretty hot.
Yeah, this is the first for me, casting 2 series at one time. But it's actually nice because both these series are full of talented players. So getting a chance to see both series go down at the same time is actually kind of a nice story we're able to provide to our viewers here. Only at Arena Esports, I would say. Because it's a first for me. Legends versus Fire and Ice. Looks like 2 minutes have gone by. Not too much objective being done, but Fire and Ice actually has the flag across halfway. It looks like 3 members of Legends are going to be here to contest this from going in. The flag is out of the window and thrown bottom middle. Want to see Bullet kind of back up because he's not going to be able to push into his base with this. Does trade with SLG, but is it trade enough to keep that flag alive? No. Actually, beautiful job by Legends to hop on the return. Although Juan is able to get the last kill in the last lap, the return comes in, so no objective done. Legends gets the job done as well. Gets the return, keeps the score 0-0.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate there for a second, but Noble put the Nikes on, made it into red base. He's already got yet another flag, taking it through top cat here, and it looks like he might plant that one in free. So Noble taking full advantage of the, I want to say kerfuffle, going down in blue base there. Noble had flanked through. His teammates got kills as well. They already got the slays on the feed, and Noble is right back on the elbow to put the pressure on once again. Now, Wes, I don't know if you spotted this, but there's a bit of a difference on this Legends team, and I know we had a hold up previously. Precisionite appears to not be on the roster. We've got a Tchik SD. I'll call him SD because I don't know how you say that.
Yeah, we're going to call him SD because there's no chance I know that.
Either way, that's
an
unknown player.
Yeah, I've never heard of him. Unless it's a player that changed their name. We're going to see, hopefully, a lot of his gameplay, and hopefully he's able to provide some good quality for us, because it's always interesting to see who a team chooses to pick up in the replacement of their fourth. And if it's a player that you haven't heard of, maybe they see something in him before the rest of the community is able to. So could potentially be the case. We'll be paying attention to that hopefully throughout this game 3. But as I say, all of this, Juan running the flag across the map. Looks like his team's gotten a few kills. Going to get a melee of his own on the player elbow, gets the return in. He's going to throw the team flag to his teammate. It's punched in, and all of a sudden Fire and Ice up 2-0 very quickly. And then in the last 2 minutes when we hopped in, it was 0-0. All of a sudden Fire and Ice is clicking. They've got everything going on all cylinders, and with that 2 flag caps, they just need 1 more to close this one out.
Yeah, Fire and Ice have heated up in a big way. Juan getting a big defensive kill as well. And that's a dangerous precedent to set for this red team here as Legend flies in and dies for that play. Noble cleans him up. You got his teammates now pushing up through red side, getting ready to make a collapse. 2 more players up on rocks here. Magico with a hot double in the feed. And you've still got that player, Poppy, living on the red elbow here. So this might turn into yet another base collapse and a flag pull if they don't do something to stop it. Juan holding it down as the anchor, getting the flankers coming through. And I love the teamwork and communication coming out of Fire and Ice right now. Yeah, they're making great plays together.
I mean, look at this double. Look at how much damage Juan did. I mean, like, from that position, he was able to get the player that was running up the elbow to no shield. He was able to pick up a player pushing top snipe. Love the angle. He drops down bottom middle, picks up a 3rd kill throughout that chaos. So 2 kills and an assist, and then runs the flag in himself. Beautiful job by Juan there. You wondered, with the addition of Juan, are they going to be able to play at the same high level as they do with the other force that we've seen them at? With Juan playing like that and making game-changing outcome plays like that, a beautiful job by him.
So Fire and Ice looking nasty. They cleaned that up quick, and good thing they did it fast because that gives us time to cast 2 matches at the same time, Wes. We're jumping right back into the matchup we were just in. PK Falling Pioneers, they've just kicked this off less than 2 minutes into the game and no flags on the board, so nice clean one to cast here.
Yeah, phenomenal job by both those teams to make sure that ends as this one starts up. 2 minutes into this game, no objective score, but as we saw in the last time around, 3 caps can be put in 3 minutes very quickly. So Septify is trying to push into the base to make that a reality. He's actually taken down, but not before he trades his life. Soul Snipe has the rockets now on the elbow. He's going to find the first pick, going to push into the base. Finds another 2 players, misses the rocket, and because of it, defense stands strong for PK. Rockets out of the hand of Falling Pioneers, and a beautiful defensive stand for PK early on.
Well, Septify, he wanted that back smack. He still got the kill, though, or at least I think Soul Snipe did. did what he needed to do. In the meantime, you got a player on the elbow. So Septify going back for the defense. Gets hit by a pretty strong nade here. And a 4-player push might be coming up through rocks. Looks like they're changing their mind going under base. We'll see how that all shakes up because they already got 2 on the feed here, tapping, opening things up. Taulik, in the meantime, knows that he's losing his teammates, so he takes that opportunity to flank through, potentially get a counter pull. But that flag's out on the side of blue here. PK, Drift, running it through bottom mid, does make it over to blue trench. He's got a teammate in line to pick it up, rally it further. The snipe is up on the map, though. It's in the hands of Soul Snipe. Atso, unfortunately, dies picking up flag there. Soul Snipe holding it down from Cave. This could completely turn around if he hits these shots, but he doesn't. He is down. So things reset here temporarily. The pressure, though, still on from Falling Pioneers as they do get a scrappy flag out. They're going to try to run it.
Yeah, trying to get this across towards the snipe spawn. Gets taken down right in front of the base. PK is going to, Pelu's going to hop on that return. Spot a player, top snipe, knock him down to no shield. And that was all a defensive stand because Envor hit those perfect shots on the flag carrier before he was able to get it up the elbow. So the Fallen Pioneers had an opportunity to turn that into a counter cap opportunity, but a great job once again by PK to play defense. Atso, nice shots, wins his one-on-one tapping, finds a kill in the kill feed. Drift finds another. They're going to expect this player to be here. The answer is yes. All 4 dead for Fallen Pioneers. This could be a huge push from PK.
Yeah, let's take a look at the PK collapse. He's going to start with Atso coming in through window. You got one over on elbow. He's going to put some angles in. Oh, Drift just flies through window, but all of a sudden, a flanker takes out Atso. So tapping going to have to put the Nikes on here. Start to play quick as he makes his way to flag. Shots into window here. Lost a teammate. Double team on the flag, and he tries to live up and can't. So PK, unfortunately, not able to make it with that collapse. In the meantime, Envor breaking out of the setup here. Over on Pyramid, putting some damage in himself, but he's going to get lit up from multiple angles, so he's dead. Drift right back in the base. He flew in seconds ago, spawned up, did it again, and he's still putting in the damage. Now he's got some teammates there to help him out. It looks like PK might be able to get a pull off this one. We'll see, at least.
Still a player alive, and multiple players starting to spawn up, so good job by Falling Esports to weather the storm that PK was throwing at them there. Unfortunately, PK was not able to get the pull that they needed due to the great defensive stand from Falling Pioneers. But Drift in the base right now. There is a few players dead for each team. That's actually 3 dead for Falling Pioneers. 1 player spawns up. Talik's actually going to get that most important kill on the flag player that was no shield trying to get across the map. Because it's stuck down in front of the base now, it's going to be very difficult for the rest of PK to try and get this cap.
So that spot for the flag, this is something I would love to see but never expect to see. That spot where it's sitting, if you sprint, thrust, grab flag, you can thrust to top mid and grab flag at the same time. If flag is sitting in that spot. I'm just saying, it would be crazy. That's a Shyway moment right there. But if somebody could grab that flag, take it to top cat immediately and make a play, I'd lose my shit. I'd have a field day. Either way, that's not going to happen. Septify instead is going to do things the traditional way because it works. He's going to get a flag cap for it.
You and your mobility.
I got excited. That opportunity never comes up where a flag just sits in the perfect place to thrust grab it.
Shawai, you might be the only person on the planet that can have a flag sitting next to a angled piece of geo in Halo and immediately start to explore the thousands of ideas that could potentially go through with this outcome. Me, I'm like, that's probably the worst place for my flag to be down because I have to go all the way around to no man's land, out in the open, trying to get a touch. But I can appreciate the creativity you kind of bring. Right now, speaking of creativity, you're gonna have to...
See, even if you hit it frame perfectly, you're still probably going to die because you're an easy target while you're riding up the wall of the catwalk, right? You're better off just going down through the...
That's where my head goes. I'm a realistic person.
It would just look cool.
You like to get into the fantasy of making the sickest flag cap of all time, which I can appreciate because at some point in time, someone's going to do something like that in the game, and it's going to be absolutely insane, right? But it's probably, hopefully not in any game I'm a part of, because I know I'm not doing something like that. But with that being said, 1-0 Falling Pioneers. 5 minutes left on the clock. We've seen over half the game go down, and PK not being successful with any objective stands so far. They've made the flag across halfway before. Another opportunity right here and now for Pelu, who chooses to go top catwalk. Just turn the corner, brother, and maybe potentially get it in to your fountain. Unfortunately, now that it's down on top catwalk, it's going to be a very difficult flag touch for tapping. He's not able to get it. A teammate does actually get the touch and throws it into the window. That's actually a huge play. If they're able to spawn up and get to that position, it doesn't. Oh, actually, a
Nice
double
touch.
kill from Drift somehow from the window. They get the player down in cave. That's 3 dead for Falling Pioneers, and this is a cap. Beautiful job by PK to give their life for the objective top catwalk there. You don't see that very often at a high level, but knowing that they needed to get a score somehow, some way, they do it the scrappiest way possible and punch it in with a double kill from Drift up spawn.
Yeah, very scrappy, but finally PK get away with one because it felt like they've been playing inside the red base for more than half the game here. Atso, I mean, just to continue to add to what I said, he's got the rockets on the elbow. He's got a teammate already in red putting in the pressure, so hopefully Atso can get a pick with these rockets as he dives forward with the flag and opt to go for the run here through Snipe's side. He's got 2 teammates over on Snipe who can help get the defense. He's now lost the rockets in maze. That flag might be immediately returned. You got the double stack on it, so that will be Reed tapping, trying to live here on Pyramid. Beautiful execution from him for that kill. And then Pelu getting a kill as well. So the Snipe side brawl continues here, tapping with another kill. The Protector Metal, a double before he goes down. And that gives Drift an opportunity to put the Nikes on yet again, flying back into red base, into a 5-shot. But good attempt from him.
Just 3 minutes left in regulation, still 1-1. You have to think the next cap is potentially going to be the last for these teams. As hard as it has been for these teams to get the caps that they've gotten throughout this game, you have to think that this flag going up elbow is going to be a deciding factor. Pollock missing the snipe on the carrier as he came up elbow is going to cost his team greatly because PK just punched in the flag. They do have an opportunity for a counter cap with multiple players going down and players in the back of the base trying to defend this situation. Pollock, a beautiful decision by him to drop the flag there, help his teammates get that kill. Now the flag being run out the window. Pollock doing everything he can to be a hard kill in the back of his base has allowed his team to get the flag all the way to their base. Is anyone there to punch it in? They're spawning in the cave, but players are sprinting through the window, and PK gets the return.
Damn, PK still managed to get away with that return despite the plays coming out, and Talik fighting from what looked like the afterlife there. I don't know how he lived as long as he did in blue base, but there we go. Another flag out through the window this time. A rally from window to window, though it doesn't connect. They're going to take it out through oven side instead. They still got the flag quite far, but you can see PK flying in. They already got 2 kills. Rockets up, though. A red player on top Rockets to pick him up. That flag is returned, so it's going to be all about defense, and yet another pull here from Falling Pioneers if they can get it. PK still putting the pressure on through Snipe's side on Vor. He did get the rockets. He's made his way back to window. 2 kills for his teammates, though, so he's going to have to try to play patiently here as he stays up. You can see the flag gone out the elbow side. This might be the last run as Envor bites the dust right there. Flag going up through rockets over to the elbow. Is there anybody here to stop it? You got 3 players from red diving in for the defense here. Atso, I like the patient play from him. Going to try to hold it down from elbow. This is going to be so difficult to get through. You can see that Pioneers have already pulled that flag out. They're going for the counter.
There's 1 player in the window and 1 player coming up the elbow, and 3 go dead for PK. That's going to be a return and a counter cap, I believe, for Falling Pioneers. Now they've done the job. They've got the return, and it's going to be punched in, I believe.
Wait, what happened to it?
I thought it got returned.
No, they're still holding in cave.
Wow. I don't know how that didn't get returned. With 3 dead from PK and multiple players from Falling Pioneers, a huge
But the time
blunder.
is an issue.
Yes,
time is a huge
absolutely.
factor.
30 seconds. This game will end 2-1 in 30 seconds if both flags are out. So it's up to Falling Esports to look to pressure and get this return. If I am PK, I am heavily on the defensive stand.
Oh, no.
We're gonna make sure you're forced to play a 3v4 as we all turtle in our base. That's exactly what you're seeing. Atso tapping, both gets killed, and with that, they're actually gonna punch in the flag before the regulation time ends. PK taking this series 2-1.
I respect that from PK. Not only do they, they play the defense, they get the flag cap as well. They go over and beyond. All they had to do was sit in the back of the base and just time it out. But PK, that's how you know they're here to win it today. They take the extra steps to win the game in the last couple seconds. So great performance from them. They stay in winners. And what a wild series, Wes. That means that this Falling Pioneers, they're falling into losers.
Yes. Absolutely, they are. As confident as they were against some of the lower tier teams in the tournament, when they went up against someone that is considered a competitor, PK actually gets the better of them. You have to wonder if that's due to the lack of seriousness that we see from this Falling Pioneers team earlier on in the tournament, as well as it was interesting, right? I think watching that game, we saw a lot more um, kind of chaos created from the PK side of things than we did the Falling Pioneers. Not nearly as strong of a Coliseum flag game or team that I thought they would have been, knowing that they have two of the Kansas
Right.
City Pioneers players on that roster.
Yeah, very interesting, right? And I think their play style as a team changed kind of substantially, not having the full KCP roster. It seemed like instead of getting these coordinated pushes into base, they were going for these kind of counter sneaky flag pulls where they get somebody in through elbow and just pull one out, even while all players were up, which is something you didn't see for PK. PK consistently challenged the base with all four of their members from different angles, came in, collapsed until they eventually got one through, and it might have been scrappy, but they made it happen. Though, Wes, we got no more time to talk about that. We got yet another series coming right up here. They're loading into game. I believe Fire and Ice was one team. And then on the other side, we have Elevate, actually. We've got Noises, Fear Me, Carmea, and Gold Star BR. These guys are sweaty. They're young guns as well. They're looking good. So let's see what they can do today.
Yeah, Fire and Ice proved that they are here to play earlier on. We're going to hop back on board with them. We saw how confident in the great plays from Juan and the boys paid off in the last series. They're going to have Camo and Rail. Noble, he is so good at controlling power-ups and power weapons, I'd say. He's that guy for this team. And typically when he gets them, he can go on killing sprees. We've seen it earlier today. He does get spotted out, and unfortunately, he's going to miss that railgun shot, costing him his life. We have Juan still in top mid control, but his fight is going to be pulled and Elevate, already showing that they are not going to sit back and play defense this entire game. They're actually going to be looking to be aggressive, stay confident, and make plays.
Elevate playing fast to start, though. Gold Star does not decide to stay on top mid. He goes right down into the courtyard, picks up flag, takes it to the opposite court, but the defense coming in, that flag is down. They're going to have to do something to touch it here. You can see those Fire and Ice members going to get on top of it. Taking his time with the kill, though. Noises doesn't kill that player in time to stop that return. Going to have to punch a wall a couple times for that one. But he will continue to put the pressure on, of course, as he goes back up to top mid. Got a teammate with him on the bridge here. Shots coming in, not enough to get the kill. So Fire and Ice biting back here.
Fire and Ice, keeping the pedal on the metal. I expect this team to play very fast. Is what they're known for. Great shots by Noble here. Is going to have another player on his radar as he sees him run around this pillar. Beautiful job by Noble. That's a perfect kill. It's being very efficient. Finds himself a double to match. And that's going to create so much space for his team to get out and get some control.
Yeah, Gold Star living up. Back up to top mid as well. We'll see what he can do here. We got the rail coming up shortly. The camo was an early pull, so that's going to be up shortly as well. Noises and Carmea getting their picks on the feed. So they're already pushing into the window here. Gold Star going to look to get more slays here, so good stuff from him. New spawner's already in Generator. Kind of a rough spawn. Great spawn for defense. Rough spawn for Elevate as they try to push up here and stay alive and keep the pressure up. You can see Carmea going to do just that as he gets into red base. Caught himself in a pinch, though, so he's down for the count. Simply, he does have the rail, though, so this went down. Oh, no, unfortunately, Simply's dead with the rail. Can somebody get the camo? And I'm sure that camo's been up. We'll find out who has it. It's actually burned. It was Gold Star, burned it.
Magico with the railgun, however, is going to be in a position here to pick up an easy kill. If he can land the shot, he actually misses the shot and loses his life. Not the best railgun skill we've seen so far throughout this game, and that weapon can be one that dictates the outcome of this game very heavily if it's put in the right hands. So you have to be careful about handing that thing over. Unfortunately, for Elevate fans, Simply Fear Me was able to pick it up and immediately got taken down as well. So Carmea and his teammate here in the tree are going to try and force these Fire and Ice players back into their flag. They have multiple shots on both. Carmea actually with great shots on the Juan is going to help open up this push. And a huge opportunity here for Elevate, but even better positioning from that player hiding in the doorway is going to be able to stop any potential run from Elevate.
like those clean moves from Noble, but unfortunately he just gets shot in the back for it. Juan, in the meantime, though, he's trying to get up to the base here and gets to the porch, but dies immediately. It seems like it's so difficult for Fire and Ice to really get in that base, get a flagpole, because the pressure from Elevate is relentless. Karmea as well, back in the courtyard, though, he gets melted. So now out of the picture, simply Fear Me under nade pressure. Good luck to him, he's dead. So now it's up to Noises, sitting on the silo here. He decides to go all the way to porch, so Noises getting a little aggressive here with the pressure. He will take his time, but in that generator, there might be a player hiding, I'm not sure. No, it looks like he's okay for now. So Noise is getting a big checkpoint here. As you can see, his teammates are fighting defense. Noise is kind of alone. Oh my god, how does that player not check his corners? Noises almost gets the kill. That would have been huge, but the defense still strong from Fire and Ice.
So far, both defenses have been very strong. Goldstar are going to have the rail, find a kill, top middle, stay alive, get a shield back, but misplays a little bit with that railgun bottom middle, switches weapon. What looked and appeared to be on accident, and because of it, he loses his life. Player spotted out by Karmea here front of his base, but meanwhile, his flag is being pulled, so he has the awareness to turn around. This flag player is taken down, but they have multiple players in their base that they're going to have to worry about, and that's especially when Bullet has camped.
Yeah, Bullet helping make some big plays for his team right there. You can see they collect the flag once again, going to take it out through courtyard, shooting the spawners right off their spawn. So Bullet looking real clean with this camo. Going to end up getting a double for his efforts. His teammate can pick up that flag, and that should, you'd think it should be guaranteed at this point, but the pressure's still coming in. Players dropping like flies here. That flag's still sitting out on porch, and Juan has to turn around to try to do something to stop it, but he's too little too late. So somehow Elevate, despite losing their numbers, they just thrust slide off a spawn. They get right back in there, and now they're getting slays. They're going to try to get a flagpole. Goldstar, though, going to have to get back to center map.
Goldstar inside bottom middle right now. He's got the light rifle in hand. He's able to hit his shots with this up close. He's definitely at an advantage, but actually makes his way to top middle with some beautiful jumps. Spots the player his silo. Unfortunately, he actually loses that one-on-one, and because of it, that could be the opening that Elevate needs to push.
Magico with a little merry-go-round there on the silo, doesn't need to get the kill. Two players already dead as they continue to make that push, like you said. You got one over on the elbow, another makes his way up tree here, but that flag's out. Taking it out through courtyard. Magico with the defensive shots into silo, not enough to get a kill, but enough for this rotation and make it back over. But looks like that flag might be dead in the water here. You can see it under the treehouse. A brawl about to go down here in tree as Magico looking to get in the fray. Coming up behind someone here, shots in behind. And he does get the kill, so good stuff from him, but not enough to get that flag going. And still, once again, the flag returned. This is looking like a long game of flag so far.
Absolutely. This is Fathom Flag. I feel like it's either played in two fashions. It's either 3-2 and it ends in the first 5 minutes, or it goes the entire distance. And typically, both teams are having very trouble finding openings through the defensive stands of the others. So I feel like we're seeing the latter here take place. A beautiful stick by Simply Fear Me is going to buy his team a lot of time with 2 kills on the board. Juan, in front of his base with camo, is going to use this camo defensively, find an easy back whack onto a player in front of his base. Magico actually finds another kill in the kill feed. So to 2 fresh dead, we're going to see Fire and Ice and Juan with this camo push into the base. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered to see some objective efficiency played out.
Oh, look at this, man. Getting in behind 2 players right there, and Noble cleans up both up. Though he doesn't stay alive long enough to continue the slays here, but can his teammates pick up off the pressure here? Simply Fear Me trying to hold it down. Does get a huge kill. He's red barred. Somehow he stays up here. Still going to get the slays to the defense yet again. And that is unfortunate for Fire and Ice. They had a huge opportunity there, but somehow Fear Me shuts it down. Flag's out somewhere. I hear it. It's in the right place.
I'm trying to gather my thoughts as all of this chaos is going down. It doesn't look like the flag is going to be moving any significant space across the map with the return coming in. Fire and Ice and Elevate continuing with 4 minutes left to play phenomenal defense, but lack what it takes is to make and create a cohesive push to get all 4 dead and to get a clean flagpole. There's just so many plays being made inside of each team's base to where these players are able to find the success they need to buy time for their teammates to come and spawn.
I thought maybe could Carmea break the silence here, but he just got his ankles broken by a back smack right there. So that rail should be in the hands of someone. It looks like it's in the hands of Bullet. That camo coming up shortly as well. And we'll see if that all goes to Fire and Ice. They've been doing a great job holding on to power-ups, power weapons. Unable to get flag caps off of it so far. This might be their opportunity. Bullet on screen here. I believe he does have that rail in the back pocket. At least it said he did on the overlay, but it also says Juan has a sword. So I can't trust the damn overlay. There we go. Fear Me as the rail, and he's already in red base here. Doesn't know if he can pull the flag or get a slate. He can't do either, and that is unfortunate for Fear Me and Elevate as they try again, but it's just not working out for these boys.
This push by Bullet could be exactly what they need. He's going to be trying to get up to the elbow. Spots a player on Generator. If he can win this one-on-one quick enough, he could get the fire pull. There's two currently dead. This player does get his shield back, and unfortunately, Bullet might have taken a little bit too much time. He gets the flag to bottom middle, though. If they're able to land a few more kills, they can continue this run. But you see in the observer mode, multiple players jumping on that return from Elevate immediately. So even though these kills go down and all in favor of Fire and Ice with a killing spree to match, no flag in the hands of the team in order to capitalize with objective efficiency behind it.
Yeah, we're seeing so many great individual plays, but it's just not enough. There's just that extra layer of coordination that needs to be there and timing necessary to ensure you get that flag in. Gold Star right now going to stay up on top mid. I take it back. He's back into the courtyard, putting on the pressure here. Nice shots for him. Going to go in to clean up the kill. You got another player on sub trying to stay up. A player on the porch coming in with the defense here. And these are the stragglers that they got to knock down nice and quick. Carmea knows he's got to get out. He's got to back up the treehouse, and he does that for now. Going to toss some nades behind him. He's got his teammates with top map control in a line across the map here, but can they time a push? Can Carmea win this fight? No, he's got to reload. He jumps out, though. I like the movement. But something's got to give here with this team, and so far, Carmea looks like he's going to get taken down yet again.
Simply Fear Me's forced to try and play defense, being collapsed by multiple players right here. He's taken down. Bullet finds a kill. Noble finds a second and a flag in his hands. This is a perfect situation for Fire and Ice to get on the board with 1:40 left. We see Noble running the flag across bottom mid. Gets it in front of his base, but actually gets taken down by Spawner. Somehow they're able to get an angle on him. They get the flag into the window, but there's nobody there currently except for one player from Elevate. He's already hopped on the return trying as he might to get it. A teammate's going to help him out there, and no cigar for that flag cap. Fire and Ice still cannot punch it in. Elevate with a potential counter cap. Has the camo player. Gold Star bottom middle gets it all the way to front of his base. I love this position from his teammate. They're going to be able to punch that one in. Minute left in the game. A huge counter cap by Elevate is going to be the first score we see today.
Beautiful plays from Elevate, and it all starts with Gold Star, who still has the camo. Look at this man staying alive here in Courtyard. That's massive. Gold Star, what a fiend. He's still living up, still being a nuisance, and it was because of that play that he made in Courtyard that they got that flag in with not a minute to spare here. 40 seconds on the board, so Fire and Ice under a ton of pressure, and at this point, all we got to see from Elevate is a good line of defense. They seem to have just that as well. You can see Noises Carmea got 2 slays on the feed. They're going to double back to their base here. 30 seconds left to go as Gold Star cleans up yet another. Wes, do you think they can do this? I think it's over.
I think it's absolutely over. 20 seconds to grab the flag, get it across the map. Gold Star playing defense, knows the situation. Understands what he's in. He knows that these players have to be coming from trees somewhere. 10 seconds to go. That's not enough time to get the flag across the map, so that one-on-one isn't going to matter at all. You're going to see Elevate take game 1 against Fire and Ice, and that's a breath of fresh air because Elevate is here to play.
Yeah, Elevate, a very exciting roster. They've had some great performances. Unfortunately, they didn't make it to the top 8 in Pro Series. I would have liked to see how they would have stacked up because I feel like they're a team at that caliber that can hang, but unfortunately, it just didn't happen. Instead, they continue to fight on Sundays on Esports Arena. They had a bit of a lackluster performance last weekend, though. They didn't make it as far as we would have expected. So far, I'd say this is excellent. They're taking out Fire and Ice. I feel like they might have, I don't remember for sure, but they might have lost to Fire and Ice or PK last weekend. So for now, I'm going to say this is a great performance from them and a great precedent to set for the series because, of course, they win one more. They're going to go onwards in that winner side of the bracket. And they're one of the top teams today, so I'm curious to see what they can do. I'm also very surprised by this scoreboard, Wes. We've got 40 kills from Noble. on the scoreboard. So Fire and Ice, even though they lost, it's not like they weren't getting crazy slays here. It was 40 from Noble, 21 from Magico, 20 from Juan, 18 from Bullet. And then on the other side, you've got 30 from Noises, Carmea with 20, 31 from Fear Me, and 21 from Gold Star. So this was just a long game, a ton of damage on both sides here, as much as almost 5,000 from Noble, who went off. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a back and forth game. That's as close as a Fathom fight game is ever going to get, right? Like, somebody has to get a cap in order for it to end, or we'd be watching a replay right now. 1-0, and with it, it was an actual counter cap. It wasn't even like they had control and like they earned it and they got all 4 dead. No, it was like a desperation. Somehow, like, the dominoes fell in your favor. You were able to get kills as they were trying to relay the flag in front of their base. Because of that, you're in a position to now grab their flag. They didn't get the exact spawns they needed to have the angles on the flag carrier as the counter cap ensued, and because of it, they punched it in. They actually did a phenomenal job relaying it and having the first guy that died trying to fight for the first flag being run. He sat in his window and caught the flag and immediately punched it in. So it was a beautiful job by them to understand the situation. But, like, I mean, if that's the only way that a team can cap in this series, that's an incredible, like, contest between these two teams. They're very evenly matched as we go to game 2.
Yeah, expecting things to continue to be close. It's going to be a Kali Slayer coming up next. That is just loading up. So, of course, curious to see how that shakes up. We got the Snipe, we got the Rockets to fight for, and 2 teams that can definitely slay. So this could be one hell of a brawl. And I think it's really going to come down to those power weapons, of course. Whoever gets that snipe, especially off that opening strat, really going to make plays. It was the power up in the end of the day with the Fathom game was the reason why they took it. Remember, Gold Star had the camo, and he grabbed that flag. He rallied it out through Courtyard. So plays like that win games. Let's see how it all shakes up with the Sniper and Noble, who was a star performer in the last game. Going to start it off for us.
Yeah, Noble has actually been playing lights out for a few weeks now, I want to say, since we've really been having an opportunity to see his screen. This player has impressed me just about every single time. Starts this game off right 4-1 lead for Fire and Ice, and they're going to look to apply some pressure on these players spawning at blue. A great job by Bullet and the boys to get the job done early.
Now on board with Magico as he keeps the pressure up, 7-3 on the board here. So a nice opening start. Magico does have a snipe as well, so he can add some insult to injury here. Let's see what he does as he makes the rotation. He's got new spawners over on Elbow, a couple on Snipe side as well. Looks like his team's dealing with Snipe side, so Magico going to opt to lay in a couple bullets over there. It doesn't hit it, though. His teammate should be able to clean it up. Magico in a good anchor spot, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure. I like the nades as he comes in, nails it with a no-scope as well. Nice kill from him, and still 2 shots to work with.
So far, beautiful job on Magico here with that headshot. Picks up the second kill, bottom snipe, allows his team to maintain the snipe side map control. Is going to spot a player top Rockets, lands a nice body shot. I thought it was almost going to be a headshot. Bullet actually able to get a kill of his own. Nobody there to capitalize on that body shot though, top Rockets. A little bit of a frustrating experience, I'm sure, for Magico, but his team is getting kills elsewhere on the map, so you can't really complain. Juan picking up his second kill in a row, 14-8. Fire and Ice starting to build a little bit of a lead now.
Fire and Ice really answering back here. You got Noises, though, looking to stop that momentum from gathering. Still a 5-kill lead. Magico's been alive for both my run with commentary and yours, Wes. He's been sticking up here over near Cave and Snipe side and playing his life. You know, as long as he's contributing, putting the damage in, not dying, he's doing amazing work for his team here. So, gonna rotate up the pyramid, shots into Silver, keeps that player back. And he knows he's in trouble here, so he does go for the rotation back to blue base where he has teammates, but the Rockets coming in, and that's Noises looking like a force, getting a double kill and starting to bring that score just a little bit closer here.
Yeah, great job here by Noises as he tries to push Elbow. Has cut into this lead, made it just 3 right now, and they have a little bit of control with it, so they're in a good position to tie this game up. They have information on another player, bottom blue. He's actually going to opt not to challenge that one-on-one. 2 teammates of his go down. I want to see him kind of back up in this situation because the third goes down. They have the information of where he's at. Surely he's going to go down, but is he able to trade? The answer is no. And with that 4 unanswered kills for Fire and Ice, it's going to extend this lead back to 6.
Yeah, back and forth this game goes, but ultimately Fire and Ice winning the majority of the trades here. Noble put some nice shots in. He's got a teammate over on top cat to clean that up. And the snipe in the hands of Fire and Ice once again as they look to extend that lead. I'd like to see who's got that snipe. It's Magico is going to go for round 2 here. Up in the other cave this time. Those players are over by Rock's side. So we'll see what he can do to line this up. Just going to wait for the opportunity here. Players coming through red. This is it. It's a body. Nice kill. One more player here in window. Does whiff it, but Noble coming in to put the damage in. They can continue to clean him up. Look at that score as well. A 9 kill. They get 8. Nope. It's still a 9 kill lead here. On the side of Fire and Ice, they are really putting in the hurt on this one.
Fire and Ice has extended this all the way up to 9. You have rockets coming up in about 15 seconds.
Oh
And Magico doesn't even bother to try and scope in for that one. He just whips his reticle, hits the headshot with the no-scope, knows that there's a player in cave. Now he knows he's one shot. Can't finish him off exactly, and he's going to actually be by himself, so he's going to have to try and get out of here. There is a player pressuring him from bottom middle as well, so that's unfortunate for him that he gets collapsed on, but damage was done. An 8 kill lead still for Fire and Ice, make it 9 with a beautiful job by Bullet here to stay alive in this cave as long as he can. I'm wondering where those rockets are right now. It's going to be in the hands of Juan, so Juan doing a phenomenal job of focusing on the big picture, getting the power weapons, making sure he's not getting rocketed here, and allowing Elevate to have easier win conditions than they have as of right now.
Fire and Ice power weapon control has been exceptional. Just every single weapon has been in their hands. They still got the rockets, of course, with 2 in the chamber here. And Juan, not even using them. He's being extra careful, extra safe here, conserving the rockets so he can put them to work when he needs to. Once again, pulling out the Magnum. You'll see Magico gets a kill as well. So now 36-26, a 10-kill lead. Elevate, where are you at this point? Elevate seem to be struggling, not only to hold power weapons, but to just win these crucial fights. They'll try to make it to Maze, but now the rockets come into play. Juan playing this textbook. Second rocket, that's a double. This is beautiful from the man.
Absolutely, textbook, like you said. Juan actually playing at a very high level today as he enters red window, unable to finish that kill, but Noble's going to be in a position. So Juan picks up another assist, picks up a kill, gives his teammate an assist right there, extends this lead to 12 all of a sudden. Juan playing insane today. We've seen him make some huge plays in the series earlier today, and he's continuing to play at that in this series. Against some very good players. So Juan, that new addition, I would say, to this Fire and Ice team, making it look like a natural.
Elevate can inch their way out of a Fathom flag, but when it comes to Slayer, this is just looking like a totally different ballpark. And, you know, hopefully they can start to even the odds before the game ends, because this is just doesn't set the greatest precedent going into Game 3. You got to hope they got their heads in the right place here, and they are getting some kills, but at this point, 45 on the board. Now on board with Carmea. Snipe is up. And this is the one opportunity here for Elevate. The first snipe in the hands of Blue, and it might go off the map, but Carmea, he lives up. Ooh. Gets a beautiful headshot across the map, so he's going to make me shut up here. I like what I see from Carmea. Can he live? Can he hit shots? Because he's under a lot of pressure right now. That's 2 dead, but he hits a beautiful note. Still going in, but not enough to stay up here, and it's 49-39, so I'm being dazzled by Carmea's talent. But it's not enough. 1 kill will close this game, and it's over. There's no way you make a comeback.
Yeah, none of it actually matters, but you like to see players playing at high levels and capable of hitting those shots. So that is actually some momentum that they can ride into Game 3, which they're going to need, because Fire and Ice just tied this series up. It's Fire and Ice versus Elevate going the distance here today. Game 3. At least Carmea has that little bit of a spree at the end there to kind of build off of potentially, but the entire team of Elevate is going to need to pick it up because that game was one-sided from the get-go.
Yeah, Carmea kindled a little fire for us. Got some hope brewing there, and we'll see if it helps him out in Game 3. It's good to know that the moment that Elevate do get a power weapon, they start to put some plays down, they start to get some kills, because that was the biggest issue, is they just couldn't get in and get the power weapons. Every single one went over to Fire and Ice, including the Rockets, up until the very end where Carmea finally had a chance, and even with the odds stacked against him, he hit some pretty schnazzy plays, for lack of a better word. But let's see with this what's going to happen with Game 3 here, because we're going to get an objective, of course. Not really sure what we'll see just yet, and I'll let you know when we do. But it really just felt like Elevate barely made it out of Fathom, but they got handedly taken down in Kali. So when it comes down to what looks like strongholds, Eden, I wonder if Elevate still has something in the tank to really fight back here.
Yeah, I touched on it after game one where I thought Elevate won by kind of circumstance. It was a heavily contested game, but they were only called the victors because they found themselves in a good position based off like being forced to try and stop a cap. However, game two, like you're saying, is a dominant show from the side of Fire and Ice. I tend to lean towards that kind of a performance because it was such a much more showing case of skill and one-sidedness. That makes me believe that that's more likely to happen in a game three, even though it was a Slayer.
All right, well, Strongholds Eden is going to settle it, Wes. Just loading up right here. We got the OS, we got the camo, we got the rockets to fight for. So a lot of money on the map here, and we'll see who takes control of what and who can get the best off of this opening strat. We're going to kick things off with Noble once again, and I can't complain. Noble, star performer. Every single time I see him, this time he's going to go for a passive play, let his teammate get the OS, and then opts to dive for the camo here. So I like that. He can choose where he wants to contribute based off of what his teammates do there. But ultimately, Bullet is stacked to start the game.
Bullet, Overshield and Rockets, how many times this series have we seen power-ups and a power weapon in the hand of one player? And with that, so much responsibility, so much opportunity for this player. It hasn't been often, I feel like, in this series that it has paid off, but this is a much easier combination, I feel like, to have pay off. Overshield Rockets, that's like textbook, like, I'm a tank, just let me get in a decent position to shoot a rocket, right? Not like camo railgun or whatnot, to where you have to kind of be positioned well while also hit the shot and whatnot. So, great job by Bullet so far to play this, pick up a kill, play a little ring around the rosy around the pillar, pop back out with the rockets, and turn that Overshield Rockets into some control. Now he's got Fire and Ice starting to score with a trip cap.
Bullet continues to lock it down here. Pulls out that second rocket, does get the kill, and just narrowly survives, though he will get taken down. So finally, maybe some signs of life coming out of Elevate as they get back to Catwalk. In the meantime, Noise is winning a fight. Maybe it looked like he had that, but he didn't get the kill. Instead, he's going to back down that player. Opt to challenge just a slightly later here. You can see a huge brawl going down in Catwalk, and Noises chips in with perfect timing right there to get the Protector medal and allow his team to get some points on the board. You can see Noise is going to try to get even more done here, but I love the patience from this man, stepping out, stepping back in, but despite his efforts, a flank comes in. They will stop it.
Yeah, I did like the patience, but wasn't the right timing apparently, and he read the situation a little bit wrong to where he costed him his life. Elevate is in control currently of Bluepin and Catwalk for the moment. Rocks just came up, which means power-ups are shortly afterwards, so this battle for Rockets is vitally important. It is going to be won by Fire and Ice, which means Overshield probably goes in their hands. Elevate going to be forced to be satisfied with camo control here, and what they're able to do with it, we're about to find out, because the Overshield player is headed straight on the hunt for him.
Oh, I think that camo might have got burned. Oh my god, please don't get backsmacked. I am almost lost my cool right there. Somehow Noble got the backsmack and a double after almost losing his life in a pretty embarrassing way, but he will make it work. Fire and Ice, they get the captures once again. The pressure coming in the top. Catwalk, though, Elevate really laying it on there, but can they be successful? Because Noble's just hitting all of his shots. He's got teammates with him for defense. A brawl still going down on Catwalk. His teammates spawn up in red side. Noble gonna enter the fray once again here, and a lot going down with the nades, but it looks like the nades end up working out and helping out there. Juan from the window doing his work. That's still points on the board as they take the lead.
Well, Bullet actually threw a nade up there, and it actually got both those players on Catwalk. So a huge grenade is going to land Bullet a double, and not only that, but the reset onto the Stronghold, which was vitally important. We saw Noble was in a terrible situation with multiple players flying at him. Probably was going to be dead to rights if that nade doesn't come in, but great teamwork so far out of Fire and Ice to keep them in it. Elevate, however, they've still got control. They've managed to win that battle still over for Catwalk eventually, and with it, they have the lead.
Still a close game. Just 34-30 at this point as Magico with a big fight over on Top Cat. Going to stay up here. Teammates rotating out through bottom map and back up to Top Cat. Melee's going right into Carmea, I believe. He does take him down. Still more damage coming in for a double kill onto Simply Fear Me. So Magico really putting in the damage at this point. He's got a player directly above him and he knows it. He hears it. Where's that player going? He's going down through the alley. He's trying to chase him, but he can't seem to get there with the timing. The nade coming in from him as well. So what a nuisance of a life from that blue player. Put Magico in probably one of the worst spots in the map here as he tries to get back up to Catwalk to stop it last second. So good stuff for Magico to stay alive to weather the storm of that situation, because now, after getting that 5 shot, that's a free camo for Red and maybe an OS as well. They seem to be very set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire and Ice looks like they're in a phenomenal position here to extend this lead. They have this camo player in red window. They're not going to expect him to take this angle. Camo, and Juan picks up a double there with the help of Noble. He's going to loop around, make sure nobody's flanking. Nobody actually in red nest, though, so that bodes well for their potential to score. All these players are going to be outside. I bet Noble hears this player over in red that was just sprinting. He's going to catch him clambering up. Is this a rocket player? I believe so. And with that, he's going to lose his life. A beautiful rocket from Goldstar onto the camo player is actually going to stay alive and start to capture this red nest.
Wild that Goldstar will take a melee and then thrust backwards, shoot a wall, and somehow not die, get the kill. So Goldstar just making a huge play with the rockets right there. Instinctive play as well. I don't even think he knew exactly where that player was, but he made it work. Still got a rocket left in the chamber here. Going to use it to defend Blue Ben, and he does just that. So great from him and his team as they get a trip cap. So Elevate fighting back here. 47 points and counting as they look to tie things up, and probably will. Magico taking a barrage of bullets right there. New spawners over in Tower, and Simply Fear Me not wasting any time to get in the fray.
These two teams are so evenly matched at 57 to 55. A trip cap from Elevate is the only thing that has extended this game even past a tie as of right now. But since they've had this trip cap, they have built up so many points in their favor. They've been able to hold it for too long for Fire and Ice to continue to have the lead in this game. They are still in control of Blue Ben, so this catwalk reset is huge from Noises as Carme looks to push inside of this tower, and with it, control back in favor of Elevate. So even though they lost the trip cap, they're still continuing to score. It's a beautiful job from them in the mid game to come out swinging.
Elevate looking like they want this more right now. Goldstar somehow got the OS. He's flying in here into tower. 3 guns he's got to take on here, but Goldstar wants it all. Nade coming into back tower. That player does avoid it, so Goldstar going to opt to back up just a little bit. You can see they have 2 captures. They got the advantage. I don't know how he dodges that rocket, or it was a poor rocket. Either way, he's still dead. So you will see red team get into top cat here. Magico trying to hold it down from the back there, but he's dead. Fear Me with a kill. 84 points and counting as they look to reset that top cat, and they do that. They could potentially get a trip cap as well. This might be the game right here, Wes.
Yeah, one last push towards Catwalk is all Fire and Ice have. We see Goldstar trying to get up there and contest it, misses the jump. Catwalk is going to be transferred over, but 93 and continuing to count as Blue Ben and Red Nest are still in control of Elevate. You see Elevate's opted to push towards Blue Ben. He's got 1 player in front of him, no shield. 2 players in front of him, no shield. Actually finally finishes him, gets the reset, and that is going to beat the game. 99-55, 1 more tick, and GG. Elevate takes the series 2-1 with a huge performance in the mid game of that game 3.
Really felt like Elevate crept up out of nowhere. It seemed like, in the first half of that game, Fire and Ice had it. They had power weapon control for sure. I think it was Bullet who had 20 kills on the board, so most kills in the lobby. He started the game with the OS and the rockets. He was laying in damage, and things were looking great for Fire and Ice. But out of nowhere, we just saw the Elevate team ice up and completely make a comeback, get a trip cap, hold on to it to a double cap, and then trip cap yet again to seal it out. So just beautiful plays from Elevate. You can tell this is a team that wants that W more today. They're fighting pretty damn hard. They're looking good on the board as well, and that's great to see, because Elevate is one of those teams that are capable of quite a lot, but don't always achieve it. So I think for once, Elevate really making it far on the winner's side of the bracket. Very curious to see how they stack up to some of these other competitors. I still haven't seen Frosty, by the way, Wes, and I'm starting to wonder if he's even in this, because I know he was streaming.
Someone told me he was going to take a break from the day of the tournament. So
it says H5EA 1K, 300 people watching him right now. So maybe he's watching it on his stream, right?
Yeah,
Trippy is also in.
Maybe he's hanging out. They for sure. Okay, so they are going to be here. They're in the winner semifinals. We'll see them after the break. We'll be back here shortly to watch Frosty and the boys and see how they're playing later on.
We're back with more Esports Arena Halo 5 action. And of course, we had mentioned, the potential of Frosty being in this tournament. Kind of where is he? Where's his star team? And it looks like we're going to watch him right now, Wes. We got what we asked for. We're about to jump in. We're in a game. It's a Fathom CTF. It's going to be up against Fire and Ice. Actually, take it back. It's up against PK. And PK are going to fight for their winner's bracket life against a God squad comprised of Boo Boo, Frosty, Suppressed, and Trippy. This is an interesting squad, and Suppressed joins the ranks. He's not usually here.
I was about to say, explain to me why Suppressed is the one getting
why did they pick him
out from his team. I know I've seen a little bit of him, but I haven't seen enough for me to think that Frosty, Trippy, and Boo Boo are going to reach out to him and say, hey, you want to be our fourth for today? But that seems to be the case. Anyways, we have Frosty with camo flag in this situation. He's going to know that there's multiple players in his base. His teammates are on respawn, so he's playing it as slow as he can.
No way.
Although eventually he wants to get into his base. His flag is pulled, so he's not going to be able to cap that, but he is going to pick up a kill and add so and get the flag safely into his base. Now we'll have to see how the stalemate's going to turn out. We have alleyways versus PKs. I guess this is a joke on someone's play on words that if I went down a dark alleyway, these are not the players that I would want to run into.
Is that what it is? They've been alleyways before. Yeah.
I'm sure that's what that's a reference towards. I forgot who was the one that said it, but I remember hearing that as like a quote. It's like, if I went down a dark alley and I saw Frosty, Trippy, and Zayn and Boo Boo Boo, like
in Halo,
that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's not. Yeah, if I saw them in person, I think I'd be alright.
No.
Anyways, these guys are absolute units in Halo, and alleyways is a good way of kind of expressing that. But it looks like they're gonna have some pressure in their base right now. They've got a player in Pelu on their flag. This PK team, no pushovers, so no free rides to the finals here as we're in the winter semifinals. PK versus alleyways, two teams contending against each other right now. 2 minutes in, no objective just as of yet, and we see some great shots from Boo Boo. Gonna get him a kill right before the railgun spawns.
The way I like it, I don't want to see any free rides. I want this to be a nice, closely contested series. I want PK to put the hurt on these alleyways players and really make them work for it. Really make them try their hardest, because we've had Esports Arena tournaments where Frosty and team have just cleaned up shop, and it's not fun for us as the casters and the viewers. So I want to see PK get cracked, make plays. They got that flag out. They're looking for new spawners here. Drift going to hold it down through the window. Let's see if they can start to make that opening play.
Drift trying to stay alive here. Absolute no shield. Has multiple players spawning silo. Pelu's actually got the flag across halfway though, so Drift doing a great job of distracting as Pelu. Gonna probably be able to punch this one in. Not getting shot. Frosty does get a double in the kill feed, so I was gonna say a potential counter cap could be on the case, but Drift and Pelu both pick up a kill after punching that one in, which is gonna subside any push that alleyways might have been able to perform with.
And Pelu in the meantime in the courtyard. He's got his teammates up on top. Looking where he can contribute in this fight here. You can see they are leading for now, but Pelu gonna have to back off of that fight. Gonna live up for now. Tapping Buttons does have a double in the feed, so good work from him. Now they can start to fly into the base here. Player in the generator. Nice shots to stay up here. Pelu will collect the flag. Gonna take it out the porch. They got one final brawl, though. We got defenders on the porch and overextenders, I'm sure, coming out through silo side here. But a rail comes in or something that takes Pelu, stops him in his tracks there. Tapping, though, off a spawn. Coming in here to try to collect the flag. Can he get there, though? The pressure on sub is looking pretty fierce. Yeah, but not enough to stop that flag, I don't think.
2 dead in the kill feed. Frosty picks up one off screen. Boo Boo finds one himself. Has a light rifle in the bottom mid position. He can do a ton of damage as the railgun spawns up. He's going to opt to drop his pistol for keeping the light rifle intact. Doesn't have the railgun out, but it doesn't matter because he lands some great shots on the Pelu. Does actually go down, however, to his teammate. Loses railgun control. Frosty actually goes down as well. So Trippy and Suppressed are going to be forced to find kills of their own. I like the idea by Suppressed, but not enough map control from the rest of the team is going to happen.
That Frosty?
So an assassination top middle. No, I believe it was Trippy.
It's Trippy. Trippy playing dirty, coming in with the knife. Full-on animation assassination. Here's Frosty. He's taking the flag in the meantime. He's going to take it out the courtyard. Somehow staying alive, though, taking bullets from multiple angles. He does drop. Trippy, who got the camo for his nasty play. He's still up on top mid, being a nuisance. And in the meantime, Boo Boo should be able to plant that one in nice and clean. So 1-1 on the board here with Alleyways and PK as Alleyways start to fight back.
Alleyways doing a phenomenal job of answering the ring of the bell that PK threw at them. PK, however, looking to have their eyes set on a counter cap. They've got it across halfway into their generator already. Is anyone from Alleyways going to be here to stop it? Doesn't look like that's the case. Pelu with the second flag of the game. Phenomenal job by him. So to him to stay alive here, finds a kill on the Frosty. Killing spree for Pelu as well. Gets some good shots. Knows his player's no shield. And great job by Pelu to not only get that flag cap in, but to get the damage he needed to in order to subside any counter cap opportunity that we might have seen from Alleyways.
Very clean runs from PK. Just about every flag they pulled has been successful here, it seems, since they got that one in without much contention. Boo Boo Doo in the meantime, though, he's not going to let up. He's still got the rail. Nice nades into the elbow from him. And just looking for a chance to fire off a shot here. He needs a good, clean target. You can see one over on Silos. Trippy gets a 5 on the feed, so nice opening there. Player coming up through Treehouse, going to try to slow step his way through, and tapping buttons makes a big play. That's a rail in his hands. So he takes that fight. Suppressed in the meantime with the defense here, does get the trade, but the pressure's still on. Frosty somehow got a rail, though, and Frosty and a rail. This is a tough combo. You want to watch out.
Beautiful shot by Frosty there. Here we go. Another one in the books. Frosty, you know he's not going to miss easy shots like that. Lands a double kill, knows this player's top middle, make it 3 dead. That's 3 straight for Frosty. Grabs a camo to be rewarded with. Even though he gets knocked down to no shield, he's going to still have, I believe, a railgun shot, but he chooses to shoot with his pistol here. Knocks this player to no shield, but he's going to want to stay alive here. And eventually, this player trying to figure a way out to kill Frosty. It's harder than it looks, ladies and gentlemen. Frosty stays alive, finds another kill, make it 4 in a row. Can he get the killing spree bottom middle? Give it to him. Killing spree.
Wow.
Frosty doing it all.
That was some, I don't know, that was unbelievable, Wes. Just the fact that he went from front courtyard with less than half shields and stayed up, went to porch, went to back generator, and got a killing spree after being the hardest freaking kill ever. He finally does die, and only because he gets shot at from 2 angles. But Frosty making massive plays. It's the reason why he wins these damn tournaments.
I mean, it's the reason why he's just winning every tournament, to a sense, right?
Yeah.
As a Guardian. Pelu, however, still up 2-1 now, in control. So Frosty, although he wins just about every tournament, he's found himself down in game 1.
What?
As they actually lose. The flag was being run that entire way. PK punches the 3rd one in off screen. Pelu did a good job of stopping the overextenders there. And it's actually PK that takes game 1 from Alleyways. So as great as we know Frosty, Trippy, Boo Boo are, they still have to prove it on a day-to-day basis, on a tournament-to-tournament basis, because teams like PK will be there to upset you as they take game 1.
Yeah, so Frosty can dazzle us with some beautiful plays, but in the end of the day, the stronger team takes the win. And so far, PK looking like the stronger team. They had some clean pulls. They had great teamwork throughout. It was a 3-1 game, and they just snuck in that last one to close it out here. Take a look at the board as well. You could see Pelu holding his own in slays. He had 20 kills, 12 deaths. Frosty, most kills on his team was 17. So Pelu with the most kills in the lobby and the most damage as well. So really nice to see from PK holding their own, not only as a team in coordination, but in the slays category as well. But we'll continue with this. We got a Slayer coming up next, Wes. And we know with Slayer, things get a little different, especially when you have like a team comprised of gods here. I know Suppressed isn't an interesting role, but you still got Boo Boo, you got Frosty, you got Trippy going on into a Slayer, which if I had to guess, I would say probably Regret, but don't know just yet.
Yeah, we don't have a game type. Okay, so we have a Coliseum Slayer, a game type that can heavily swing based off control and power weapons, right? And can snowball. So if we see PK get off to an early lead, get some of that control, they could wrap this series up here in 2. But I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think Alleyways has too many veterans, too many all-stars on their team. Well, they'll figure out a way to get this to a game 3. You know they don't want to lose early in this tournament, but PK kind of has them on the ropes as of right now.
They have him on the ropes until Frosty gets a sniper. That's the one scary kind of opportunity here is we've got a snipe right off the rip of Coliseum. If Frosty picks it up, this could be a totally different game. And he's going to be looking to grab it. And there he is, off a spawn here. Going to fly up to snipe side. He's got 2 teammates with him. Instead, he's actually going to DMR here. Going to take a middle position up through top cat. Shots into Rockets to start the game here as his teammates put some damage into snipe in the meantime. And I like this little double dilemma that Frosty is navigating here. But so far, that snipe looks like it's in the hands of Trippy instead. He's not too shabby with it either.
Trippy, having won the ACS Pro Series yesterday alongside Sentinels, actually had a very strong performance yesterday, and I'm looking for him to continue that. He's actually been on quite a roll here recently. Trippy on the come up as he's won some Halo 3 tournaments recently as well. So Trippy starting to get used to success and being able to call himself a champion every weekend. So you'll love to see those players like find that groove and whatnot. And I couldn't be more excited for his Envy roster going into Infinite. So just a little glimpse of what that might look like here. Trippy with a nice body shot, finishes up with a pistol. 2 players, can't decide which one he wants to hit, so he shoots a bullet in between, splits the field goal post with it. But more importantly, controlling snipe side of the map for his team, wins a body shot onto the flag, spots a player top Rockets as well, and actually going to rip his face off. Killing spree for Trippy, can't make the double, but damage has been done with this snipe. Trippy doing a phenomenal job to have his team with a 6-kill lead early on.
And look at him being so sneaky too. He gets into cave and he gets a double for it as well. Somehow PK didn't spot him making the rotation and he takes full advantage. So even without the snipe, Trippy is a force. He's still got a player up on Rockets though, and Trippy, he's aware of it. Picking up the DMR, little extra damage in the back pocket here. Knows there's a player on elbow. You can see PK a little scattered as there a couple in blue. There's one over on the cave, and that player in the cave getting melted by Suppressed. He's down in the feed. So PK scrambling off the start here as they try to hold on, but this is the kind of reversal that we've come to expect from players of this caliber, leading 20-12. We got the Rockets up yet again, and this is why Trippy grabbed the DMR. Look at those shots.
Beautiful angle Trippy's able to find right there. He's going to get another assist on the player. Bottom snipe gets another player to no shields as well. Is that player able to be finished up? It doesn't look like it, but Trippy does so much damage with that DMR from that position. Frosty finds a kill here, bottom Rockets, before losing his life. But with an 8-kill lead, you see exactly what we kind of expected to see from Alleyways going into Game 2 after a tough loss in Game 1.
Now on board with Atso and team trying to fight their way back here. They can still make it work. It's not an insurmountable climb here for the team, and Atso going to try to be the one to lead the charge. They're taking shots from the front and the back. He does end up getting taken down here. Suppress the one to do it. Trippy actually with the Rockets as well, though he can't find the kill with it, so he'll drop him. Tapping in the meantime, picks up the carbine as he makes his way over to elbow here. He's alone. Isolated on the elbow, but he knows he is. You can see all players on snipe side, so if tapping times his push, he can make a nice little flank here. Shots into bottom red. Opening kill right there from Drift, but you can see he's losing his teammates left and right. That snipe is in the hands of red. Who has it? I think it's Boo Boo actually this time.
Boo with the snipe. We've seen the highlight reels that he's capable of. It'll be interesting to see how well he's playing today. Had a poor performance yesterday, I'll say, in the ACS Pro Series, but Boo, one of the most consistent players on the circuit right now. Don't expect that to linger for too long in his head, as he's going to be top snipe. Misses a little bit of an easy shot there. Can't seem to finish this kill, and is getting pressured by more than just one player here. He's going to be forced to back up with the snipe. Love the decision making by Boo to be able to stay alive in that situation, because he kind of got himself into a sticky one. Knows that this player is trying to push right catwalk, and that's the Boo we know and love. Lands a nice body shot on the player under red as well. Going to give that information to his team. Unfortunately, that player well hidden under the Geo right there, and no one can get an angle on him. But subsided any amount of push that PK was going to have. It's a 10-kill lead still for Alleyways as they look to close this game out very confidently.
Boo Boo still looking like a force, but eventually he is taken down. Now we got Drift here, but a 10-kill lead they gotta come back from here. And they do start with the 1, so now 9. 31-40 here. PK Drift with a 5 on the Boo Boo. That's what I like to see. Turns around, gets a double. 2 more players in red. Give me the triple here. Drift wants it, but he can't collect it. And 41-42 now and counting as they look to close it out. And 8 kills tapping now. Wrapping through the elbow here. Atso with a nice double. So there's some signs of life coming out of PK, but is it too little too late?
Not too little too late as of yet, but every kill is going to matter from here on out. You can't give away free deaths if you're tapping buttons, and unfortunately you handed one over. Atso able to trade one out, and it looks like all the kills are going to be traded in the favor of Alleyways from there. 46-38 now. I would say it's probably too little too late. It'd be very shocking to see someone like Alleyways throw away a lead like this.
Especially with Suppressed laying down the cover fire here. Looks like he gets that kill. Sorry, Trippy gets one as well. Frosty with the kill. 49 now to 38. One more left to collect. It's a race to see who can get it. Looks like it might be BB12. Nope, Frosty gets killed by Drift. Suppressed coming in here to pick it up, and it looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo is the one to do it. 50-39 to close game 2, set our series to 1-1, and it's exactly what you want to see from Alleyways as they look to close this out with a game 3.
Yeah, we had to know Alleyways was going to bring this to game 3 for this series. It's just a matter of, can PK find some opening, some
PK
kind of
fire.
way in order, literally to get this taken care of. I got the Nest reference.
Fire. All right, cool. I actually didn't even think of it until this moment. I can't believe I'm a Nintendo kid and I didn't even see it, but now I know. Either way, we'll see. We'll see if PK can do it. It's going to be Eden Strongholds to close things out here, and it's going to come down to your team chemistry. And I know PK has that, thankfully. But this is Alleyways we're talking about. This is Frosty Boo Boo. I keep saying it, but I'm going to keep saying it. Frosty Boo Boo Trippy, and now Suppressed. And Suppressed looks like he can hang so far. He's doing well.
Yeah, it's easy to hang when you're put around 3 of the best players.
But he had the most slays too. 15 on the last game.
So playing very well. Going to need to continue to play well. Consistency is a big statement when you're trying to become a professional Halo player. So making sure that you're able to do it across all game modes at a high level, basically at all times, every series of the tournament, right? Consistency is what matters as one of the biggest factors to a lot of these guys in their professional careers, which is why we're going to have to see how consistent PK can be, because we saw them have a dominant game 1, but a poor performance in game 2 has led this series to be tied up. And with that going into game 3, you have to heavily favor Alleyways, thinking that they're kind of awake. They probably messed around with their food a little bit too much in game 1. Game 2 is more of a resemblance of what we know these players to be.
Right, especially when you put a team like this on the back foot, they turn on, they light up. They're kind of a totally different team by the end of the series. So hopefully PK can weather the storm and fight back and give us a show here, because it's going to be a tough one for sure. Of course, the map just getting started here. We got the OS, the camo, the rockets, as usual, to fight for here. And we'll see who wins this opening strat, who we get to kick it off with as well. Curious to see how things shake up here. We've seen some pretty great teamwork, some great plays out of PK in these situations, but can they hang against these Titans? It's going to all start with PK Drift.
Drift, one of those players that can really pop off when he's playing well, but can also just get lost in the game when he's surrounded by some of the greatest players on the planet. Suppressed actually going to win that battle for the Overshield, snowballing his victory from game 2 into the early game 3 performance. Rocket's still up. He didn't opt to grab those rockets. An interesting decision by him, but he's going to prioritize the objective, which is actually going to pay off for his team, because now they're able to rotate a little bit quicker than they would have been if he had continued to go towards his rockets.
Suppressed making a big rotation here as well, all the way up through red. Got 2 players to take on, though, and he does get a kill at least. So a trade right there. In the meantime, you can see his team have the Catwalk in the blue bend, but Drift wasting no time getting into Catwalk. Players rotating through blue to try to stop him, though, so that Catwalk stopped in his tracks. Trippy with the shenanigans on the window, though, looking like a monkey. He gets the kill, and he's got the defense here as well as he makes his way back to Catwalk for the reset, so great play from him.
Great start for Alleyway fans as they got launched off to a 13-point lead. You do see blue bingo in favor of PK, and actually Catwalk being transferred as well. Trippy's going to force that player to jump out of Catwalk, though, so not just yet are they going to be able to try and push for this 3-cap. But they are on the verge here. Trippy has a nice flank. These players are looking cat. Trippy lands a nice nade to kill both those players. Frosty actually gets one of them. But beautiful job by Trippy to take his sweet time there. He's going to transfer this Catwalk stronghold right back into his team's favor, and they're actually going to be able to take blue bend with that open.
Yeah, Yeah, left and right, we got bodies dropping. Every POV we switch to is dying instantly, and that's just how you know it's a brawl here, though. You can see two caps still on board for Alleyways, so as long as these bodies are falling and nobody's getting in these caps, it's all good for Alley. Suppressed right now, still in the pit. You know, he's waiting on that OS, but somebody drops from above. He does get the trade. That player's still alive on OS for a big play right there. That's Pelu who picks it up. So Pelu going to do what he can for his team to try to get some points on the board here, but the pressure from Blue base is relentless. Pelu loses the OS, but he stays alive long enough to get the bend.
Great job by Petlu there. His team needs him to step up here. Tapping buttons is also a player that is capable of stepping up in big moments. Probably the most individually skilled player on this team. Want to see what he can do to create some separation for his team. They're scoring right now 16-27, cutting into this lead. It's a killing spree. He's got camo in his hands as well, but unfortunately is a little bit too ambitious there and suppressed, and his teammate are able to catch him off guard, taking that camo play out of the books. And Alleyway is probably going to be able to capture one of these strongholds fairly shortly because of that kill.
Great to see some patience coming out from Suppressed in these situations, holding his own in the back of tower there, taking out tapping buttons, which is a crucial kill. Boo Boo Doo trying to stay up in the meantime. You can see that tapping or that PK have held on to the double cap though. They made it work here. Now taking the lead, 28-27. Shots into tower as well. You got new tower spawners, and Palu aware of it. He's got a teammate out through bottom mid. Picks up the new nades as well. You got to love the prioritization as he tosses out those first two and knows there's a second pair of nades to get himself some more kills here, staying alive as well as they continue to collect points. But now the pressure's on at the red nest, and Pelu somehow lives there and gets a kill, so he'll delay things slightly longer while Atso and Tapping do what they can to keep trades coming here.
Yeah, PK doing a phenomenal job so far as we enter the mid game of slaying with Alleyway, some of the best players in the world. Like we said, it's easy to find a way. It's difficult to find ways to keep up with their individual skill and the amount of plays that they're making. PK is doing so right now. Power-ups coming up right now, though. No one appears to be near overshowed. PK has eyes on it, but are they going to be able to deny this one? No! It goes in the hands of Trippy, and that's a huge power-up pickup. They probably should be able to get camo off this opening, but Trippy with this overshield could have had an opening, but great teamwork from PK to melt him before he's able to do anything.
Yeah, he was just deleted immediately. In the meantime, Tapping did get the camo, so Tapping still keeping up the hurt here on top. Cat throwing the nades in. Nice, beautiful shots from him on the Boo Boo. Nice, perfect right there. And he's still going to stay up. It looks like they did cap top catwalk, though, and the patient play from Tapping might pay off here, as he's got Pelu helping him out here to get back into the catwalk immediately, though. Two more players in cat. Tapping, look at this man, like a ninja that he is. He's staying alive. They can't seem to find him. And he gets a killing spree for his efforts. Look at the cap top cat. And if he does that, then that will be a trip cap for the side of PK. So they are really playing right now. They have come to win this West. They might take it. I mean, it's still too early to tell, but this is a momentum swing for the ages here.
Yeah, with this trip cap, they've already doubled the score of Alleyways right now. Alleyways going to have to stop the bleeding, and they have to do it fast. They are able to apparently get Red Nest off screen. Suppressed trying to make his way up the catwalk, immediately knocked down a no shield. He actually loses his life, and they're not going to be able to get catwalk if they're losing players before any of the plays go in their favor. Trippy does find a kill as well as a double from Trippy. That could be what the opening they need to in order to contest catwalk, transfer it over, and start scoring for themselves, but they do just that. Damage has been done, though. Almost a 40-point lead for PK.
Yeah, Frosty, what? The double from Frosty? How did he live? He got his shields back, flying him for a triple. He wants it all. So Frosty, it always has to come down to a guy like this to turn the game around, though. Despite his amazing plays, and I mean, he's still going. They're still on the back foot, though. Only 39 points to their name. New Rockets up, and Frosty wants him, but he gets double-teamed and taken down. So the teamwork from PK is relentless. New OS, new camo coming up, and PK are on it. They might win the game right here with these new pickups. This is looking so rough for these new spawners as Drift comes in, gets the melee to collapse. I don't know how you come back from this. I mean, Alleyways, they're an incredible squad, but this is looking so brutal. PK seem to have it.
I believe there's a camo player that's pushing Drift from the tower right now. Drift's going to spot a player from the catwalk itself, picks up that kill.
No.
Doesn't get the double, but does get a melee. Is that player going to be killed? It does look like it. Pelu with a huge kill and an assist as well is going to be able to continue capturing catwalk. Under fire, unfortunately, unable to get the trip cap that would have solidified the game. Tapping buttons, however, is going to find a double. Drift, last guy alive in catwalk, wins the one-on-one, transfers it over. The trip cap is in effect. Red Nest being transferred over is not going to matter at all towards the end of this game. PK is going to take this series 2-1. Huge upset for the LATAM scene, and you'll love to see it from the PK boys. They stepped up and made it happen.
Talk about total control right there. My God, PK. I was not expecting that. I thought, at the most, we would see a close game, but Alleyways would clutch up and close it out. Instead, PK punched their ticket into at least winners finals, right? Like they took out a Titan right there. And I wouldn't be surprised if PK makes it to winner side grands. This would be the second time in a row if they do it. Of course, we don't know just yet, but my God, what a performance. Let's just take a look at the scoreboard as well. Oh my God, I didn't even notice it till now, but Tapping Buttons went 26-11 in that game. I mean, we saw him with the camo. We saw him making plays, but my God, he hit the most damage and the most kills by a long shot. He was looking like a monster, Wes.
Yeah, touchdown in that game. That Tapping Buttons is the player that has the individual skill to really step up and make the openings for his team. The stats show that that's exactly what happened, but it's a great performance from all of PK that got the job done there. That was a very convincing win in 2 of those games in that best of 3 for them to push it over and continue their way and their road to a winners bracket finals.
That's what I like to see. That means that Alleyways have to fight back from losers bracket, and we know they can. We know they got the sauce. They'll be back with a force. So we got a hell of a tournament today, Wes. It's only going to get more exciting from here. PK move on through winners, loser side Alleyways, and more teams still, more Titans in this tournament still to match up. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back with more Halo 5. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to more Esports Arena. We are still in the winner's side of the bracket. It is time to jump into winners finals. And it's a bit of an interesting winners finals because there's no Frosty in this winners finals. There's none of the gods, the Titans that we'd expect to see. Instead, PK moved on. PK won the series, and now they have to go up against Elevate, who won their series against Fire and Ice just previously. So it's going to be Elevate PK. This is a pretty interesting winners finals, Wes.
Yeah, probably not two of the teams that you would have picked, right? With Fire and Ice in here, and Alleyways getting shocked by PK. They're in the winter semifinals. You expect to see them make a losers bracket run, potentially find their way back to where we know that they'll end up in that top three finals performance. But
Sure.
Big series for both these teams, right? How often do they get an opportunity to play in a winners finals, let alone against a team that they probably both consider that like they are confident going up against, right? At least you're not playing up against Frosty or
Sure.
Saiyan in the winter semifinals, names that you're typically able to see. So you want to take advantage of these moments. You want to be able to make sure that like, hey, we kind of got a good draw of the deck here, and understand that this is a big series for you guys. So both teams should be confident going in, and PK looked very strong against Alleyways. So we've seen Elevate look strong as well, but it's about time we see who the better of these two teams are.
It's pretty stacked throughout here. On the winner's side, of course, what we're about to watch, you've got PK, you've got Elevate, but then you had Alleyways, like you mentioned. You still have Falling Pioneers, though, who we know are a hot team, and they might have had a bit of a shaky start, but they're still fighting their way back in loser's side, and so is Legends, right? I wonder how Legends are doing. I know they didn't stick with the tournament through to the end during the last week that they were here, but today they could be a different beast, and I'd like to see them start to heat up towards the latter half of the losers bracket. So I'm still keeping my eye on them. And then, of course, we have Fire and Ice, who are always a strong team. So a lot of great teams in this tournament, a lot of great matchups we can expect to see here. But like you said, back on board with Elevate, I think this is the farthest that Elevate's ever gotten in an esports arena tournament, at least since their name change, maybe overall, though, as well. So a big moment for these guys. Of course, if they don't lose this, they at least still drop down to a losers finals side. But they could potentially do it here. PK, though, PK are looking stronger than ever. PK seem to be poised to put themselves into winner's side grand finals after beating Alleyways. So I don't know if anybody can shut them down at the moment, Wes. It's going to all start with a Truth CTF to kick things off here.
Yeah, it definitely surprised me for Elevate more so to be here than PK, I would say. But still, both these two teams need to find that level of consistency in order to prove that they belong here, right? So you made it to the winners finals. That's a great achievement, but don't get satisfied just yet. You still have the rest of this tournament to prove who you are and how far you can get. We're going to kick it off with Truth Flag, starting off with Noises, as he's going to be looking to push cards.
Noises is a bit of a secret boss, a hidden boss in these tournaments. He had a name previously. I'm not even sure if we can utter his past name because he's rebranded himself. He's a new man now, and he's been making some big plays, though. He does try to get... It's scary. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I can say that. Either way, Noises is who he is now. He's a whole new player.
Yeah.
I don't know if I just gave away some secrets.
Well, you're not very good at keeping a secret. Apparently.
Exclamation mark! Free Scarionic in the chat. I see it. Let's go push.
All I had to do was ask who it was, and you. Just
all you had to do was ask me.
Remind me not to tell you any deep dark secrets of mine, because you'll be the first one to say them on a broadcast watched by hundreds of people. So.
Yeah, we're in trouble, aren't we?
PK. Going to be in control, and already a flag on the board. A nice double kill from Drift, picking up just where he left off against Alleyways. Great job from PK to start this game off hot. They've already got a point under the board. A minute into the game, that bodes well for how well they're going to be able to play consistently, tapping, finding two. And this team really starting to gain momentum.
Yeah, gain momentum and really put on the hurt as well. You got one player in the back of the base who does get some defense, so good stuff from Drift right there to slow things, not Drift, actually, Gold Star to slow things down. Drift is the one to carry that flag out through P2, and Drift actually might be successful in this situation here, though a counter flag is, I believe, No, we don't have a counter in there just yet. We have defense, but that defense, I don't think if it's going to be enough at this point, Wes. This should be 2 flags on the board here as PK are looking way too strong right now.
Yeah, the kills all going in their favor as well. Tapping buttons does fall, but Carmen not able to do just enough to stop that from happening. The rest of the team is across the map spawning, and PK 2-0, 2 minutes into this game, looks just as dominant as they just did in the previous series against Alleyway, so they are clicking on all cylinders here tonight.
Elevate managed to squeak out a series on Fire and Ice, but PK are a different beast today, and I just don't know if Elevate have what it takes. They're going to have to prove us wrong here because so far it's looking like it's all PK on the board as PK Pelu getting the defense here in red base. He got one player still on that pink door being a pest, but Pelu's playing it patient. So is his teammate. You can see as they fly in, they got this beautiful setup for the defense. Pelu with a nice execution headshot, but that's a camo player, I believe, in the toilet as he tries to continue to make a play here, but he's off too. So Carmea, Simply Fear Me down for the count.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was just one more player hiding in the base. You thought that camo player was potentially going to be able to get a run, but unbeknownst to him, Atso was there to save the day for PK. Continue this 2-0 lead. They built themselves bait and switching in pink 2 with Pelu. Pelu picks up a double tapping, finds the third, and the last player alive is going to be up in the car attic. I love this play by Atso to slow play it. Try and get some information, block these spawns, force the car spawns, and potentially look for this third cap, but a great job by Goldstar to find 2 and get these players out of his base to make sure this game continues.
PK Pelu tried to roof bounce, spring jump his way up the top base there, but he missed the spring jump and just took like 2 nades and died instantly. So just part of the skill gap right there. When you just narrowly miss movement, you ruin all your timing. Carmea able to get the defense as a result here. Still holding on to it, though. Up in the pink attic here, you can see Goldstar flying out to try to help out. That gives Carmea time to chow as well, but Pelu coming right back off spawn, gets a nice double. Tapping, gonna get a nice kill, unless... No, he got it. He's good. That's Fear Me dead. You can still see 2-0 on the board here. Well, in the meantime, they got top map control.
Tapping, jumping back up to car 3. Does he stick that player? No. Due to the kill feed, I don't believe he does. Pelu actually finds 2. And Drift actually finding a third. That's 3 dead. Goldstar BR actually just spawned for Elevate. So all these players spawning up car are going to try and get back up top their base. Axo slow playing this with Camo. Love this decision by him. Lands an easy nade because he takes his time. It's the patience that we're seeing from PK that's going to allow this push to be successful. They get a player in car to no shield. They have multiple players in the base of Elevate. Are they going to opt to pull the flag up 2-0? They're not trying to desperate any objective just yet. They want to make sure that they do this the right way, and the right way is exactly what we're seeing from Ad. So he's able to find a pick on the car 2 as well as he gets the flag all the way in the car 1. Love this job by him. He gets it all the way to his teammate that was on the return of the fight that was pulled. Unfortunately, there is one more player in Goldstar that he's going to have to worry about, and Goldstar actually had a teammate behind him as well. So a 2v2, it looks like it's going to be car side of the map for this final cap. Pelu's absolutely just going to opt to turn his back, run with the flag, and punch that one in. 3-0 PK over Elevate.
That was beautiful from PK right there. It was definitely scrappy at the end, but you really got to hand it to Atso in the play that he made with the camo. And you really got to also take notes on the ground bounce nades that he's throwing. Of course, it's such a basic aspect to Halo, but when you bounce that nade, you start the timer. The timer on the nade does not start till it makes contact with a surface, and then once it does, it's I believe in Halo 5 it's 1 second afterwards, or maybe 1.5 or something. Either way, when you bounce a nade like that, like Atso did, it just blows up right in the face of the enemy. He gets a nice easy kill for it. And he continued to do that as he defended the car door, stayed alive in the bottom of the base, took his time before he ran the flag. So everything from his play was just so textbook, and it shows in the scoreboard as well. My God, the accuracy from these guys is pretty insane. Noises, despite losing, Noises hit 72 accuracy, which is very rare for a Halo esports game, I got to say. So he's looking pretty nasty, but it's just...
If you're shooting in the 70s, I feel like you need to shoot more.
Maybe that's what it is. He actually had the lowest damage. He did, or him and Simply Fear Me, they had 1,700, 600 around there.
Yeah,
but it was a fast game. It was a quick game.
Accuracy doesn't matter to me. Damage does. The only time accuracy matters is if you're not able to get kills. But if you're just laying in damage across the map and a couple other shots like miss or whatnot, or it's like a heavily contested D-scope fight from across the map, you're gonna miss shots. But in those engagements can benefit your team. Someone else can like be advancing on that side of the map, capitalize on that damage, and allow your team to have success. That damage stat is very telling though, and for that to be the complete opposite of what the high accuracy stat shows, probably says that the positioning of this player wasn't what it needed to be in order for them to have as much success.
Definitely could have been part of it. In general, it was a fast game, and that's just because PK are playing so damn well. They're playing so coordinated. They managed to sink those 3 flags without any real contention coming out of Elevate. And we'll see if Elevate can bring back some contention here. We got a Slayer on Rig just loading up right here. This is their opportunity to really showcase their stuff. We got players like Carmea, Noises, Fear Me, and one more who I can't forget. Of course, we got Gold Star. And we'll see what kind of plays they can put together with the snipe, with the shoddy, with the camo here as Noises makes his way to snipe.
Noises.
Okay, that's one way to start the game.
Snipe on to Scary out. A nice body shot's gonna allow Goldstar to pick up a double in the kill feed. 4-1, good start from Elevate to rebound after a game 1 performance that was left a lot on the table. Noises in a huge position to kind of extend this lead as well. 6-1. He's not even gonna need to do anything to extend the lead. Okay, wow. He might be able to do something to help though. A nice no scope on the tapping, but unfortunately the scatter shot gets lost and goes in the hands of PK as well as the snipe, as we just saw one player in Drift rip the head off of an Elevate player.
Yeah, Drift wasted no time collecting both the shoddy and the snipe and putting some work in to try to narrow the score here, but still, you can see Elevate leading the charge to start things off, and this is exactly what they need to do. So, Fear Me had a stick in the feed, and you got Carmea just sitting up on top yellow. This game actually slows down just a little bit. God. Apart from that beautiful 5-shot from Carmea, though. Oh, and he's still moving on the outside of the map here. Carmea, that's a huge play. He's going to spring jump back up the top tower, but he gets shot on the way. I like the effort, though. He's looking good so far.
Yeah, Carmea getting 2 huge kills there is going to allow this push from Elevate to be successful. Goldstar going to find Pelu's back. Carmea actually spawns, gets a perfect kill in the kill feed. Goldstar finds another one. 15-8 now. Elevate's extended this lead to 7.
This is what you want to see from Elevate. Fear Me still putting in the hurt here. He does get a trait and a little protector medal as well. A 7-kill lead, though, on the side of Elevate. Make it 6 as a new camo is coming up shortly here. Atso just hanging out on back catwalk, loses tapping, but he knows where the enemy is. He's going to put some shots in here. Might be kind of tough to get a kill here in this situation. You can see he's completely alone, going to opt to dive out, go back to long haul. They got to set themselves up for that new camo, though, and rotate inside map. But instead, it looks like they're going to try to take out these stragglers first. So shots coming in from Atso, got a nice little double team. That'll take that player down. New camo now up. That blue player going to try to dive for it, but he can't get there quickly enough. Drip with the kill, but somehow Elevate slipped in. The back smack right there. My God, that was beautiful. Fear Me makes a huge play.
Fear Me with the ninja, the thrust back ninja with the camo to keep it alive. Could be exactly what Elevate fans want to see, to be able to get this 6-kill lead back in order, to get some stability on the map, and potentially roll this game to guarantee a game 3.
That was so well done from Fear Me. I cannot complain. He knew he was compromised when he picked up that camo, and to have the cojones to just jump thrust backwards immediately instead of run away from that situation. It's the reason why this man's still up. He's still making plays. Up on top mid now, looking for more blood here, but he actually does manage to do it. Somehow that's a spree for him as he stays up. Nade's coming in, gonna narrowly avoid them, and new spawners now up in tower, but teammates getting into position to continue to put the damage on. You know he's spring jumping, but he does get taken down. That becomes all too predictable at high level. They know he's gonna spring jump. In the meantime, though, he did enough to get Noises to snipe.
Absolutely. Made everyone work for the kill, and sometimes that's all you need to do. The 9-kill lead. Snipe is in hands. Noises, we've seen him have it in his hands earlier, landing some nice shots. We'll see if he's able to repeat that.
Do it for your teammate!
Is going to trade that out. He waited for Carmea to get hit by the scatter shot before shooting,
yeah,
so it's fair game.
I feel like he would have just killed him.
I mean, either way. 2 kills so far, finds a scatter shot to his hand, extends the lead to 10. And you always have that argument if you do end up doing something like that. Hey, dude, we're in the lead by 10. We just need to extend the lead, dog. We're getting to 50. Like, trades are good.
Yeah.
So, killing spree for Noises. He's popping off right now here in game 2. Both power weapons in his hands. He's going to spot this player. Whitehall does, I believe, do a little bit of damage there with the scatter shot. But he's going to have to put that on respawn as it is now out of ammo. Can't find a pistol or the DMR. So he's kind of out of luck here, but does have a couple bullets with snipe still to where he can land some nice shots, picks up the dead pistol, lands a nice no-scope to the back of a player, and he is not missing right now.
Noise is looking nasty. The entire Elevate team looking nasty right now, 40-29. This is the answer back you want to see from this squad. This will definitely bring them up to 1-1. I do not see PK finding their footing in this game. I do not see them making a comeback just after the plays we've seen so far. Noises is still alive. He's got to be close to a frenzy at this point. Still getting kills, still holding on here. And I think he's finally going to drop, but now 42-31 with an 11-kill lead. Make it 10 as Carmea drops there. Just beautiful plays from Elevate.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I think this game is all she wrote. I think Elevate looks like they have a breath of life in them here in Game 2. Game 1 was not the case, but Game 2, it's been all Elevate with that on the back of Noise's performance. He's had multiple snipes, so many power weapon kills. You see Goldstar being such a nuisance, finding a way to make them work so hard. Simply Fearme's going to find a kill. Goldstar with the challenge to thrust forward towards Drift's going to land a melee. Just an 8-kill game though, so it's not out of control just yet. The game isn't all she wrote, but we're going to have to see basically perfect Halo from PK to come back.
It's crazy watching how these players survive down to the last bullet of health. Like, you see somebody like Goldstar just milk so much of his life with no health whatsoever, backing up, thrusting back in. He goes for the melee trade. Like, these players just know how to survive, know how to put in the maximum amount of damage, and it's the reason why they're about to close out this rig game strong. Now 46 points. You got tapping buttons up on top tower, but you can't take the barrage of bullets coming in from bunker here. Drift gonna try to live as well. Doesn't hit the no-scope. That's a game over. We're now at 49. One more kill left to close it out. Noise is gonna be the one to do it, and that is a 50-39 game and a one hell of an answer back from Elevate for game 2.
We've seen a few game 3s already here today. We're seeing another one in this series. Noise is 16-8. Goldstar 12-12-6. Both of those players just absolutely popping off, being the difference that their team needed them to be. Take this series the distance. We're seeing another game 3.
Noises got 7 snipe kills in that game. We got to see a few of them. 6 kills onto tapping buttons, so his most killed. He really shut down tapping, and tapping, you know, we know tapping's a force all the time when it comes to PK, so good that he managed to do that. But can he shut them down, and can Elevate shut them down in an objective game type? That's my worry here, is it's always going to be an objective to close things out. This time it's a Plaza Strongholds, and when it comes down to objective, PK tend to work better together, tend to hold down the map better, even though we've got incredible young guns and talent coming out of Elevate. I just don't know if they're going to be able to hold on with their coordination. What do you think, Wes, coming into a Plaza Strongholds game 3?
Yeah, going into Plaza, I think it definitely favors PK. I'd have to see repeated performances of Elevate to be able to say that they're that strong. But Noise has absolutely popped off, so if they're able to get some power-up control and some control of the map, I think they have what it takes to dominate. It's just, will PK be able to give that to, or will PK give that to them? PK seems like a very strong objective team so far. It's not the first Slayer that they've lost. We just saw them lose a Slayer to Alleyways in similar fashion. And they still won that series pretty convincingly. So I'm going to give the objective to PK, but it's a very close contested match.
That's a great point. If Alleyways can, you know, win objective, lose Slayer kind of handedly like they did, and then come back, win that objective clutch up, then, I mean, you know, why wouldn't they be able to repeat the process with Elevate here? But of course, it's not over. Not over yet. We'll see. It's only just getting started with our game 3 here. We're loading up into Plaza Strongholds. We got the camo to fight for on this one. Light rifle, the shoddy, which sometimes doesn't get enough love, but definitely does in esports. So I'm expecting to see that shotgun picked up and breaking some of these caps here. But we'll find out who really reigns supreme, who can hold it down here, whether or not PK, continue to have the coordination that they've had to get here. Because if they do that, then they'll definitely seal it out. We'll see.
Start this game off with a man of the game to Performance Noises. Double positive in game 2. He's going to go.
Wow, he lived.
Actually grabs it. 2 kills go in his favor, so he's just got to stay alive with this somehow. Play ring around the rosy for just a little bit. Does double back. Actually gets a kill onto a player. Knows there's a second one around this truck. Actually gets the second one too. Such high level being played by Noises right now, and he might be able to push this team to be the difference maker this team needs to beat a team like PK.
Noises, the boy who lived. He's still got these sticks coming out. He's got the combo as well, so just a little extra damage he can put in with it, and this is exactly the kind of start you want to see from Elevate if you really want to get off to a hot start here. I mean, they've got it perfectly. Noises going to hold it down on the LR. Still got that combo, going to light that player up in bottom mid, though somehow that player stays up. That's a big live right there. I think that might be tapping buttons. That final nade you'd think would do him in, but instead PK continue to pour into bottom mid, and eventually they shut Noises down, and they get that capture. So great work from the team to pour their resources in together, and now they're working on Nest. So quick turnaround here from PK. Now a trip cap.
Yeah, Pelu was actually the last guy alive getting Nest control, so it's actually going to go probably in the favor of Elevate right here, as I see multiple members are pushing snipe 3, all 4 dead for PK, and we're going to see this trip cap quickly disappear as Noises gets control of yard, bottom mid gets transferred over. They're going to have snipe control still, but for how long? You see kills and bodies being thrown towards the snipe stronghold as we speak.
Noises now wrapping up through big door here, cleans up the damage his teammate put in. You got players still coming out through Nest to bottom mid. Noises putting the damage in, but doesn't spot that player right below. So you got 2 players stacked in bottom mid. They're going to dive in, try to get the defense here. Simply Fear Me, you'd like to see him put the Nikes on, do the same, and he does that. He's now in pit, so the brawl goes down, a double kill, and Carmea, he's still alive. He's got a shotgun, he's sitting in the window as well. But he'll put that shotgun to work, go back up the top mid here. The survival instincts from Carmea coming in as he picks up camo, but not enough to hold on to it. That's a burn.
So we're 9 minutes 35 seconds into the game. We see Elevate doubling the score of PK as of right now. A huge back whack from tapping could be exactly what they need to turn this back around, start scoring in their favor. A player does hop in the bottom middle for the last second. They need to get this player out of the stronghold. Unfortunately, it's not going to be tapping that's able to do that. They finally get the transfer, but not before Elevate makes them work for it. Are they going to be able to hold it now? Gold Star on the hunt for this player around U-turn. He ends up taking that kill, and with it, multiple teammates are here to now back him up, hop in the stronghold, and transfer it right back in Elevate's favor.
Elevate doing such a great job of getting around his slays, getting back into bottom mid, and taking things back over before they kind of lose their footing, before the ball gets rolling here. They just keep fighting back. They're so tenacious right now. As Gold Star gets back up to Nest, they can double stack Nest for the capture here. As you got a player over in Hotel who's going to try to chip in, but Gold Star knows to rotate, get back over to bottom mid, keep that pressure up. And he's not letting up here. He does get a kill. Teammate coming in through driveway to keep that defense and Elevate. They're going to try to stop this cap from happening. Now it's up to Fear Me. Fear Me got to play his life. Big kill on the market, but doesn't get the reset. And no matter how much Elevate continues to try with bottom mid, they couldn't stop that cap from happening. But can they reverse it? This is what they've been doing time and time again, is just completely reversing it almost instantly after it's captured. No, Pelu with a nice kill, but still, they got that bottom mid.
Yeah, Pelu with beautiful shots, not enough to keep the control in his team's favor. Does have an opportunity here to land 2 kills on his side. Atso's going to clean both those players up, make it 3 dead, fresh for PK. They're going to be able to hop into the bottom stronghold. Already over halfway. This last player alive is going to jump in here at the last second. Pelu has help from his team. That's beautiful from PK. They're going to be able to flip the map right now on Elevate. They don't hold a trip cap, but it's important to hold the inside of the map, and that's exactly what they have.
Right, the timing that they flip the map is huge because you can see Camo is up right now. And Pelu and team are in position to get it. So there you go. PK, they have the Camo. They're going to push back up on bottom mid to get the reset as well. And I'd like to see what they do with that Camo, whether they make a big play here. Because Elevate, they're fighting hard to try to get back into bottom mid. A really scrappy battle going down bottom mid, but it looks like PK do come away with it. Carmea going to spring jump right back up to top yellow. He wants an angle immediately. But in the meantime, I think that Camo might still be up on the map. No, it's not. I take it back. That player has been killed. So it looks like we got a standoff yet again. But the lead now taken by PK.
PK, for the first time in Game 3, they have the lead. They're still continuing to score, but this bottom mid stronghold has gone and transferred every time a team gets a successful few dead. So tapping buttons needs to stay alive here. I like this positioning by him. Not often you see players hiding by the stairs, and because of it, they're not going to expect him. He does get caught out because he chooses to move, though. Is he able to finish this kill before getting completely taken down? The answer is yes, but it's not enough. The presence of Elevate is there already for bottom mid, just like that. The blink of an eye, bottom mid gets transferred, and all of a sudden Elevate now in control.
Yeah, Elevate stopping the bleeding before PK really runs away with it. But they're still holding on to Nest here. Atso gonna fight for Yard. He gets just melted immediately, so good luck to him. Now 54 points and counting as Elevate try to crawl their way back here. They get a crucial kill in Nest. So now continuing to fight for Nest here. Fear Me in the driveway, just gonna get some defense as his teammates continue to work on Nest. You got players crossing from Cafe, gonna try to get back to Nest. And Fear Me doesn't need the move here. He's just trying to hold his footing, but he does go down. Tapping in the meantime, still holding down Nest. So you can see, despite the captures in Yard and bottom mid, PK have such a grasp on the rest of the map. And that's a triple kill from Tapping as he gets back into bottom mid here. His teammate's going to help him out. They got the map control once again.
Beautiful job by tapping buttons to finish that kill. If he's able to stay alive here, maybe even find a double as this player's going to sprint at him. He is going to trade it out. Carmea, I like the idea, but that's a beautiful read by tapping buttons. That's going to land him 2 kills in that situation, allow PK to continue scoring. There's a player bottom snipe and see these grenades coming from behind him as well. Pelu, nice kill. Tapping picks up one of his own, and now all of a sudden it feels like PK has momentum.
Yeah, well, PK pull away here. Drift has the camo as well. He's half done with the camo. He's sitting on Nest here, making his way over to benches. So we'll see if Drift is going to continue to make plays here, or if he does get backsmacked. I think he died. He's out of the picture there. So that's a big kill that they got. Now you can see them fly over to Nest. So I like this answer back from Elevate. They're going to stop the bleeding, get into Nest, get control of a very crucial part of the map, and push these players back. And it's all up to Carmea and team here. Going to toss nades into Cinema. Big kill. It's only a trade, though. That's enough to keep the defense as they start to close the scoreline. Wes, this is a tight one for Game 3.
One of the tightest stronghold games I've probably ever seen. Back and forth, these strongholds are being transferred.
Trip cap.
And a trip cap for Elevate could be the difference maker. How long are they going to be able to keep this? It doesn't look like it's going to be for too significant time, but points definitely accumulated over that period of time, and they are able to have a 7-kill lead right now. Noise is not going to stay in Yard and go for another trip cap. Going to make sure his teammates don't need him on the inside of the map. I love that decision by him to not get too greedy.
Well, you know Elevate wants that winner's side grand finals. They're getting so close to it. Noises does get taken down off top mid. Fear Me going to continue to defend and dip here. He does go down, so you got the members of PK now flying into bottom mid. That's 3 players in bottom mid. They're going to rotate out through bottom mid to Nest as well, so pressure still up from PK. Once that the points hit the 90 mark here, you can see PK start to turn it on, so they're going to try to fight back. Try to stop this lead from happening. I like the answer back here. We got a new camo coming up shortly as well. Carmea, double dilemma for him. He's got to hold on to bottom mid, win these fights. And he's also got to jump back up for camo as well. Huge nade from him. They get the cap. 91 points now. As PK Drift is going to dive into bottom mid here. What a brawl here in bottom mid. With the camo for Pelu.
Camo for Pelu could be the game-changing performance that they need in order to get back in this. They have to do it now. They're in the Nest stronghold. He's looking for the player. Doesn't expect it to be the camo. Pelu with a huge double. Can't die. Does transfer over Nest, and now a trip cap. In effect, 2 fresh dead for Elevate. They're going to have to fly for Yard, Elevate is, in order to make sure that this trip cap doesn't in the game. But right now, 1 player in Yard, 1 player in bottom middle. Bottom middle is not going to get captured by 1 player, you'd have to think. So a reset and a killing spree from Pelu is going to guarantee that. Pelu baiting bottom middle so perfectly right now. Gets great damage onto 2 of the players. This is going to be a PK win.
Oh my God.
Absolutely come back from behind. It looked like Elevate did everything right. But all of a sudden, that camo play from Pelu is exactly what they needed to call themselves the winners of the winners finals and find themselves ahead and looking forward to a grand finals performance.
What a close, Wes. That was insane. Pelu made a massive, massive play at the end of that game, and they managed to just sneak a win out from Elevate. Elevate looked like they had that clean, but you could see the panic in Elevate at the end of the game. The moment Pelu got that double kill and Pelu saved Nest, then notice how, like you said it, there was one player in bottom mid, one player in yard. They started freaking out, and they were just splitting their numbers, throwing them into different caps, and that's not how you come back, right? You don't have timing for that. So it's just a wild series of events. Honestly, if it's possible to grab the end of that game and get a little replay, I kind of want to watch it again, because that was just an incredible turnaround from PK. They iced up and they stole that victory. Kind of heartbreaking for Elevate. They were so close, but now they're dropping to losers. Unreal.
But
Unreal, man.
when in doubt, in Halo 5, make sure whatever you do it together at the end of games and in situations like that. And because they decided to split their resources, we saw the outcome, right? They were too thin. They were spread too thin, trying to do too many different things, and because of it, they had to suffer the ultimate punishment, which is a loss.
That's wild. So wild. I want to see it again, Wes. We got a replay ready to go here. So let's jump in and just relive that moment. I'd actually, if possible, I'm asking for too much maybe, but I want to replay even more because this is the very, very end. But as you can see, there was Carmea alone in bottom mid, and now they have to dive into bottom mid with no choice. And Pelu with a massive, massive play, milking his life here. And that was just so beautiful from him. He puts the damage in. Atso cleans it up. Pelu gets a kill. Look at all 4 dead at the end of the game with no answer back. Now you can see 1 in bottom mid, 1 in yard in that situation. So it's just so tough. And it all came off of that Nest play from Pelu. The moment he grabbed that camo, he got a huge double. PK, they iced up. They're in Winner's Side Grand Finals 2 times in a row, Wes. And maybe they'll take one this time. We'll see, because we know alleyways, they're going to come back with a force. There's a hell of a lot of competitors in Loser's Side.
Absolutely. We'll have to see who comes from Losers, but right now we know Elevate looks very strong for the Grand Finals. There's tons of teams, to your point. We have Falling Pioneers, we have Alleyways, and now we even have Fire and Ice and PK in there.
Legends as well. PK, yep.
I mean, there's so many teams, I couldn't tell you who's going to come out, but we'll have a Losers Bracket run of show for you guys when we come back from this break. Just
All right, we're back. Hopefully, you didn't miss us. After a bit of a delay there, we are going to finally get a little matchup here. It's going to be a losers semifinals match, and it's a big match as well. So we're coming back with a bang here, Wes. We've got Alleyways going up against Falling Pioneers. Both very strong teams here.
Yeah, some of these guys played each other yesterday in the finals. Actually, 2 on each
They
side.
did.
So a little bit of a rivalry building between these players. You saw the Alleyways boys uh, get the better of Falling Pioneers, but we'll see how that works out today. I think Alleyways is probably in prime position right now to continue their losers bracket run. But this Alleyways team, we know they have what it takes to beat them.
Right. Alleyways, I mean, comprised of incredibly talented players. You do have Suppressed in the roster, which is a bit of an interesting pick, but still a very talented player as well. And then on top of that, you got Frosty, you got Boo Boo, and of course, Trippy to round it out. Now, we expected this team to just plow through, get to winner's side grand finals, but turns out that's not the story today. PK took them down. And PK is looking incredibly strong, incredibly dominant. So they're waiting on Winterside Grand Finals. And now it's up to Alleyways to kick it into high gear, to bring things back to kind of what we'd expect and build on that momentum. It's all going to start with this series right here, Wes, with Falling Pioneers. And it's going to start with a CTF on Kali as well, which is kind of, the comfortable place to start, I'd say, for both teams. So I expect a big brawl to go down on this matchup for sure.
Yeah, very common, well-practiced game type ahead of us here to start the series off. Typically, if the team wins Coliseum CTF, I feel like that team wins the series because it's just such a staple in Halo 5 game modes for the eternity of Halo 5, right? It's been there since the beginning. It stood the test of time, and all of these players have plenty of ample practice on it. So, Alleyway starting it off with Frosty. He's going to be going towards Rocket's side, and there's 2 players that he's going to run into for falling east, which he's got 1 down and no shield. It's Frosty. Ooh. It's a 1v2. He's probably going to kill both of them. Unfortunately, he tries to actually help his teammates across the map, dies to a nade, and with that, the battle for snipe is now something we're going to see.
Good to be back in the arena. Been just a little bit too long here, and I'm glad we're back here. We got a sniper now in the hands of Talik. Let's see what this man can put together. Up on top, Cat gonna rotate out through snipe side. Envor Septify already doing work. So Talik got free reign to line things up here, knock him down. Nice no scope from him. Teammate can probably pick that up as he rotates over to Catwalk, looking for new blood, new spawners here. Nobody on the elbow just yet. Teammate's still putting in some good damage. He hears somebody. I think that's a lifter right there. But Talik gonna continue to back off. Gonna have to chow this in a second though. Shots coming in as he goes all the way back to blue base. So kind of rendering Talik useless there by that push through snipe side. And Talik's still in a rough spot here, but a beautiful headshot no scope keeps him alive as he looks to rotate out the blue bend. What a play.
Talik has been going off recently with the snipe. He's in a prime position to do so, pushing onto the elbow right now. Love the positioning by Talik. He doesn't sit back with the snipe. He's going to try and be aggressive. Unfortunately, that's going to be exactly what Alleyways think he's going to do. They predict him, they double team him, and he's not able to get too much work done with that. Now we have Suppressed with the snipe in hands. He's in the same position. Does he look to be nearly as aggressive though? He has the information from his teammates. A couple people are playing aggressive towards the snipe side of the map, so he opts to fall back, make sure that there's no flag pulled without him, and a nice kill on the soul snipe is rewarded with his good decision making.
Oh my god. And he lines up a no scope there too. Doesn't get the kill, but still pretty damn nasty. The damage Suppress is putting in here. He's got 2 bullets left in the chamber to work with here as Trippy gets a double for his efforts. So Suppress gonna move up through Rock side of the map. Got the Rocks up as well. So a little T-squared combo coming out here. But he's taking a lot of damage. Might not stay up unless he's careful. You got flag being pulled to red side. Pressure coming in through Rocks as well. So Suppress gonna rotate those very valuable weapons right back to his base. And at least if he dies, he's got him in a good spot here.
Suppress still back of his elbow. Since he's picked up the snipe, he hasn't moved much, but that could be a nice bait that opens up an elbow, and you see a player on his team pushing that side of the map. So he's actually opened up the map for his team a lot without having to move too much. The flag has already been pulled. We see that it's Rocket side of the map. Suppress is just going to try and anchor for his team out of Rocket, so he's trying to find a pistol. It does find one, and a nice headshot as well on the player in the cave is going to secure this flag to go in. That's all Suppressed, baby, and Trippy with the brain to run the flag throughout all of that sequence.
Yeah, suppressed patience pays off in that situation. You know, any other player would have wanted to leave the elbow, move up, do something on the map, but he just holds his ground, and it works out. Frosty gets that cap. Now, of course, on board with Trippy here, making his way up the top catwalk. Some nice shots coming out of him to back that player down. I believe we have a second sniper up on the map here, and I don't want to miss it because it's Frosty holding on to it right now.
Frosty with a full snipe in hand. Player's bottom snipe, he's able to get the no shield. Not unable to finish that player, but looks like Suppress is going to be there to finish him. Nice.
Well, here we go.
Nice shot on the player in the window, but does overly challenge, and because there's two players, they're going to be able to take Frosty out. Are they able to trade kills though? Yes, the stick on the talk is going to say so, and 3 still dead for four Falling Pioneers.
Frosty's still getting the sticks warm. I know he's just been watching streams for the last little while there, waiting for the matchup. But now that he's in the arena, I'm sure he's ready to go. He does have that snipe again, by the way, holding on to it over on DMR. He's going to be looking to kill the spawners. Well, Suppressed and team makes this push over to flag here, but Suppressed getting a carbine instead of a flag. Not the ideal situation for him. Envor, in the meantime, going to continue to defend from the elbow. Frosty's still working with the snipe, and we got to see it from Envor's POV. He's down for the count. And Frosty putting that snipe to good use.
Yeah, and Frosty did get taken down, and now it's Skeptify, who's no shield, trying to linger around that fountain area. You do see Boobadooboo anchoring elbow with the DMR. He's trying to keep his eyes on rockets, trying to deny Falling Pioneers from being able to pick those up, but he's got a double team to work with, and that's great teamwork once again out of Falling Pioneers. We'll see if they're able to do some objective now.
Boo Boo with the defense on the elbow. Not enough to stay up, though. Soul Snipe launching himself into elbow to take his place. So some good damage coming in from him. Trippy going to try to milk as long as he can, but Trippy going down, and that gives Hunter, that's Talik, an option to pick up the flag here, take it out through window. Envor going to help with the escort. He's got a rocket in the back pocket here, but he gets melted from multiple sides. So good luck to him. He's out. Frosty, in the meantime, up on the catwalk, but that flag's still moving. Gonna make it under blue base, right where Frosty's standing, and he wants to get up on that read, but he's in a tough spot here. Gonna get taken down, and that flag might actually make it all the way to the pedestal if they keep this up. Envor, Septify gonna work together here. They missed the flag on the way through. Talik now in trouble as well. The defense coming in. That's 4 players flying under blue base to stop this, and here's the onslaught here. It's up to Septify to try to stop it, but there's no way with 3 players stacked on that flag, and now the pressure is on from Alleyways.
Alleyways trying to get this flag to bottom middle successfully. Trippy's knocked to no shield, so he's going to take his time, play it slow. There is a guy behind him. His teammate's there to take him out. It's Frosty opening up the map for Trippy. You see Trippy also has a friend next to him to be able to pull that flag, but they have a few players in their base they're going to have to worry about.
It's so unfortunate for them to not be able to deliver on that flagpole and have such a scrappy situation. Ended up getting countered on now. And that might actually go through for Alleyways as well, though you can see they are jumping in for the return, so good return from Falling Pioneers to stop the pressure here. You got Soul Snipe in the back of red base, going to continue to lay in the damage over to Suppress. He's going to try to stay up. They get the kill. So that's it for Soul Snipe, but while that's happening, that flag should be collected and should be traveling back over to blue base. You can see it's on the elbow.
Unless Septify hits a really nice shot here, which he does, could potentially delay this flag from being punched in, but Frosty's going to be in the base already. Septify's not going to have an angle on Frosty right there. He is getting double teamed from the elbow. Boobadooboo appears to be the last guy alive on the flag. Still, he's going to be there to punch that one in, take the lead 2-0.
Oh, you know what, Wes? I am casting off the stream POV and not the Discord. No wonder I'm delayed on this. Now on board with Frosty. Of course, he had the DMR. He's down. Septify, in the meantime, he's up on base. He's going to travel his way all the way up to Top Cat to get the kill. So nice melee from him. And now continue to lay down fire from Top Catwalk. Still got his opponents over on Rock side. You can see they're making their way into blue base. Septify unable to get the kill here. So he's going to have to try to slow it down. His teammates need to be here to get the defense. He's in a lot of trouble. But Septify milking his life for a long time here. I think that's Frosty above him, was just looking for him. Finally takes him down. Now Talik looking to get the trades.
Talik with a huge double could deny this flag from being traveling any further. It is going to be Soul Snipe. It's jumping up for the return now. A beautiful job by them to get the defensive stand, make this game take a little bit longer, but they have to get some offense going if they want to come back in this game. Already down 2-0.
Now on board with Trippy. Big double from Trippy. He's looking for more. He's not even looking at Trippy in cave. That player thought he was dead, but Trippy somehow lived. So from both sides, they both gave up on the challenge. While that happened, the flag is out. It's already up near the pedestal, so the game might just end here if we have one more player left to pick it up. I don't think there's anybody there to stop it. So Suppressed closes it out and gets it in. And what a wild series of events. From the milk from Trippy down to the flag, all the way in the pedestal there. That's 3-0 to start our series.
Yeah, very dominant performance it was from Alleyways. You saw small signs of life, I would say, from our blue team, but Alleyways. It was really all Alleyways, right? 23 and 13 from Frosty. That's plus 10. That's the way you want to see this losers bracket run if you're an Alleyways fan. Falling Pioneers, you know that they're capable of more, but they don't have much time or much room to do it with. So if it's not in game 2, this will be the end of their tournament run.
Yeah, this is rough. This is a loser's bracket Alleyways where you expect them to turn it on, to play perfect Halo. They don't mess around anymore. And you really start to see the coordination, the dominance come out of them. So it could just be the start, Wes. That's my worry here. And they might continue to add that insult to injury here coming up on Plaza Slayer, which is our next map game type combo. Now, you can't doubt anyone on this blue team. Septify, Talik, Soul Snipe, Envor, they all got the sauce. They're all very talented. But this is a different team now in the losers bracket. And I just wonder if they can hang. It's going to come down to this opening strat. We got the Snipe. We got the OS to fight for. Whoever can grab them, I think, will really set the precedent for the game here.
Plaza Slayer is a huge game for Falling Pioneers right now. Like we said, their tournament lives on the line. Overshield going in the hands of Bubaduba early on, and that's going to be an opportunity to push the snipe spawn. It's in control of Envor's hands. Where is Envor, though? I don't believe he is that player top snipe, but unfortunately for Bubu, he's going to lose a lot of teammates, and with that crossfire from all of Falling Pioneers, is going to take him out. The overshield was secure, but nothing was done with it.
Everyone getting melted on the feed right there. In the end, Soul Snipe gets away with Snipe. And we'll see if he can make some plays with it. He better keep rotating because you can see those red players coming in through loop, though he does hit one in the body, cleans up Frosty. So good start, but there you go. The collapse comes in. Soul Snipe in a bit of a pinch right there. Now Snipe in the hands of Bubu in a great place to hold on to it as well up on glass. And these players don't even know that he's sitting there. So Bubu with an opening kill onto Talik. Still looking for more blood here over on benches. You can see 3 dead on the feed as they pull away 8-5 to start the game.
Early, but Alleyways looks pretty good so far in game 2. They're in control. They have the snipe. They were able to get the overshield. Unfortunately, nothing was done with that, but Bubadubu still a second chance with this power weapon in the early game here, as he's going to look to try and be aggressive with it. His teammates are pushing snipe, so he wants to bring that other angle to the fight. Unfortunately, he's going to lose Frosty in that battle, so he's going to opt to back up towards blue, block these spawns, and keep the enemy team spawning in blue.
Yeah, Bubu's been holding this snipe for a while. And playing patient seems to work out in these Halo games, so no need to put the Nikes on to start running. He's going to just opt to take the angle and rip faces from Yard. Can't complain about these plays from Bubu. He's got one teammate with him, that's Frosty, who's going to opt to try to fly in first, but the brawl continues here on Cafe. That's a killing spree from Bubu as he holds it down, just going to rotate back over to glass. He's playing this nice and carefully. I take it back. He's over on driveway, looking for new spawners.
Bubu still with a couple shots left. Overshield did just pop, and it's going to go in the hands of Trippy. So now Bubu wisely pulling the pistol out, looking to push potentially with Trippy here. Help Trippy find an opening, but Trippy actually out of ammo right now, is forced to turn his head and run. Gonna get the plasma pistol, but you want to find something a little bit more lethal than just the plasma pistol in hand. He goes back for the VR. Now he's got himself a nice little nuke combo.
Yeah, combo in the loop. Just looking for some sort of threat to pressure him. You can see Bubu suppressed, getting their kills as 3 dead in the feed. In the meantime, we got dead bodies all over the floor here. Now on board with Bubu. Out of snipe ammo. Challenging that player at Septify in Yard. Gonna try to duke it out to 1v1, but Soul Snipe takes his place to Chow once again. Look at this brawl going down in Yard here. We'll see who wins. And once again, it's Alleyway coming out confidently on top here. Now 22-12 as they're starting to really dominate on the scoreboard. This was the worry, that they pick up momentum and they just don't let up. They might start to tear through losers at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the alleyways that we thought we were going to see in winner's bracket. They're playing very well right now in loser's bracket. They can't afford to make too many mistakes, but they do look very dominant. If they continue to heat up, be aware that this could be a long tournament for them.
Yeah, especially if Frosty hits these shots. Frosty looking pretty damn nasty today. He's got a full snipe to work with as he makes his way carefully out through Hotel here. You can see Mikey soul snipe up in the window above as he jumps down. First one to die. Frosty looking like a predator right now. Going to continue to rotate through Cafe. Remaining 2 players, one over in Tram, one in Yard. Frosty looking for new spawners here over on Nest. It's a great place to look. That's where you'd think they'd be, but good awareness from him. Head on a swivel here. Going to take Septify. And plenty of ammo to work with as he patiently makes the rotation back to Yard. New spawners coming out. Frosty missing the quick scope, but he knows exactly where they are now.
Yeah. 28-16 right now. Very comfortable lead for alleyways to play with. Frosty has the power up and the snipe. He's putting it to use. He's on a killing spree with it. Exactly what you expect from Frosty during this time, to step up when his team needs him. He's going to be landing body shots all over the place, collapsing on this player bottom dips. Watch the players up Yard. I almost expected him to hit that shot. He narrowly did it.
My God. Yeah, I'm worried for everyone in the losers bracket, even the grand finalist PK at this point, with the precedent that Alleyway is setting in this series. And we will see Talik try to fight back here. Frosty still does have the snipe, by the way. He's sitting in market with it. And he's got himself another kill on the feed. That was a dirty headshot from him. And finally, they light him up, take him down, so Talik does get in there. But is it too little, too late at this point? They're still fighting back from a 10-kill deficit. Septify gonna square off in bottom mid. That wasn't good enough. Boo Boo Doo takes the fight. Boo Boo Doo looking to live as well. He doesn't even know where the enemy is, but he'll stay up.
35-24, they've been able to keep this 10-kill lead for quite a while now as they continue to inch closer to 50. Alleyways looking to shut the door on Falling Pioneers this tournament. You could have convinced me this was the finals, and I would have believed you. And unfortunately, we're seeing this in the losers semi-final match. These 2 juggernaut teams go up against each other. Alleyways looks like they are going to get the better of Falling Pioneers unless someone on Falling Pioneers decides to step it up and make a play when they need it most.
It's been a rough day for Falling Pioneers overall, even in the winner's side of the bracket, kind of going down a little earlier than expected. And at this point, they're just getting snuffed out. The hardest competitor they could go up against, and it just happens to be in loser semifinals. I mean, now 41-28. How do you come back from these odds? And Onboard doing everything he can with the shenanigans up on the lift here, delaying long enough for his teammate to come in, but there's a snipe waiting for him on the other side here. And that snipe is none other than Frosty. And who else but Frosty with 4 shots left to work with here. Up in top S4. Headshot on the soul snipe. Tell me he gets another. Doesn't hit it on Septify, but he's going to come down for the chow here. Teammates coming in with a collapse now. 47-29 as he hits a body on the Yard. 2 kills left to close it out here. Frosty, please be the man to do it.
Surprise getting multiple kills in the kill feed. He's having quite a series himself. Frosty, though, looking to try and finish this game in a little flashy style. Narrowly misses that shot, but it's going to be Boo Boo Doo with a perfect kill in the kill feed to stop this game at 50-31. Alleyways is looking to go ahead and advance the losers finals.
Yeah, they plowed through. This is the worry with Alleyways, is they're just getting started here. So that was a very dominant showing from the team. You can see that on the scoreboard as well. And it's nice to see Suppressed showing up at the top of the scoreboard more often than not, I'll say, with 15 kills this time. Really holding his own, working with these Titans here, and showcasing that he deserves to be a sub in this situation. So it's nice to see. Of course, great performances coming out from Frosty, Boo Boo, and Trippy as well. We get to see a lot of Frosty's POV. Man's holding on to snipe. And I'm sure we're going to be sticking with a lot of Frosty as we move through the loser side of the bracket. Now, of course, that's it for Falling Pioneers, but we still have a couple more teams in here. We still got Elevator sitting in losers finals, and I believe they will be the next competitors. So I wonder how Elevator doing at this point, getting so close to grand finals, but having it stolen away from them. And I believe we'll find out exactly how that shakes up after the break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back yet again to our Esports Arena Halo 5 4v4. This tournament is just about to close. We are getting down to the end of the line here, Wes. We've got losers finals up next. Only 3 teams left remaining, and it's time to see if Alleyways will continue this reign of terror through the losers bracket. Their next competitor, of course, is Elevate. Now, looks like we're going to get a quick reset of this. You can already see what it's going to be, though. It's going to be a rig Strongholds coming up to start this series. But of course, we're talking Elevate, so Carmea, Noises, Simply Fear Me, and Gold Star, who've been playing great today, just narrowly didn't make it to Grands, and now they have to go up against a Titan in losers finals.
Yeah, I feel this is the classic case of get all the way to winners finals. You're the farthest you've probably ever been in a tournament. And then you lose winners finals in a kind of a dramatic fashion, and then all of a sudden you match up against the juggernaut that probably should have been in winners finals with Alleyways, and they've had that time and experience to build a bit of momentum through the losers bracket. That momentum is going to be tough to handle, and we'll find out very quickly how these two teams stack. But my head says that Alleyways is going to be here to play and looking to take the tournament.
I'm with you on that. I feel like Alleyways, after the performance we just saw against the Pioneers, it's looking rough for everyone that they go up against. Very curious, because I feel like out of everyone, of course, PK are the sturdiest roster. I feel like they will be able to hold their own more so, but I just don't know even if PK are going to be able to hang when we get to this grand finals. Of course, I'm just predicting my way through here. We don't know what kind of beast Elevate is right now. It's just Alleyways when they get going. They're so strong, and they have a history of being so dominant. So it's just a matter of time before we see how things shake up of course. But you can't doubt these boys on Elevate. Noises, who we talked about, had his recent name change. I guess I can say that the man was Scariotic. We know how talented this player is. He's one of the top players in Halo 5, despite some of the controversy. Very talented, and he's been looking great today. On top of that, you got Fear Me making massive plays. Fear Me with the ninja today with the camo. That was beautiful. And then Gold Star Carmea. Carmea going off with the snipe. Gold Star doing everything he can as an objective player today. I've been loving what I'm seeing from Elevate.
Yeah, I think Elevate should be proud of what they put on tape so far today. But their job hopefully isn't over. And I think out of all the good things that we've seen from Elevate today, I tend to side with like history and everything that I know the Frosties, the Boobadubus, and the Trippies are capable of. Even Suppress has been playing very, very well, to your point earlier. He's performing at a high level because he's putting these in the atmosphere in order to do so. He's got these 3 juggernauts on his team. Yes, I think Elevate is capable of, I would say, this upset, but alleyways, are they going to let it happen? It doesn't look like that seems to be in their plans as of right now. There's still a best of 3 to be played. We got Rig Stronghold as game 1, and I tend to think that it's going to come down to the power weapon control, and are they able to keep power weapons out of alleyways' hands? Because once Frosty has the railgun, once Boobadooboo has the camo, it's smooth sailing from there a lot of the time.
We'll see if they can shut them down. They're going to have to put up some crazy counters. I know on Twitter recently I saw Snakebite and his unbelievable counter to Boo Boo's camo play. So maybe they can channel some of that knowledge and try to counter Boo Boo on the opening strat here. We'll be getting into that shortly. In the meantime, if you guys want to get the most out of these games, make sure that you're cracked as well in the chat. Type !giveaway. Get yourself some Monster, which is what I'm doing to fuel myself. All right, we got the giveaway on screen. So there you go. You can get yourself a backpack full of Monster, full of ×2 XP Monster for Halo Infinite. The moment the game comes out, you can get yourself ahead of the curve and get yourself nice and energized for these games and for your own matches of Halo 5, which is, of course, crucial for success here. So make sure to type !giveaway. In the meantime, let's get this game going. We're going to kick it off with Noises, who's got the shotty and a kill to kick things off.
Takes down Boobaduboo early on, and that bodes well to make sure that Boobaduboo isn't running the rampant on your team with the camo. So it's going to be Frosty who actually gets the railgun, though. They know this player is down there. Noises actually gets taken down by a nice nade from Boobaduboo off spawn. Frosty has the rail, spots this player, cuts, and that player lands some beautiful shots to take Frosty down just before he can shoot that railgun shot and take him out. It's going to be Elevate that jumps out to an early lead.
It's all about this first game in this series. Depending on how Elevate plays this, whether or not they keep it close or if they could even take it, I think this is going to tell us how this series is going to go. If they get dominated here, then I think that's it for Elevate's tournament life. But so far, so good on the side of Elevate, though Frosty has the rail, and you know that's just the start of the plays he could be making here.
Yeah,
he
Frosty
gets taken down.
Going down with the rail. So they're doing a phenomenal job of taking down Frosty when he has the railgun, which is something a lot of people in the history of Halo 5 have struggled with. They get the kills they need to over towards basement. They're going to get this cap as well as control nest. You'd like to see them try and transfer this over to some BR-based control, potentially a trip cap, but we're going to have to see if they're able to get the slays, because 3 fresh dead. That's all 4 dead, actually, for Elevate. As soon as you think that they're going to have some stability on the map, they all go down.
They still do have 2 caps, though, despite it. So Suppress going to try to keep them back on their spawn and allow them to get the nest, which they do. So now you got 4 points, or 5 points in counting here for Trippy as he has to back out. Does get taken out, though. Railgun, I believe, went back into the hands of Elevate. It's in the hands of Noises, actually. We'll see if he puts something together. In the meantime, Gold Star making a mad dash over to Nest. Carmea in Nest as well. Boobaduboo got a kill, and he got the rail. He's got 2 shots to work with, and a rotation over to basement, which could spell a trip cap for their team. And I don't know if they can stop this from happening. It's not looking good right now. The momentum might start here.
Yeah, Boobaduboo and company have now had total control. Are they able to keep it? And how long are they able to keep it for? We'll see how big this lead gets. It's going to be Suppressed with a nice back whack. Frosty with the kill in the kill feed. Railgun in control of Suppressed hands. I wonder where this camo is, though. Is it still on the map, or is it earned. BR base does get transferred, but the pressure is on, and if kills continue to go in Alleyways' favor, all 4 kills actually go in Alleyways' favor. That's everyone dead for Elevate. That's a trip cap once again in effect, and they're going to have every bit of information they need in order to potentially continue these spawn traps. They're going to know that they're spawning towards basement and carbine. Flood these spawns, and we'll see how long Elevate can deal with this situation.
Wes, you were wondering where the camo is. Frosty has it, by the way. He's got a railgun as well. He's got just a little bit of camo left to work with, but the man's been going off in the feed. I've been getting the treat of watching him on my second monitor here. It's a triple from Frosty. So good thing we switched to his POV, because man's just starting to cook here. 45 points and counting. New spawners over on Bunker. Frosty's still got a rail to work with here. Actually, nice awareness from him. He knows it's a carbine spawn. Gives us a frenzy to boot, so man's looking hot right now.
Yeah, that's the way you want to see him start off the losers finals, on a killing frenzy that has allowed his team to jump up all of a sudden over 40 points in the lead. They were down before this trip cap became an effect, before Frosty went on a killing frenzy. That killing frenzy is resulting straight in the scoreboard itself of strongholds, 67, and continuing to climb. Finally, BR gets taken over, but Frosty's still looking to apply pressure.
Yeah, the moment that Alleyways got their footing in this game, they have not let up, and Frosty with yet another double. He is just a playmaking machine this game, and he just looks unstoppable. Rail in the hands of Alleyways once again as Frosty gets a crucial kill underneath underpass there. Stabilizes, keeps himself up in the trench. Frosty just looking way too good, and that scoreboard looking kind of hopeless on the side of Elevate here. I talked about how the first game would set the momentum and kind of what we would expect for the series. And just based off of this, I think this series is, might already be, out of the running for Elevate unless they turn it around now.
Yeah, it's a dangerous position that they're in, right? They're playing with fire, allowing so much momentum to go in Alleyways' favor, but it's difficult to have anything else be the outcome when you have such strong players like we talk about. On Alleyways, just dictating so much of the game, applying so much pressure at such a fast pace. Trippy now with the railgun, going to try and push Catwalk to help his teammate capture Nest. Is spotted out by a player in Whitehall. He's going to push this player. The thrust is going to save this player's life. And Trippy, with a little bit of an overextension, is going to lose his, but you can afford to take those risks when you've built yourself a 50-point lead.
Elevate clawing their way back here, trying to get some signs of life, just passing that 30-point mark. But 80 points and counting up to Carmea as he slides his way into that gunfight. Kind of a rough slide, though. You got to be so careful with that timing. Of course, you can't shoot in the first half of that slide, and it can come to bite you. You can see as they make a mad dash over to basement, try to get their rotation. Boo Boo Doo free reign over the Nest. That's an easy cap for Boo Boo Doo, and 2 caps in the favor of Alleyways yet again. They'll make the rotation to basement, put the pressure on the BR base at the same time, and this could, turn out to be a trip cap if they keep up this kind of pressure.
They don't even need a trip cap, really. It's 84-39 if they hold these for a little bit longer. It's more so about getting kills. If you find yourselves in a position to get the trip cap, that's great, but let's just try and hold what we have and dominate in the Slay department from here. 89, close to 90 before this is transferred over. BR base is actually going to go in their favor anyway, so the trip cap does happen. Goldstar BR is probably going to shut this trip cap down with that kill. Jumps into the bottom basement stronghold, and because of it, now it's just 2, but they have to do something quickly. 97 and counting. If they're not in a stronghold by now, transferring it, it finally gets transferred over. It's going to be Nest, and this is going to be it's basically perfect Halo from here on out. If you're an Elevate fan and you want to see them win this game, are they capable of that against these names? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case with Nest already being captured.
Yeah, I think that's it with that Nest capture. They're going to fly and try to stop it, but too little, too late. That would be the game. 100-47 on the side of Alleyways. And that was one hell of a dominant performance. We saw some form of a comeback starting to amount on the side of Elevate, but not much. Not much, I got to say. So, if that's the precedent for the series, Alleyways are tearing through this losers bracket.
Yeah, to me, it's all about Alleyways Elevate looked fine until Alleyways put them in a spawn trap and had complete control of the map and was applying pressure.
That's usually how it is.
Elevate really struggled to get out of that, and it took way too long for them to stop the bleeding. You cannot give Alleyways that much dominant map control, or they're going to take advantage of you every time.
Yeah, we saw them hold their own in the beginning. They were back and forth. It was close. Even Elevate had the opening map control, but you're right. The moment they lost their footing, the moment they got caught in a spawn trap, they were like chickens with their heads cut off. It almost seemed there was no way for them to get out. Just trying to breathe, suffocating under the 69% accuracy of Frosty, nearly 3,000 damage, and the man went 22-9. By the way, with a killing frenzy, which we got to catch the tail end of. So he's looking nasty. Of course, Trippy, 16 kills, 12 out of Boo Boo, 14 out of Suppress. So everyone slaying on the side of Red. 2 members of Elevate didn't even pass 10 kills in that game. So in the slays, in the teamwork, in the objective efficiency, everything is looking beautiful for Alleyways right now. We are jumping into a Truth Slayer. This might be the last game in the series unless Elevate pulls something crazy. They're going to have to win this opening strat, Wes. They're going to have to get the camo. They're going to have to control the map and just start ego challenge and winning their 1v1s. I don't know. Something's going to have to change, Wes.
As the saying goes, anybody can win a Team Slayer, so hopefully that's what Elevate's mindset is for this. Just get this to a Game 3, and then we'll talk about it when we're there. But that's a tall order and task to try and climb against teams like Alleyways. They're so much individual skill that you basically have to play perfect just to stay in these games. Already 3 dead for Elevate. Camo probably in the hands of one of the Alleyways players by this point in time, and because of that, it's going to be Frosty, and this is what you fear for if you're an Elevate fan. You do not want camo in the hands of one of the greatest players in the game, Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty being sneaky right now. Gonna make his way up through pink side, up on top Red. And he knows the enemies are near him. He's got one right beside him, actually. That's Fear Me down for the count. Shots over to the player card door. It almost wins that fight. But before Frosty gets a little too aggressive, before he gets too far ahead of himself here. 10-5 on the board as Elevate just try to do something to stop the early momentum, but even off the rip, it's just looking brutal for him.
Trippy has the flank on blue, able to pick up a quick kill, probably a second, make it a double, and that's a great job by Trippy to get up underneath the base and where players aren't going to expect you to come from, find a couple of kills, and now they have all the information that these enemy players on Elevator spawning car with a nice perfect killing spree in the match.
Yeah, players in blue, players in reds, they know it's a car side spawn here. You can see Trippy actually backs up to pink door to play it passive. Gonna let them run forward. Got a teammate with them now, so we got a 2-2 split on the map. We'll see how they look to play it and make their way up through blue base. I like the patience coming out of Alleyways. No need to fly in, but Goldstar with the opening pick through red base. He's gonna wrap, try to come out pink side. We do have a camo coming up shortly here as Trippy gonna try to get a peek up into top mid, but is losing some of his teammates, though Suppressed and Boo Boo answer right back. So the control, once again, in the favor of Alleyways. 18-9 on the board here. Trippy gonna hole up in the window, just wait for them to pour out through car. Exactly what he's doing here. And that new camo should be up shortly, so they're gonna wanna control pink side.
19-20-11. Make it. Frosty with a nice kill is going to allow Trippy to potentially go get this camo. Frosty comes off spawn, helps him out once again. Camo is going to be coming up, and a player gets a nice backlight. That's Carmea being in the right place at the right time, is able to burn camo. At least it doesn't go in the hands of Alleyways, because everybody on Alleyways was on that side of the map. But that being said, you kind of need that camo in order to make up for this deficit, because it's already 26-12.
Yeah, 14 kill deficit at this point is pretty damn rough. As Boo Boo makes his way back through pink side, he's going to go help out Frosty, who gets the nice melee on the Noises. Noises left ISO in that position. It's rough for Team Elevate. They don't want to be caught alone in these fights. Or, even if there's 2 of them, Boo Boo will just take them down together, get a double. So it's just looking unstoppable from Alleyways right now. And I don't know how they're going to bring this back now, just about doubling their score. Elevate going to try to push out pink side here. We got Simply Fear Me together on P1. Kind of a rough spot for them both to be sitting as he spins around, does get a kill, going to dive forward, does get a double. So good play from Fear Me as he stays up. I mean, these are the types of plays we need to see to come back, but it might not matter with 32-19.
No, we still see kills going in the favor of Alleyway, so all of that gets traded back in their favor. Still a 13-kill lead. Trippy with some pressure on the red attic here. Able to get the perfect kill onto Carmea, and with it, extend the lead to 14.
Yeah, Trippy shooting laser beams today. And so is everybody, I guess, on the side of Alleyways. But good stuff from Goldstar and Simply Fear Me to hold down pink. New camo coming up shortly, and maybe they can do something to continue to control this side of the map in time for camo. You got Noise's Gold Star, 2 picks, as they start to kind of claw their way back, lower the deficit here. Still 10 kills, though. Bit of a road to climb. Gold Star still going to hold down pink side. Nose players are coming out through blue, so the Chow comes in. I believe that's Trippy, who's going to fly forward to try to take him out. Gold Star going to try to get out, but now shooting top car. Beautiful shots from him, but not quite enough. Now that they've lost pink, I believe that camo's got to be up. Frosty's actually sitting on it. So the timing from Elevate is just so damn perfect. They'll get the camo as well.
Frosty with a huge double kill somehow wins that one-on-one from pink 1, and with it 41 to 27. This game looks like it's going to be all she wrote. They've had every camo in their control, or at least burned it, and Frosty finds a quick pick front blue in order for his teammates to push in, get a few kills of their own. 44-28.
Yeah, notice how Frosty jumps up to blue, knows the spawns are back over on the opposite side of the map, so he turns around, he'll walk over to red, go for a flank. Suppressed in the meantime over on car. He's got a player on bottom car here, going to try to escape that situation, but that player is in a lot of trouble here. I believe that was Fear Me. Frosty getting the kill as well, so now 47 to 29, 3 left to close it out. Suppressed looking to make it 1 here if he does get that kill, but he doesn't. Still now 48 in the board. Boo Boo going to look to try to get the last 2 picks here. 1 shot in the window as they try to live on blue base. Boo Boo caught in a bit of a pinch there. But at this point, there's just no chance. There's no way these guys come back.
No, I don't think so either. 48-33. It's only a matter of time for Alleyways to shut the door on this and find themselves once again in another finals. And they're going to look to play against a team that knocked them into the losers bracket earlier on. It's going to be PK versus Alleyways for our championship here tonight.
Out of all teams in this tournament, PK, I feel like, had the best shot of holding their own and potentially getting the win here. The issue is that Alleyways losers bracket and Alleyways winners bracket seem like different teams. I feel like they weren't taking it as seriously or something over on the winners side, because now that we see them in losers side, they don't look the same anymore. They look like they're iced up. They're hitting their shots. They're getting their slays. It's not even a contest for them, at least on the loser side of the bracket here. Of course, just taking a look at the stats, Frosty going 15-9, 13 kills out of Boo Boo, 13 out of Suppressed, 9 out of Trippy, but all of these players hitting their shots, accuracy looking incredible, and a great try from Elevate to get as far as they could here. They almost made it to Grands. They were literally just seconds away from sealing out a Grand Finals position, but instead they'll go down with 3rd place. Still, I believe, the best performance we've seen from Elevate up against this level of competition that we have here today.
Absolutely. Still something to hang their hat on at the end of the day, but they're going to be left wanting more, and rightfully so. We'll have to see if they're capable of more in the future.
And with that said, that's it for Losers Finals. All that's left is Grands, so you don't want to go anywhere. You guys got to stay tuned. We are going to be right back with the final match of the tournament. We are back for the last time. This is it, the matchup you've all been waiting for. It is time for our championship match, and it's time to see if PK has the sauce, if PK can clutch up, because so far they hold the winner's side of the bracket. They're going to try to hold it down, but coming up from loser's side, of course, we've got Frosty and the boys. We've got the Alleyways, and of course, this is going to be a best-of-3 series, but if Alleyways take it, they will reset the bracket for yet another best-of-3, and just considering what we've seen from Alleyways West, I think they might do that. Unless, like I said, unless PK's got the clutch factor. This is their second week in a row being winner side grand finals. They didn't do it last time. Let's see if they can do it this time.
We've seen the guys from Alleyways do this before. We've seen it doing many times in the past. I don't think this will be the last time if they're able to do it here today. But, yeah, to your point, I almost expect a reset in these game types and a second best of 3. But I don't know. PK looks very, very strong in the winner's bracket. There's a reason that they were able to beat this Alleyways team in winter semifinals. So they kind of have that mental leg up as far as we know we can hang with these guys if we're playing well. We just got to continue to do so. It's up to Alleyways to kind of raise the bar in that series.
We'll see how that goes down. Of course, you can tell it's Eden Strongholds to kick off our best-of-3 series, kick off our grand finals here. Alleyways loser's side going to kick it off with Boo Boo as he makes his way through the catwalk to contest the camo. Can PK fight back if they're on the back foot here, or once the ball gets rolling, will they crumble? That's what I'm looking to see.
2 dead already, and Boo Boo has camo, so this bodes well if you're an Alleys fan. They did come from losers bracket. They're going to have to win this first best of 3. Overshield and Rocket's actually in the hands of Frosty, so they get everything at the start of the game, including a double kill, including Blue Vin. See you later, teammate. This is a kill tack in case if he was able to get that kill because he took out his teammate with him. But a nice triple from Frosty and a trip cap to match.
Yeah, Frosty doesn't care who's in his way. When he's got a rocket, he sees a triple kill, he shoots it. And right now, it's a trip cap. Speaking of triples, Boo Boo still has the camo, so the worst person that you want to pick up camo, at least if you're on the side of PK. Of course, me and Boo Boo. Look at him being such a nuisance on the back of Catwalk here. Alleyways coming in like such a force to start the series. And can they get Red Nest? You can see PK scrambling to just try to get something, but that Red Nest is kind of looking like a hot commodity right now. Nades flying in. Oh, they do get it.
They get Red Nest, and with it, finally, PK is going to start being able to score some points. 28 points was what Alleyways was able to do at the start of this game. Now that all the power-ups and power weapons are kind of subsided for the next 35, 40 seconds, we're going to see what PK is able to do now that it's just the pistols of Alleyways to deal with.
Yeah, Alleyways comes in, lands the first punch. PK put their fists up, try to weather the storm here, and now they're starting to hit back just a little bit. 10 now 11 points on the board. Tapping buttons, we know this man is a star performer. Time and time again. He'll make his way back up to top cat, looking for some defense here. He's got players on blue Ben, players on top blue cat as well, so a bit of a double dilemma here, but you know the camo's coming up shortly. The OS coming up as well. PK with a second opportunity to fight back for these power-ups. They lost them all last time, so at the very least, you're going to want that burn, but Tapping wants it all, and he gets it. He gets none of it. That's a camo on the side of Frosty. And you know what? I looked at my second POV, and Boo Boo's got rockets, and he's got OS, so this is rough.
So there have been 6 power-ups and power weapons on the map as of right now. They've all gone in the hands of Alleyways. It's actually a testament to PK, the fact that this is only a 5-point game as of right now.
Yeah.
Overshoot does kind of get deleted off of Boo as he's recharging his shields. He is still going to have 1 rocket to play with. Misses the rocket, actually. So the power-ups this time around not really doing too much for the favor of Alleyways, but keeping them out of the hands of PK is also a factor we have to weigh in.
Yeah, and it's something that's really going to weigh on PK's conscience in something like Slayer as well, when the power-ups really turn the tides. But for now, Frosty and the boys doing a great job just controlling what they need to, and they are starting to pull away. Yet another trip cap here. Boo Boo Doo laying in the damage on Blue Ben. Got a teammate with them to continue the collapse here, but they do get away with that Blue Ben cap to try to stop the bleeding. Boo Boo Doo goes down in pit. Atso goes down on top cat. So a couple trades across the board here as Tapping tries to find something to get momentum here.
Tapping looking for this player, no shield. He's able to finish him off, but a good trade out by Suppress there. Great positioning to be there in order to capitalize on that situation. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, but 50 to 29. We've seen Alleyways since the second power-up story was subsided. They've kind of taken over this game once again, extended their lead. They have control of Catwalk and Blue Ben right now, and we have Drift trying to just stay alive in Red Nest.
Frosty, in the meantime, going to live up on bottom mid, make his way back down, back up. Where's he going here? Going to rotate out, waiting for the red bend. Spawners. This is the awareness from Frosty. He's always got that cog turning. He knows exactly where these players are coming from. Puts himself in the perfect position to get those opening shots in. We got the new camo, new OS coming up as well, so you can tell Frosty's going to keep himself close to camo here. Look to play that, and he's got it for free this time, so that's yet another power-up in the hands of Frosty, though this time the story's a little different. Atso has the OS.
Frosty with this camo against Atso with the OS shield, and we see Pelu with rockets also, so good job by PK to finally get something on the map. Is it too little too late is the question, because a 50-point lead now separates these two teams.
Yeah, and Frosty just deleted Pelu and got a second rocket as well. He's got one left in the chamber, a little bit of camo left to work with. How is he hitting all these shots? Quite an angle to try to put damage in from, but he's making it work. Just Frosty with the accuracy here and the patience here. 72 points and counting. Not much contention coming out of PK, which is unfortunate. They're on winner's side. They got the most chances to make this happen, but Frosty is just insulting them at this point, Wes.
Second killing spree of the game. If you thought Frosty is a finals player, you thought right. He's typically always at his best in the biggest moments. It's the biggest moment of this tournament, and he's playing lights out.
Yeah, Suppress going to try to dive in the window, get in the action there. He does go down, back on board with Frosty. It's the Frosty show. We'll give Drift a shot, though. Let's see what Drift can do here as he makes the rotation through Red Ben. They do have 2 capped. So they're trying to come back here. Drift with a big win on that fight. I'll take it. Boo Boo goes down. Going to make their way back up to Red Nest. Try to get their first trip cap on the board. So PK, maybe they heard me. Let's see them get some momentum and make this a game.
PK finally with total control. This is exactly what they need. Are they able to delay Blue Bin, though, is the question. A big win from Drift, but unable to land that melee. I believe that means Blue Bin's going to transfer over, but his teammates are here to transfer this right back, so it's not that big of a deal. Rockets are up. They're going to be on Rockets already. This is great for them, but unfortunately, he's taken out. Overshield's going to be coming up as well. He actually hand-delivered Rockets to a player, but Pelu with a nice double is going to shut that down. Player standing on Overshield as of right now. It just came up. It gets burned by Boobadubu. Pelu making a huge play for his team, and meanwhile, the trip cap is still in effect.
Let's go, PK. What a way to turn that game around. Pelu with massive, massive plays, and Tapping has the camo. And look at him being sneaky, rotating up through Red Nest here. Really making alleyways work for this victory. He gets a big kill on that player on BR. Still living up on Red Nest. New challengers come in, and Tapping looking to knock him right down. Big kill on Boo Boo. Another one on the bend. There's a double for Tapping. Button's going to make his way back to Red Nest, and this could be a trip cap. Going to force the spawners over to blue side here, but my God, PK, they're in it to win it for sure.
Absolutely. They have made this comeback a reality right now, 77-83 and counting. They are going to try and pressure Blue Bin, but Frosty's going to be here to shut down. Finally, someone takes down Tapping. Buttons. With that, we're going to see, are they able to get catwalk control or not? They do get a nice nade from Suppressed, and he trades the kill, which isn't what they needed, but they are in Red Nest for now, but the reset comes in from a nice flank from Pelu, who's going to reset Red Nest and continue to score points. PK now in the lead.
Anyone's game. Anyone's game. You gotta love this comeback, man. 88 points and counting as PK take the lead and continue to hold the pressure here. Drift with a huge kill. Gonna rotate back over to Red Nest, putting the shots in. We got a nice pinch on the Red Nest. So Atso with the double on the feed. Now 92 points and counting. The signs of life from alleyways. We gotta see them. They gotta stop this pressure because at this rate, PK might take this game.
Yeah, it looks like PK is going to take this game. A great play by Drift to get pressure across the map and then play your stronghold that is close to you. They are going to try and get in catwalk. Drift gets them immediately out. They apply pressure to the third, and that's going to be a first game going to PK. If you thought what happened in Winners Bracket was a fluke, you thought wrong. PK is here to play.
Yeah. We got a series on the board. I wouldn't have it any other way. You got to love the tenacity coming out of PK as they fight back here. We got to take a look at this scoreboard as well. Tapping Buttons. I talked about it. I say time and time again, the man's a star. 19 and 14 on the board here, but not without the help of his teammates. Look at the assists coming out of Drift. There are 16 assists from Drift, 10 out of Atso Gia. Great damage across the board from these guys, even with a player like Frosty who went 23 and 13. Frosty with the triple and over 3,000 damage from Frosty. So you know he's showing up, he's showing out, but it wasn't enough to hold on to the momentum. The moment that PK got their claws in them, they didn't let up. And let's see if they can carry that momentum up into Regret Slayer, which is our next match. Now remember, it's a best of 3. So PK take this, they take the tournament. They have now officially put alleyways on the back foot.
Yeah, very impressive from PK, but we'll have to see it in the Slayer. We saw how they've been struggling in Slayers throughout their Winners Bracket run. They still got to this point, but they need to figure out a way to win a Slayer, and what better time to do it than to close out the championship.
It'd be very hard for them to clutch up in Slayer, like you said, considering that they've lost just about all their crucial Slayers coming up to this point. But when it comes to objective play, PK seem to know what to do. Let's see if they can win this opening strat here. The brawl goes down. Boo Boo. Nice shots from him, but not enough to stop that OS grab from PK. I take it back. That was a nade that takes out Drift, and that's 4 dead on the board to kick it off. So Alleyway's going to answer back.
I'm not sure how that nade rocked that Overshield player as well as it did, but Boobadubu came in clutch there, made him burn it, and now a 5-1 lead early for Alleyways.
Boobadubu got the Nikes on into blue base as he takes a big rotation here. Shots into Pelu. Trippy will finish him off. You got 2 players up on pink side. They're now spawning red, and Boo Boo intimately aware of that. He'll make his way up the top car. Sees a nade. That'll tip him off. So shots coming in directly onto that player below. That's Tapping Buttons. If there's anybody you want to shut down, the shutdown PK, Tapping's going to be the man to do it. And Boo Boo keeps that pressure up. Nice melee from him. Now 10-4 on the board.
10-4 Alleyways. Starting game 2 off, similar to how they started game 1 off, very dominantly, right? Like, it's been comebacks have been the story of PK. Are we going to be able to see that? Drift gets 2, so that's a nice job and an opportunity. He actually picks up a 3rd, making it 8-11. Just a 4-kill game now with Drift going down, but a little bit of this gap has been cut into.
Yeah, they're clawing their way back here. Atso tries to get that kill bottom mid, but he can't. The caster in the hands of Pelu. And that could be pretty damn nasty if used wisely, though Pelu's got to win the fight first. He does get a trade. It's a 4-kill deficit they got to fight back from. Now make it 3. Double team coming into red to just rip that player off spawn. That's a double kill off of tapping buttons as he starts to heat up. Gonna fly into car side. Melee whiffs, though. And those players come in to collapse and take him down. Few players gonna try to contest and pick up the pieces here, but Trippy, he's hitting his shots. He's gonna push him back. Gonna look back to Carr as well to get this pick, but he can't. So back and forth this game goes. There's only a 2-kill lead right now in Suppressed. Ooh, Suppressed in quite a pickle here.
Yeah, Suppressed actually goes down, 1-kill lead, and Alleyways trying to buy time for this next overshield to come up. Boobadoop is going to be pressured bottom. Carr wins his one-on-one against Adso. Probably knows that there's players coming around from the other side. It's going to actually be an overshield player. That's tapping buttons with the next overshield. So will PK be able to snowball this power up into a lead? They've already got a kill with it. Now they have some map control due to it, but they're going to be looking to push into red.
No more OS in play. But tapping is such a force, he might as well always have an OS, because he gets a beautiful kill there on Trippy. That's 3 dead on the feed. Boo Boo gonna try to fly up, get a trade, and he gets it. But now 24-21 as PK take their lead here. New spawners on blue side. Drift, he gets the caster. Should be firing that caster in blue base. But instead, he's gonna opt to use Magnum for now. I'd like to see him just unload in the base here. He's gonna go for the lift first. Nobody there, so no hit markers. As long as he holds on, when he can't, he does get melted. 3-kill game here. Boo Boo will push up through Carr side. You can see top map control on the side of PKs. They look to hold it.
Yeah, Alleyways trying to come back. Trippy with a huge double could be the opening they need in order to make this comeback. 26-26 as we go past the 25 halfway mark. Towards 50, we have Boobadoop flying top middle, spotting a player and tapping buttons, pushing across the bridge. So now the map belongs to Alleyways.
Yeah, Alleyways pulled it right back. 3-kill lead on their side. Got some time till the OS comes up. For now, map control clearly in the favor of Alleyways. There are players trying to flank around, get behind. But Boo Boo not going to worry about that. He's going to collapse on blue base. Trippy with the opening kill. Drift with the trade on the feed. Got Boo Boo putting shots in up on top Carr. Big shots coming in from him, but that player does get a kill. Frosty cleans it up. Atso up on top Carr. Still laying in the damage, but he goes down. The OS going to be up shortly, and this is a crucial OS in the midpoint of this game. Pelu looking like a laser, but not enough to stay up here. Who's going to get this OS, West? This is going to really spell the momentum.
Yeah, you know PK has the exact time. The question is, does Alleyways also have the exact time? 35-31, 4-kill lead. Alleyways still doing a phenomenal job, but tapping buttons now with the overshield. Does get the first pick of the comeback. Here comes tapping buttons towards red. A trade from Boobadoop. Beautiful job by him in order to deal that damage. Gets the melees in. I believe it might have been actually Trippy or Frosty that was doing the melees there. And Boobadoop reached across the map with a pistol and finished him off. But a phenomenal job by all of Alleyways to make sure that overshield didn't translate to a comeback.
Yeah, tapping continues to pick up OS. He just gets shut down so quickly that he can't really even the odds with it. But Suppressed right now, just living up narrowly here. He actually opts to sprint before his shields come back. That might bite him. He's okay for now. Player gonna push up through Carr. Suppressed doesn't know where he is. Melee's coming in, he does get it. That could have been very scary for him. Still a 5-kill game, make it 6 kills as Alleyways pull away in this Slayer. Can PK turn it around last second? They're still within comeback range, but it's starting to look real rough for the boys as they go down here.
Oh, it looks rough. Down 5 kills. You've struggled in Slayers up until this point, and there's not much that has shown that you're going to be capable of coming back. Frosty on the flank spots this player, no shield top card, just needs 4 kills to go. Doesn't get the kill with the nade, so he's kind of wondering how to play this situation. He's going to be aggressive now that Boobadoop is here to help. Boobadoop finds a kill, a second, and Frosty's going to bait and switch with him, fly at him. Trippy's here as well. And that's 49-43. You can call this a good game because only 1 kill to go. Frosty's going to do it himself this time around. 50-44. And once again, PK's woes and Team Slayers rear their ugly head.
Frosty hitting that turbo boost button at the end there. Just sprinting, sliding, getting up in so many different fights, putting in so much damage. But Trippy leading the board this time around. We know Trippy's been a laser this tournament. 15 kills to his name. Over 2,000 damage coming out of Boobadoop as well. So he's looking good. And tapping buttons continuing to keep up with 15 slays of his own. But unfortunately, like you said, PK, they tend to struggle in Slayer. They're a great objective team, but when it comes to Slayer, it's been kind of dicey for them. They held their own for a while, but we definitely saw that Alleyways team start to pull away. So they had the momentum coming into game 3. And West, that game 3 is going to be a Fathom CTF. Now, if PK can clutch up here, they win the tournament. If Alleyways takes this, then we get a bracket reset and another best of 3. We'll find out with this match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to tell, right? I think Alleyways needs to be able to win an objective against this team. Fathom Flag can be a very difficult objective, even for a much stronger team, in my opinion. So if there's any game type you're looking forward to seeing is PK, I think this might be the one, right? This is something you can turn into a little scrappy. You can kind of play your own play style and make the situation very difficult. But Drift, going for the camo unsuccessfully, able to get it. I believe the camo players get traded out, but only one player alive for PK, and that's going to be Adso here on the flag.
Camo did get traded out. The rail, in the meantime, is in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, so we'll see if he makes a play with that. Adso narrowly trying to survive, and there comes the nades in from Trippy, tapping buttons with the 5 on the feed. Frosty with the what is basically a railgun as well. He's got the light rifle, as he'll rotate that back through Red Tree, back up the top mid. A great power position to be on here, but he does lose his teammates. Collects the rail, though, and a wide rotation. Looking to make a rotation all the way over through Blue Tree House, and now he's behind enemy lines. So just the awareness, the big brain plays from Frosty, always putting himself in great spots to get kills. But can he line that up? Not yet. Nade's coming out. You know what? They'll shut him down.
Pelu with another kill top. Middle is going to make 2 dead, 4 Alleyways, make it 3 with a double kill from Pelu, and he's got information on where this third player is. This third player doesn't look like they're appearing that they're going to challenge him just as of yet, but now that he's weak, he's got that information. He's going to push him out. That's a beautiful job by Alleyways to stay alive as the last guy and end up being productive towards the end. Suppressed is going to pick up a kill of his own, but tapping buttons trades it out. Nice job tapping buttons to pick up the double from Boo Boo. Now we're going to see if they're able to make it to the flag.
No matter how much pressure you put on tapping buttons, he still performs. He still hits shots like a laser. He's just got that tournament level, that champion level kind of poise and confidence. We see it time and time again, but is it enough to clutch up in Fathom Flag? Players flying into red base at this point as Boo Boo does get a trade. 2 players left to keep the chow up here. They will pull the flag out the window. Pelu going to try to make a mad dash with it. He tosses it out to Sub. That's a rally that might be picked up. You can see Gish, that's Drift, in position to try to do something about it. Instead, he opts to go top mid. We know the the camo, the rail, just about to come up here, so a crucial point in the game. If they don't get the flag, at least they want these power weapons, but Drift wants it all. He gets a double. His teammates can collect the flag, and they might have an opening here to take it to the blue base. The first point on the board, so close yet so far. The rail in the hands of red team is tapping, makes a bad dash for it. Can't get it over the window. He can't get it through. The melees come in, they get the reset, and not only that, they got the rail. Trippy looking for a counter pull here.
It's so unfortunate the flag got stuck where it did, and now they risk the counter cap. 2 straight dead for PK. You know the flag's being run across silo already. There is a player in the engine of Alleyways right now. They do figure out he's there, but no, a little bit of a blunder there. You have to know that player's there if you're Alleyways. PK doing a phenomenal job of getting that kill. Do they get the return though? It looks like Adso's going to be able to move across the map, help his team. Is it in time? Flag carrier does go down and gets a melee onto a second, but it's not enough. Alleyways gets the first cap.
PK fighting with everything they have. Literally everything they have, and it just doesn't seem to be enough. Getting snuffed out last second there. But these boys, they will not think about that. They'll forget about it, move forward as if it never happened. But still, 1-0 on the board here. Maybe 2-0 in a second because Boo Boo's being sneaky. He is not stopping as he takes this flag up through the blue tree house. Looking so rough for PK. They are gunning it for a bracket reset. They are 2 flags away. Might shortly be 1 flag unless PK can fly in here and do something to stop it. But Suppressed will collect it. And it looks like this one's going to be planted in. That is now 2-0 on the board as the momentum continues to roll in the favor of Alleyways.
2-0 and the third flag being run. They are looking to reset this bracket. Frosty throws it out.
Oh, this is it.
And applying pressure. He's going to have to come back with the flag because there are players that have already overextended to his base. but it looks like everybody on Alleyways is going to be coming back this time around, knowing that this is the end of the game, the end of the first series. If they cap this, unfortunately, Suppress is going to have to back off. There's too many of them. PK's actually got the flag, and they're running it themselves.
PK scrambling to get their footing, scrambling to get a point on the board. I think Alleyways will see. Oh, they don't have the Regis yet. It's a mad dash. Atso, can he get there in time? He can't touch it. Tapping and Atso both fly to the flag, and neither of them can touch it in time. Just the heartbreak after heartbreak for Team PK here as they continue to get shut down, and Frosty now has the camo. This might get real rough.
Heartbreaking that flag returns narrowly, just a couple of steps away, and we're looking at a game that's 2-1. It's so devastating to have momentum happen like that in the game. It's how they're going to be able to balance this. How are they going to be able to get the ship right? You have plenty of times with 7 minutes, but everything has gone in Alleyway's favor as far as luck so far.
Another flag out. Another attempt by PK. One player in the generator. They got to stop him. Pelly with a big kill. Trippy with a kill as well. That flag didn't go in, though. A nade came in to stop it. But they got to get this one. There's no way. There's no way they don't get this one. Palu trying to stop this flag. He's got another player in. Tapping button slides in. Tapping to save the day. And he'll plant a flag in the pedestal. My God. 3rd time's a charm. But what a brawl they had to get through just to get 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hardest flag cap of all time, it feels like, whenever they get it close. Alleyways has just been so clutch. Tapping buttons, comes off spawn with a perfect kill in the kill feed. Trippy here trying to hold the tree down, lands some nice shots to back one player off, but Drift goes around, takes him down, and now he's going to look to push Silo.
Dubu with a defensive kill on the porch. Railgun coming up. Turning point in the game could be created by this rail if Atso can get out of there, and he gets a big kill. Boo Dubu gonna keep that pressure up in bottom mid. He does get the kill on Pelu, but teammates there to close him out. Atso with a huge one on top mid, so Atso clutching up with that rail right now. Drift gonna dive back to get the shots in on Trippy. Trippy with the nade, but Trippy not good enough to stop him. Huge kill from Drift, doing everything he can to live the shenanigans, but not enough to save that flag, so it goes out, stopped yet again. The camo, no idea where that is, and it must be burned at this point. But things, you know what? It just got picked up in the hands of Pelu. So PK, they continue to fight back here, and just over 5 minutes to do it.
Plenty of time to get one flag cap. You need to focus on control and getting your kills. Pelu with this camo is going to look for an opening front to base. He knows there's a player lingering around here. It does spot him, but he trades melees, which means he's probably going to go down. But no, he gets his camo back. For Frosty, he can see that shield recharging when you have camo anyways. He's going to hit that shot, take him down. And with it, that takes away one of PK's biggest opportunities with 5 minutes left to try and push into the base.
The pressure's still on from Alleyways right now as Trippy tries to live up here. Tense battle on the elbow, though he does lose it. Boo Boo on the silo in the meantime. So putting in shots from both angles here as they start to apply pressure to the base. Pelu in the meantime going to dive off of Courtyard. Start to get themselves back out of the base as they fight back. Honestly, the scoreboard says 2-1, but I do feel like PK have been putting on the pressure a little bit more so. They've just been unsuccessful in their attempts. They'll continue to try. We'll see if they can get away with this one. Pelly going to try to live up here. You got a player pushing through sub beside him. Oh, he gets melted in a second, though. Tapping in the meantime, being sneaky on the porch, but he's snuffed out. And that, just like flies, they drop. Trippy going to fly into the base, try to get a pull here.
Trippy looking to end this game in 3 caps, not going to wait for the 4-minute mark. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, and PK there to stop him from closing the door on this game and in the first series.
Back on board with tapping. You have to take a brawl right off of his spawn here, and he doesn't win it. So that light rifle being so damn destructive in this game. Same with the rail, but this time it's going to go in the hands of Trippy. He's got 3 shots to work with here. New camo going to be up shortly as well, so that top map control is so crucial, and you can see Alleyways have it right now. Trippy just going to look for a pick just to keep him back. Yeah.
You want to see PK get this next camo, but they're not in any position to, so they're going to have to do some work. Trippy going to deny that work from being done. There is a player that's top middle right now. Camo, I don't believe is in his hands. I'm not sure what has happened to it or if it's spawned
Rubu has it
yet. Okay. Trippy and Boo Boo doing a phenomenal job of focusing on map control right now, but Boo Boo Doo Boo actually with the flag bottom middle. I love this play by him though. He touches it, gets the reset on it, and he's gonna look to slay. Picks up a kill, and even if it gets returned, he's still buying so much time for his teammates to get in a position to help that he's creating so much chaos and forcing PK to play defense.
Boo Boo has done this time and time again. Gets camo, and he just is so damn annoying. He stays alive as long as possible. And right now he has used the entirety of camo, so can't rely on it anymore. But he's in the base. Gonna make his way through Albo. Big opening kill from him. Player and generator. Nades coming in. Boo Boo might look to pull this flag, might look to put in the pressure. He does go for the kill first, but gets melted from both sides. Trippy picks it up, though. Or Suppressed picks it up. Suppressed right now gonna grab flag, take it out to Porch. Brawl goes down on Porch here. You can see multiple players of PK on there for the defense. Suppressed somehow still alive in generator, but he's gonna get melted. So back and forth this game goes. We only got 2 minutes left here, and it's starting to become a battle for time as PK continue to defend. They're going to try to get back over to red base through the elbow here.
Beautiful double by Drift. Way to be aggressive here. Is he going to be able to stay alive? The answer is no. He gets rocked by an nade. And because Suppressed kills him, cleans out his base, it's just more time off the clock before PK is able to get another opportunity to pull a flag.
Less than 2 minutes left. One more camo to really turn the tides on this game. That rail now out of the picture. Trippy just somehow can't get that kill. He does melee, though. That'll do it. He'll stay up. So really, technically, Alleyways could opt to fight from a defensive position for the rest of the game, but I feel like that's not their style. They're going to go in guns blazing. They're going to try to put them down in their spawn. New camo now up and deleted off the map. So Trippy snuffing out one of the most important opportunities that PK had to pull this back. And now he's still got the rail, though he does get melted from the side. Not dead just yet. There we go. Rail now off. PK, can they do anything off of this challenge?
2 dead, fresh for Alleyways. It's going to be up to Suppress to get a kill. He finds one, knock to no shield, actually goes down. Players spawning up on the silo. They have the information. The flag cannot get out of the window as of just yet. You have a player at bottom middle that's playing great defense. It's Trippy. A perfect kill on the Trippy. Great shots by Drift. He's got all the information that these players are pushing big door side of the map. They're spawning there as well. This flag cannot get across there. They're having to do so much slaying. Beautiful defense from Alleyways. You see Frosty challenging this player towards the big door as well. They get the return, I believe, with the help of Boo Boo Doo Boo. And with it, 30 seconds to go in this game is going to belong to Alleyways.
Yeah, unless we see some sort of mad dash out of PK into the base in about 5 seconds, I think that might be it. Frosty and Alleyways so damn powerful. Frosty showing us a new spot on Fathom there as well. Nice little movement from him, but very dangerous place to hang out. At this point, it's not going to matter. 10 seconds is not enough to stop this from happening. So Alleyways secure themselves a bracket reset, and here we go again. A whole new best of 3 to jump into as PK. You know what? PK are still keeping it so damn close, West, that I actually don't know who could take this, because I think they were kind of, you know, I want to say unlucky in a lot of situations in this game. PK had so many heartbreaking moments where they almost managed to get that cap in, and it was just meters or inches, I want to say, away from that pedestal.
Inches away. You're right. Seconds away from calling themselves victors, but sometimes that's what it takes. It's those seconds, those inches that make the difference. It was that in this game here. And we're going to have a bracket reset. Alleyways, with all the momentum continuing through their losers bracket run, is going to reset the brackets. And now, what you feared most, if you're rooting for this PK team, is a reality.
It definitely is. I gotta love Fathom as a spectator, as a caster, though. It's always so exciting, so dynamic. And then you look at the scoreboard afterwards and you see so many kills, like Suppress with 30 kills, Trippy with 24, 23 at a Boo Boo, 23 at a Frosty, and then 24, 28, 20, 16 out of the side of PK. So just 4,000 damage, over 4,000 damage from some of these players, and almost 4,000 for most of them. It's a brawl. It's such a long, intense match, though for the players, it's grueling, I'm sure. And I wonder who has some gas left in the tank, and if they can translate that directly into a Callie flag in our brand new series here, the final series in the tournament. This is it. Callie flag, like you said, Wes. Whoever wins the Callie flag tends to win the tournament in these matchups. So this is going to be a hell of a brawl to kick off the series.
Absolutely. Starting it off with Boo Boo Doo Boo, a player that really started to pick up there in Game 3. Let's see if he's able to continue that momentum and gain that confidence that he can take over this series. here early in game 1.
Oh, Boo Boo Doo looking for it all right there. And he does whip the melee and instead finds death on bottom mid. Axo still brawling himself in red base. How does he get away from that exchange? Oh, for a second he almost lived, but he's down for the count. Tapping buttons down as well. Suppressed up on red bend with a defense. As I see players dropping left and right here, but one player stays up, and that's Frosty. He's got the snipe. And headshots.
Worst case scenario is a reality. Frosty with the snipe already doing work, does miss a shot, but able to clean that kill up still on the tapping buttons. His flag is out, but he turns around, sees his teammates are going to be in a position to return that. Going to look to continue slaying here. Trippy kills him a player before Frosty's able to snipe him. Get some information on the player elbow, and with this, Frosty just dominating the catwalk control until tapping buttons and Drift can take him down.
Yeah, sudden explosion of a nade takes him down in a second, and Drift wasting no time flying up into catwalk looking for a new spawner here. 3 shots, actually 1 shot left to work with. Those shots just disappeared, and one went into the brain of Frosty, so can't complain about that. Drift, though, can he stay alive? You can see that flag is out, so Drift gonna opt to get some defense here, but he has 1 shot, desperately trying to stop this flag from making it any further. Nade's coming in, he got his shields back. Beautiful shots from him, enough to get the damage in. PK Pelu cleans it up. They're gonna dive in for the re, so PK continue to put up strong defense and stop that flag in his tracks.
Great defense from PK there. You thought that that was going to be the first cap on the board, but no, they're standing strong. They're continuing to compete at such a high level with this Alleyways team that you had to wonder going into the series, was that going to be the case? And they are proving that they belong in this finals and that they want to win this thing here and now.
Suppressed wants to stomp on everyone below him. He does get the kill on Drift. They are trying to stay up to rally this flag just a little further here. Boo Boo with a crucial live right now. If he does make it out, I don't know how he's weaving his way through all these opponents, and he gets a kill for it too. Trippy with a kill as well. They're going to go in to collect the flag, but can they touch it? Because PK throwing their bodies at it. Finally do get the return, so they'll reset that once again. Rockets now up as well. You can see that bad dash being made over to Rockets here as Trippy looks to suppress it. He'll make his way over through Snipe's side. You know what? I said the flag was returned. Maybe I was wrong, Wes, because somehow that one went in the pedestal.
First flag goes to Alleyways, and now PK has lost all momentum that they gained through the winner's bracket. You see Alleyways starting to gain confidence, starting to have a lot of success when it comes to these objective game types. We've seen PK struggle in the Slayer, so turning up in this game 1 is so important for their series life here, because you have to think if they lose this, that Slayer is only going to look more daunting.
It absolutely will. That's the thing, is they tend to lose these Slayers, so if they lose this, that might be the tournament. Haven't seen PK clutch up a Slayer today. Doesn't mean they can't do it. And it doesn't mean this game's over yet as well, though, but Boo Boo Doo flying in like a force into the base. That flag is out. New spawners up on cave side. You know what? They might spawn just about anywhere. You got one who spawned to elbow, gonna make his way up the rocks here. But getting pinched immediately, he's dead. That player gonna fly off rocks, try to get a touch on the flag. That flag now out through the trenches, and can Pelu do anything to stop it? He's going to have to get himself in the trenches as well. This is going to be a hell of a brawl to stop this flag.
Pelu's trying to force a play here, unable to win a one-on-one against Trippy, and Trippy even has a teammate right next to him at this point, so he's just going to try and get the flag as fast as possible. Relayed up the ramp, the return comes in from Suppressed, punches in the flag, 2-0, 8 minutes left. Alleyways in the driver's seat.
Alleyway, the driver's seat, they're on the highway at this point. Driving at 80 miles per hour, not stopping. Trippy, Suppressed, both get their picks. Shots into the elbow as well. They're going to clean that player up. And they're looking for yet another flag here. PK have yet to get in the red base, let alone stop these flags from coming out. And it's just looking like such a struggle when you got a hot Alleyways right up in front of you, putting in so much damn damage off your spawn. Even Suppressed, really putting in a ton of damage here. He's got the stick that he lands. Just add an insult to injury here, and another flag being pulled, but they'll stop it for now.
PK continues their tournament life for now, but here and now they find themselves with such a deep hole in game 1. You can feel the situation, the momentum has gone all against them. The gravity of the situation might be too big for them. They're starting to crumble. Trippy flying in from the elbow, able to get a kill with that flag, but doesn't make it into the window successfully. And because of that, PK can survive a little bit longer, it looks like, but it looks like they're stuck on defense this entire game so far.
Yeah, this is just so relentless from Alleyways. What do you do as PK in this situation? What does the mental look like when you are so close to greatness 2 weeks in a row and it's just getting ripped away from you? Suppress gonna make that flag all the way out right beside the pedestal, and a mad dash comes in to try to stop it, but I think it's too little too late. That's it for the game. And that might be it for the series unless we see some crazy Slayer gameplay out of PK. But we haven't seen it yet. That's a 1-0 Series 2. Alleyway's looking so damn dominant.
Right, that was a completely different game one than we saw in either of the two previous series. That was a dominant performance from Alleyways. You have to think PK is running out of gas. Now they're facing a Slayer for game two. It's going to be such a difficult task to imagine that they can beat this Alleyways team that's such a strong slaying squad, has so much individual skill in one of these Slayers, but that's the kind of the situation that they put themselves in, knowing that they left the door open in the first before the series got reset.
A stark difference in this game versus the last series is the Slays always managed to hold relatively even, but this time around it was overwhelming from Alleyways. 13, 17, 15 out of Frosty, Suppressed, and Trippy. Some players on PK not even hitting 10 kills. As we jump into yet another game here, it is going to be a Slayer. It's going to be Plaza. May very well be the last game of the tournament unless PK show us a performance we have never seen before. And I don't want to put him out of the running. So let's see what they can do off this rip here. We got the snipe. We got the OS to fight for. They are going to dive off this strat. Suppressed going to be the one to follow as he launches nades at himself before he puts them into the enemy.
Suppressed starts off very well, winning his battle in yard. Gonna spot this player bottom snipe, knowing that these players are gonna spawn blue. He's gonna have a great position here top yard. Chooses to back off of it though, doesn't want to get double teamed and shot down immediately. Frosty's falling back towards loop, but he's got the snipe, so this is an amazing opportunity for Frosty and the boys to close the series here and now.
They do get that kill on that sniper. That's big. That means that PK might be able to collect the snipe. Boo Boo, in the meantime, he's going to make his way all the way back up to top mid. He knows exactly where the enemy is. He is moving damn quick. Going to stop on top yellow, keep the high ground, and wait and see what these players do. The Chow comes in, one in the hall, multiple coming out from Tram into yard here. And this is going to be a hell of a battle as Boo Boo just sits in the corner, waits for it to happen, and he stays alive. And that keeps us at 6-6 on the board. I hear that snipe going off, and it's in the hands of Atso Uchiha. It's up to this man to pull out the Sharingan, to pull out something to start to hit these shots.
Nice, so Atso actually was dead with that snipe. I believe Trippy actually just died with it as well. It seems to be cursed. Booba picks up a double from top yellow. Does get taken down, but a 1-kill lead for Alleyways after that double kill from Booba. Frosty ends up with the snipe in hand, and this could be a story worth writing about. Frosty rips the head off top snipe. Overshield not for another 28, 50, or 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Booba is going to try and hold this player off yard, and a 1-kill lead still remains.
Yeah, Frosty will land a blainer before he goes down. Boo going to go down as well, but not without a trade. Atso on our screen once again, looking at the dead bodies below here. He'll make his way back up to top yellow. Got U-spawners over in Tram. They're going to pour their way out through loop. And Frosty back up. He's got one shot in the snipe left to plant into nothing. Not yet, but there will be another snipe to pick up here at 9 minutes, so we'll see what he does there. First things first is the OS. Whoever grabs this can definitely get some momentum for the team. You can see PK have that early momentum. They are holding on to a lead, and they might have positioning for the OS as well, and that is massive. Atso with an OS in hand and a 4-kill lead to work with.
Atso in a position to carry his team. Up 6 kills now. All of a sudden, PK with this overshield grab and control of the inside of the map has really extended a lead up to 8 now. This is the biggest lead we've seen them have in any Slayers thus far today on the broadcast, and Atso looking to push loop. He's going to swap this player, trying to kind of bait that situation out. Suppress gets taken down. Another player gets spotted, and Atso finds himself a double, extending the lead to 10.
This is absolutely beautiful from PK. We said we needed to see a performance like no other for Slayer, and so far they're giving us a show. They're holding on to a lead. PK going to try to come in, collapse on top S4 here. If they win this sniper, this is massive. Trippy, you know he needs to stay alive here. Going to toss a nade to bottom left. Gets a huge reversal kill. Nade comes in and takes him out, though. So trades back and forth here. That snipe is down for the count. Suppress going to come in with a pinch. Got a teammate with him, so a 2-2 split here as they take the fight from Hotel to Nest. And that snipe, you know he's got to burn the ammo. But it looks like he can't in time. Frosty has a relatively full snipe, and he's hitting shots. And this could be real dicey as he looks to make the comeback here. Oh my god, Frosty.
Top snipe with the snipe. Frosty misses the first shot, forced it back down as he's taken down a no shield. Suppress finds a kill in the kill feed. Trippy matches it up, and all of a sudden a 10 kill lead now down to 3. Frosty in control of the power weapon. This is a good position for alleyways. From just a moment ago, the game looked like it was going to be potentially over, and actually PK winning a Slayer. Now just a 4-kill game. PK still in the lead, but you have to think that that lead could go at any moment with Frosty being able to rip heads.
Yeah, Frosty hitting that Ultra Instinct mode where he just like stands still and waits and then hits a perfect shot with just insane flick speed. Just like that. Holy crap, Frosty looking for another here. He'll dive down to that player. That's a double kill for him. Don't hit. Oh my god, for a second I thought he'd hit that no scope, but he does go down. That OS is now up. PK gonna make a mad dash to it to try to get it here, but I don't see it on the board. I think it might be burned, so PK gonna weather the storm before Frosty made some huge plays. That could have been nasty.
Atso trying to find a way to stay alive, help his team at the same time, extend the lead back up to 4, but multiple teammates go down in that process. 36-33. No overshield coming up anytime soon. I believe the last one was as of recently burned. But 38-33 PK. Beautiful shots from Tapping. He's been on fire all day today. And you can match a back-to-back perfect kills that could potentially decide the outcome.
PK want this win so bad. They continue to hold on. At this rate, they might take it. A 5-kill lead. A 40-point mark. 10 kills left to close it out here as Drift plays sneaky in Cafe. Gonna try to get at least a trade. Trades are money at this point, but he can't get it. They do have 41, though. PK Palu up on top S4. He'll drop down for the kill. A 4-kill lead on the side of Palu. He knows there's a player above him. Oh, but he doesn't have to take the fight. You can see how patiently these players on PK are playing. They know they can't give up any easy deaths. So PK wraps. I love that wrap from Palu. He gets a big kill. New snipe coming up as well. The brawl takes place on Nest. And if they take this, will be massive. PK, Palu's still going to put the damage in here. And somehow they managed to hold on to Nest's side.
Pure chaos right now. Hopefully it subsides for a brief moment. Overshield will be coming up shortly, and a huge kill from Pelu actually to top yellow. Suppressed, a little bit of an overextension there. That's going to open up the map a lot. They need that player alive. Top yellow tapping buttons with the snipe. It's going to help his teammate and get 2 kills in a row. 47-42. Looked like his controller might have disconnected, or I'm not quite sure what the case is. Tapping buttons doesn't appear to be.
Not like this. Just play it out. They can play it out. Tell me they can play it out. Tapping, I think, just lagged out of the game. They got 2 kills left to close it out, but will they stay? I think they're staying. They're going to go for one more kill here in a 4v3. They got the OS, and they'll still do it. My God. PK get a well-deserved win there. And Tapping, I believe, lags out in the last couple seconds of the game, but not enough to turn the tides. What the heck?
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly is going on with the technical issues that just occurred. Hopefully tapping buttons can get back on and back in the lobby as soon as possible. Hopefully that also counts as a win for that team as they close that one out in a 3v4 fashion to get the last few kills. But all of that still to be answered, still undetermined at this time.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, they had the lead. They lost tapping, but they still won. I don't think it didn't look like Red Team just decided to stop playing by any means. I don't see why that doesn't count as a victory, but we'll wait and see for the final verdict on it. I'm being told from Esports Arena that it will count, which would mean that we got a game 3 and a final match for the entire tournament, West, to close out one hell of a tournament. Honestly, this has been an insane grand finals. I just hope that Tapping can get right back in this lobby and we can kick it off yet again. But our final match will be in Empire Strongholds. I hope you guys are enjoying this in the chat. This might be PK taking their first tournament for Esports Arena ever. And if they do that, this is a massive, massive win, but still too early to tell.
I'm not going to call it until they finish it out strong. Wasn't unable to hear the producer there. But I think if you're PK, you got to be confident going into the objective games.
Yeah. So yeah, we apparently have replays to keep us satiated throughout this. Let's see some of the replays from our last match from the series. It's been a hell of a series so far, just back and forth throughout. So I'd like to see if we got anything spicy to share with you. Some memories being made here. There we go. Boo boo doo boo. What do you got, Wes?
Enjoying some replays, I guess. Frosty with the snipe, we saw him with the head. Not much of a choice. Would like to get this finals underway, get this game 3, but
agreed.
Due to technical difficulties, this is what we'll run into. This game 2, though, very big one for PK. I wasn't sure they'd be able to win a Slayer. I honestly didn't think they would be able to, but they created this gap around the 35 kill mark that really separated themselves. They blew like a 10 kill lead at one point, and it was a neck and neck game. But they were able to kind of extend that lead once again here, where Adso's able to help his teammate out, get that kill, find another one, drop in bottom truck. 36-33, and then all of a sudden they were up by about 8. Tapping buttons played lights out towards the end of that game. You see the lag out there, but he got that double. He had snipe, and even though they took him down and he lagged out, they were able to still close it out. So great game from PK.
Tapping, up until the point that he started lagging, he did play lights out. He hit a nasty double and then disconnected right after. So he went out with a bang. He also hit the back-to-back 5s on bottom mid, which were so dirty. So Tapping, that was 12 and 11 performance from him and 2,600 damage, the most in the lobby. He is lighting up everyone right now. So hopefully he comes back with a force. Pelu, in the meantime, 14 kills to his name. Trippy with 14, Frosty with 12. Suppressed, having a bit of a rough time in that Slayer. But it's all going to come down to his strongholds to close out this tournament. Wes, we are clear for a quick break as we get this lobby sorted, but don't go anywhere. Get some popcorn or something, because we got a hell of a match to close this tournament. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. No more delays. This is it. This is the match you've been waiting for, the final match of the tournament. It's an Empire Strongholds. And Empire Strongholds is what? The smallest map in the game? In the most insane, just most snowbally, game type to watch, Wes. I don't know. I'm worried for both teams in this one. My heart's already beating fast. I hope you're ready to cast this.
Absolutely. This is one of the fastest paced game types we have in Halo 5. What better way to end this tournament than with an Empire Stronghold? We've seen PK have very strong Stronghold games. That means they have a chance in this series to take their first tournament championship here. PK versus Alleyways, a very strong comeback through Losers Bracket. Alleyways has had, but we'll see. It's all decided here.
Boo Boo kicks it off with a combo and the OS. So nobody's going to shut him down this time unless he gets maybe a little backsmack, but you know he's wary of that. He'll dive into blue base. So the early, the early control going to go in the favor of Alleyways to start it out, and a trip cap as well, as they are coming in hot to kick off this final game.
A trip cap from Alleyways is no shocker, but wow, are they applying so much pressure right now. 11-0 in the first minute. They get this reset on pit, they're going to be able to hold this trip cap for a little bit longer, and every second that this trip cap ticks away is another tick in the direction against PK's dreams of winning one of these esports arenas championships. And just slays all across the board for Alleyways. Rotations perfectly. They do get control of blue, but the pressure is still on. You see kills still going in favor of Alleyways in the kill feed. Drift finally finds one. Adso gets one as well, but damage has been done. 27, already a fourth of the score is Alleyways on their way to a victory.
A championship caliber team will weather the storm, fight back, and bring it back, and PK looking to prove that. They do have 2 points on the board, so finally they got their footing on this series here. As Boo Boo just gets backsmacked, his life ripped away. Frosty as well, they both go down. In a bit of an exchange of melees there, some fisticuffs. But that trade in the favor of PK, and they still got the 2 caps on the board. New camo, new OS coming up shortly here. They got a delay over Slay. Until that happens, you can see Pelu's already got himself set up in the tower. The pressure coming in the pit, though. They're going to dive in, try to cap that. And Pelu, he decides to dip his toe in the water here. And it looks like we got sharks below, but damn, do they light them up. That's 4 dead. New OS, new camo coming up. They want it all, though. They want the caps, and they want the power-ups. We'll see what they can grab.
A trip cap now for
Beautiful.
PK as Overshield goes in the hands of Trippy. Trippy's going to be forced to make a play now. He's going to be the last guy alive by himself. Run back towards his teammates. It's a great job by him to make that decision, not force anything with this Overshield by yourself. Your team needs you to make a play because that lead that you build yourselves up is now disappeared.
So the OS was grabbed by Alleyways. Atso had the camo, but shortly after Atso was burned, so no power-ups to work with at this point. As Trippy now dives into pit, he's got a teammate with him to continue this challenge. And he'll try to win these fights here. You can see these players going to dive in, try to contest, but too little too late. That's a cap on the side of Alleyways as they get the lead back yet again here. Combo in the hand of Trippy. He'll keep that in the back pocket for safekeeping, but for now, he'll hit the execution shot across the map. Gonna try to land the combo here. He'll dive forward, but I believe he is down for the count. So PK, Drift, and team gonna fight back, try to get picked back here.
Multiple players jump into pit. Drift gets taken down. A stalemate as the battle for pit continues, but it does get transferred over in PK. They begin to score more points. I want to see them push this 3 cap. Tapping buttons is just front blue. He needs to jump in. Beautiful job by him to understand the situation he was in. And now another trip cap in favor of PK as they're going to start to score. We'll see how long they can keep it. They do lose red. They are beginning to lose blue, so now they actually risk they actually risk control of the entire map once they tried to force that trip cap.
Alleyways, tenacious as they are, they can't seem to shut down PK. They continue to claw their way back. They continue to get trip caps, and PK now pulling away with the lead, passing the 50-point mark. Yet another camo. OS coming up here, and this is going to be so damn crucial. But PK, they're holding on to everything. Players going to pour their way into pit to try to stop the bleeding here, but they can't do that just yet. UOS, you'd like to see that in control of PK considering they have the caps, but they don't have any power-ups just yet. Atso, he's the one who has the camo timing. So he makes the wrap through, but it looks like he doesn't have it. So that camo is actually in the hands of Frosty, and the OS in the hands of Boo Boo. So somehow with a trip cap on board, they miss all the power-ups and 3 dead. So this might be very interesting for Alleyways if they can try to claw their way back with these power-ups.
Right, Alleyways needs to figure out a way to probably get full control of the map because they have such a big deficit to try and make up for right now. Two strongholds is going to be very difficult to hold or to like inch away at this lead. They are starting to do so, and with the pressure they're starting to apply, if they're able to get 3, maybe 4 dead, they'll look to push a trip cap.
Yeah, Frosty looking for blood here. Knows there's a player on bottom tower. That player makes a wide rotation actually to pit. That's Gish. He's got 2 teammates with him over on Turbine. They're going to look to push up. Frosty going to hold down top tower here. Combo into 1. Melee comes in, but he didn't charge it fully. So that didn't give him a kill, and he doesn't waste any time getting into pit, but he's being assaulted from multiple angles, so no success in pit right there. But the defense still coming in. They do actually get the reset, so holding on to the double cap here, just starting to close the score. We still see PK hold on. 55 points and counting here. Suppressed. Gonna make his way up to red. Player directly in front of him. That's tapping button. Tapping. Goes for the melee. Tapping. Does he get the kill? Suppressed can't find him, and it's a trade. Wild.
Should have been an easy kill, but eventually a trade is the result. But Suppressed needs to get that kill a little bit cleaner for his team not to be losing bottom mid right now. It's all a snowball effect from that fight lasting too long, and Suppressed having to give away his position and his life on the map. 79 and counting. PK's lead is Suppressed actually wins a big one-on-one over there towards Camo. Unfortunately, he gets traded out. But Badu was forced to go back to blue. But there's 3 players here for PK.
Wow.
They're in a trip cap right now, 85 and climbing.
If PK is going to take any esports arena tournament, this is the one they deserve, Wes. They are a force on the map. New OS up. They already have the camo. It's in the hands of Atso Uchiha. That OS is going to be so crucial, and it looks like it's been planted in the body of Frosty. Who else but Frosty as he dives? Frosty making his way through Turbine. In the meantime, Atso, now he sees it. Atso going to try to play patient here. He does get snuffed out, and he gets the kill. That's big. 95 points to count, and they make a mad dash for Pit here. This could be the end of the game. Atso, he's stalling it. They find him, though. Atso with a huge melee. Atso with a kill. But is it enough to stop the Pit? 98 now. I don't even know what's happening. They still got the double cap. No, they don't. They reset it. My bad. West, 99 points. 1 point away, and somehow Alleyways turn this around. They're trying to save the game. The brawl for Pit continues here, though. If they cap Pit, that's literally it. And they do. What? I don't know what I'm watching anymore. I'm losing my mind, Wes.
Transfers back and forth have allowed Alleyways to stay in this game, but only by 1 point, 99 to 70. Not like this, PK. All you need to do is get one stronghold controlled, 1 more point, and you are the victor of this tournament. You have 3 kills. This is it. They hop bottom middle. There's 3 of them.
This is it.
It's suppressed. They win the game. That's the tournament. PK are your esports arenas champions for the day.
PK take their first ever esports arena tournament, and they do it against Titans. Against Titans. What a massive, massive comeback, a massive series. My God. What a well-deserved victory. What a performance. I hope you guys enjoyed that in the chat. That was unbelievable. I feel like a little emotional from that one, Wes. That was crazy. So crazy. Let's look at this scoreboard. Tapping buttons. Always popping out to me. Man has 21 kills, 14 deaths, 17 out of Atso, 15 out of Pelu. Beautiful, beautiful place. And they take their first tournament. They take it against some of the toughest competitors in the world. So we talk about Latin American players continuing to improve and thrive. And today was their day. One hell of a day, Wes.
Unbelievable performance from them. They've raised up to and played at a level that we know that they're capable of, but they're unable to consistently do at times. They find some consistency finally throughout an entire day, and with it, they're able to hoist that first place over, right? And this is a beautiful thing for the Latin American scene. All the hard work that they put in. They're in this thing every weekend, and they always seem to lose to like this team, this group of players, these guys like just have their number. You had to wonder if they ever were going to win it, and for them to put the pieces together today is a special moment for them.
I gotta agree with the chat on this one. That's I'm inspired by that performance. I want to get on and play Halo. Watching that, that is pretty damn wild. The passion coming out of the Latin American community. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and for supporting this esports arena tournament today. That was a beautiful way to close the show. Of course, we know how incredible, how talented Frosty, Boo Boo, Trippy, Suppressed are. and you know how much they continue to dominate in their own right. But sometimes it's down to the underdog to take the tournament. And today was kind of a special day for the Esports Arena tournament. So big GGs all around. And thank you so much for everybody tuning in. Thank you, Wes, for joining me on the comms once again, my dude. Always a great time casting with you. Any closing remarks today?
Just a big congrats to the new finalists, the champions of the day. PK, we've seen you come so far. Hard work pays off. I hope they continue to grind.
Yeah.
Big shout out to everyone that came out and performed well today. Alleyways, they had such a long losers bracket, but they made it through. And honestly, just once again, congrats to the champions. You guys deserve it.
Well deserved, well played. Thank you, Wes, for the nice words to close it out. Thank you, Esports Arena, Microsoft, for running these events. Guys, if you enjoy these events, you want to see more, this is an every Sunday kind of gig. We actually have one more next weekend on December 20th, so mark it on your calendars. We will be back next weekend. Before we go, by the way, we do giveaways in this show as well. Type ! giveaway in the chat. Get yourself some Monster on the way out here. We're giving away some Halo Infinite Monster, of course. This is all riding up to Halo Infinite, baby. If you guys think this is hype, just wait 1 year, 2021. We'll be back in fall and hopefully kicking off a lot more of these tournaments, even more hype for Halo Infinite. So you can take that Monster, take that double XP, apply it. The moment the game comes out, you get yourself ahead of the curve. All you got to do is type ! giveaway to get yourselves in that giveaway. And that's everything for tonight. So have a good night, and we'll see you next Sunday for yet another Esports Arena.